like a giant, like a titan. Ready for comeback, we're ready to fight. Fearless of the enemy, we'll fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors. Rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers. Standing on the edge, born to be champions. We can touch the sky, we are flying high. Fighting eye to eye, we start a fire. We will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky. We'll make the rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We are gladiators, you can come and hate us, yeah. Hands to the sky as we enter the arena, wild animals. Realize we're hyenas, blood pumping, waiting for the enemy, the battle's coming. We're creating our destiny, open up the floodgates, bearing our souls. Nothing can stop us now, we're going for gold. This time is for heroes, a new era unfolds. Cutting through the darkness like a thunderbolt, boom. We can touch the sky, we're flying high, fighting eye to eye.
Hater because he gets this free pass because people forget about how boring he is because he has like one hype thing he can do. So I would rather watch this kind of game 10 out of 10 times than something with just like really, really meta comms and just nothing happening. Not like I always am just pushing for action. It's like I want to see people getting kills and dying repeatedly. I want a bloodbath. I want a sloppy like fist fight, and this game was sweet.
I think that is so funny. What about the 30 minutes without scoops?
Yeah, dude, the 30. It's a good metaphor for life. You just got to do something real flashy that people remember, and then they'll forget everything else. The second game though, 48 kills in 32 minutes. The second game was just
incredible,
like absolute bloodbath. Masu playing Silas versus Berserker Jace, and yeah, Berserker is just not someone that I ever pictured really being successful in the kind of like off meta stuff. I mean, when he had played before, he had only ever played a couple Ziggs games in his career before MSI, and they were all losses. He had one kill across like 3 or 4 Ziggs games in his career. And then I remember when he was playing Senna as well, and like everyone would just be memeing him like how bad he was at Senna. I remember talking to Sven about this and just how he was saying like he doesn't know how to get souls. He's just like walking around aimlessly, doesn't know any of the tricks, like anything off meta at all. He's just horrible at.
He literally flashed on accident when he was trying to queue a ward.
Yeah. So it was just like wild to me to see him go to MSI, look really good on Ziggs in particular, but you know, some of the off meta stuff. And then he comes back in the first series, we have Cassio Jace as the 2 champions he plays. And he was solo killing Masu in both games. It was kind of wild, and just they looked good. Like Armeo did fine, but like he didn't really have to do anything because all their lanes were just winning and just smacking everyone up. And I was really kind of blown away by how dominant they were. Their next couple matches are easier matches than this one, right? For the Inspired said he'd be away for 2 to 3 weeks. In the next couple weeks, they have SR, and then I think it's DSG. In week 2, week 3. So like FlyQuest is the scheduled hardest one, you know, if we're going based off the previous seasons, and they already kind of smacked him. And so it definitely made me wonder, like Lion, NTL, both having really good series. I was like, damn, are these guys just going to be like so dominant now? Because they both look good at MSI. They both got that international experience. And maybe we will have some people come back and just be able to kind of carry that on.
Yeah, I do think it's worth mentioning that the second game wasn't as dominant.
No.
I actually was thinking that Fly was going to lose game 2 because
Lion?
Lion was going to lose game 2 because, you know, Dokla's on Volibear and he was having a really rough time. They just kept camping him. I think Fly was up almost 4,000 gold around like the 20-minute mark. But then Fly just found some really creative way to throw the game. It was like there was some top lane play going on, and then Griffin, it just feels like a desperate play. He was camping a bush by himself, hoping that maybe someone on Lion like splits off from the herd and wanders into him and dies, but instead he just jumped a group of people and he died. And I was sitting there like, that's a weird thing to do while you're winning, because they have no reason to like nothing good happens from what you're doing unless they make a really horrible decision. And there's a really good chance that you throw the game doing that. He could have just like farmed his camps, did normal things, went with his team. So it seemed to me like FlyQuest was off in this series for sure. I think they were maybe not comfortable with the meta stuff, and just their actual decisions in game were at times questionable.
Yeah, I think it's like the safety check. They didn't do their safety check before going for this play, because the play you're talking about, I remember all of Lion you can see them reset, and all 5 are like moving towards Baron to go get vision of Baron. And the guy they try and pick in the side lane is Saints Victor, who had just gotten his arm guard. And so you're trying to make a play on a champion that has a delaying item, and you don't have vision or anything of the rest of Lion, and they had someone split pushing bottom at the time as well. So FlyQuest are trying to make a play on top side while they have someone split pushing on bottom, which is not necessarily bad because, you know, he has teleport or whatever, but that's still going to take a while to teleport all the way up there. And it was, you know, FlyQuest from a winning position, then kind of like making this mistake where it's a really good response from Lion. But then Lion do what I thought was something that like reminded me of like when they do have Inspired there. It was much more controlled, you know. They have everybody, they're setting up for the vision, they come over, they defend Saint, then they set up for the Baron, then they like turn off Baron, they get some more kills off of FlyQuest, and they eventually get the Baron out of it, and then they're able to push and like completely turn the game around. I think Berserker got a lot of the gold for these fights with the Jace getting a bunch of last hits, but I also thought this is another time where Saint has had a really good like Zhonya's activation when he's playing Victor. Remembering the other one where he was up around that like blue buff wall by Baron, and he was able to like come back and reset and bait people in, but I definitely agree that the second game was more like, oh, sweet, we're gonna have like a cool series because FlyQuest are running freaking Silas Rel bottom lane into Jace, you know, Shen, and FlyQuest are winning this one, so we're gonna get more of this, and there's gonna be a third game. And then after that play, you're like, oh well, never mind. I guess Lion are gonna just 2-0 anyway. I
thought it was kind of cool because it was obviously a very chaotic series, but like Inspired and other Lion members have talked about it as well. Like the idea that they felt like sometimes when they go international, you play against the top LCK, LPL teams, whatever, and that it becomes so chaotic because they are making decisions so quickly that like they had to get better at being fast in their decisions and being able to, you know, make the right decision in a chaotic game. And it's hard to do that if you're not practicing that way, like if you're not playing that kind of style. And so I thought it was kind of cool that they were coming and they were just like brawling and trying to, you know, make correct decisions in those moments and just trying to like force the pace of the game. And obviously when you're playing a game really fast, really brawly, there's things that are going to go bad too. Like we had, you know, in that second game, they had this lane swap where they sent Dokla had just like got ganked and died, I think, and then they sent him bot, and they had sent Berserker and Isles top, and they tried to go for this like 4-man play on top side, and FlyQuest had gotten there to respond and end up being able to like completely counter the play. Like they go for the dive on the Olaf. They do eventually kill the Olaf, but everyone else there dies, and they go 1 for 4, and everything kind of goes bad on that top side. And that was where, you know, like you guys are talking about, like, oh, it was pretty close. I thought after that play, I was like, okay, like this one could definitely go to FlyQuest.
Yeah, that was a funny play where it's not often you see your team is initiating the dive and then you end up getting wiped. Like everybody dies, just complete catastrophe play. So, I mean, it was fun seeing them play chaotic. I think maybe it's limit testing, maybe it's just something unlucky happened, but we'll see, because it is just week 1. It's the first match, and I think the only concern I would have is like I hope they don't just keep pushing it, because I think we've seen teams do that before where they're too dominant. I guess C9 in the past has sort of felt this way, where it'll be like they're winning too much in their regular season, and so they just start, you know, pushing how much they can get away with, and then come playoffs, it's like they're still doing weird stuff. They start drafting weird stuff. So obviously not necessarily going to happen, but it is something to keep in mind when you see people kind of like going a little crazy like that for no reason.
Yeah.
I think Inspired will come back and crack the belt though. If they get too,
yeah, but I mean, I love it. I love it. That game was one of the favorite games I've seen in a long time for League. Fun. It was there was that one fight by Baron where it was just so close. You know, like Armeo came out of his GA and did like a W flash to save Saint from Silas, like 1 HP. I was just like, I was actually jumping out of my chair watching that.
Yeah.
It was so fun. Like that is good League of Legends right there.
Yeah,
give me more of that.
I was gonna definitely give Armeo props for game number 2 because game number 1, I agree. Like he didn't have to do that much. You know, everybody's already winning, and then DeJarvin's like getting objectives. But game number 2, it was like he got it. It was like everyone's going crazy around him, and he was like in there with, especially that fight. Like he had really good, mechanics, like the team fighting and everything. Was on point. So excited to see if they can continue it. The next game that we had, or the next series that we had, was the Dignitas versus Sentinels. The 1-2 Dignitas. We got Palafox Summer. It was actually pretty funny because Kangas was like, all right, I'm gonna make this big call. Here's gonna be my take for this play. It's gonna be the Summer of Palafox. And then he actually got Summer of Palafox, had some big plays for
game 1.
for a game.
Yeah, he was popping off in game 1. He actually was like that was honestly a really impressive game for him because he had a good laning phase, but it felt like everything was going bad around him on the Orianna. But those are the most satisfying games to play, where like you have games where it's like you get fed, but then like everyone else is kind of getting fed too, and the other team just like FFs, doesn't really matter. But it's like the best games to play.
It's just you.
Exactly. It's just you, and like you need every bit of that gold because you got all these people dragging you down, and you actually get the win. And it felt like, damn, like that's what was happening in that Orianna game, is that, you know, the map was all falling apart around him. He had a good laning phase. He had a lot of farm, and he was able to find like big shockwaves, good plays, and actually make the most of it. And he went this super tanky build as well, that ended up, you know, scaling and working out quite well for him. So no, I mean, it was a really impressive game, and those ones are just like so satisfying from a player point of view when it's like you get to be that guy and your team needed you.
Yeah, that was super fun. I kind of liked the belief in Palafox coming from Kangas because Palafox is a player that, even though I think the last year or two he hasn't really looked that great, he's had a lot of rough performances, but before that he was looking really good on energy. He looked so good in the split they won, you know, obviously going and beating G2. I still remember in playoffs and worlds he was just absolutely destroying APA
On
all
both
of
sides
these
of the matchups.
Yeah, like these Ori versus Syndra matchups, he was just running him over entirely. So I think people do often have recency bias, and Palafox hasn't been great lately, but I'm always a big fan of people who can turn it around, and so I'm hoping he can do well. I feel like I'm kind of hoping XU can turn it around as well, but man, this first game was very, very rough from him. Even though they won it, like I had to double check because I was remembering what he did early in, but it was like he died like 4 times by level 7.
He was getting monster gapped.
To me, it was. I think Hambach played fine, but I think he was just doing extremely desperate plays off the rip for no reason. It was like, hey, you're a jungler. You clear your jungle camps, and then you look for something. But XU it felt like he thought they were already losing from the get-go. It's just, I think there were 2 back-to-back plays where he would just rush the objective without clearing any of his camps on that side, not have Prio get killed, and then lose that entire side of his jungle to Hambach right afterwards. And so that is game losing. You're just starving yourself for no reason. And so I was pretty surprised they didn't win off of that. I actually thought watching this that it was kind of interesting that I think that if somebody like Inspired was in Hambach's position, he would have been able to do more with the lead he had. But I think Hambach, just as a player, is someone who wants to look for plays. He's kind of uncomfortable just taking a farm advantage because honestly, usually the way jungle works is if their jungler isn't clearing efficiently and just decides to force some random play and they die, they should get heavily punished by you taking their camps, then taking all your camps, and you'll start building XP leads. You'll get like 2-3 level lead just doing that. But I feel like Hambach, he would take their camps, but then not take his own camps. So he was playing kind of like, you know, I'm not really sure. He was maybe worried about what XU was going to do, or like didn't want his teammates to have to play a little bit back or something while he gets this huge lead himself. So I thought that for Sentinels was a little bit unfortunate because I think they should have been able to get a game-winning advantage from what XU was doing.
Yeah, I mean, and then they did in the next 2 games, and like the jungle gap continued, and Hambach then went for a bunch of kill. Like to your point, instead of like going and farming his camps, then it felt like he kept on looking to like re-pressure lanes and re-look for champion kills. And Hambach ended up 27, 5, and 24 for that series. He had by far the most kills, highest KDA, and the last two
Kiana
games.
game was hype.
Yeah,
His Kiana was insane.
Yeah.
That was so
He
good.
was just one-shotting people.
Yeah, and I don't even know. Did he have any real mistakes that game? Because I think Kiana's one of those champions that, when you were watching MSI and you see Kanavi go 0-10 on Kiana, just whiffing the wall with his ulti. I saw multiple ulti through that, just hit nothing. At all. Like not a champion or terrain. I'm like, hey, I look like that sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
But at the same time, Kanavi's a really good Kiana, right? And I think it's just the nature of the champion. When you mess up on her, you just look really, really dumb. But I know Hambach was just insanely
crazy.
clean. He was he had such a good Kiana game. And I think that's absolutely more his style. He doesn't want to just get a lead through farming. He wants to just
Fight.
kill champions over and over and over. And so, obviously he's able to do that game.
I mean, the XU whole conversation is interesting because I didn't think XU would be on Dignitas this split, and I don't think I'm alone in thinking that.
He did not think he was going to be. He said in this exit interview.
Well, that's what I was going to mention is this interview, and it's like everyone kind of thought it was going to be an XU interview. It didn't end up turning out that way, but it was the one with Cloud Siddiqui. And he says, the quote to me was absolutely insane. To be a good team, you either need to respect each other or like each other, and we have neither of that on this team. To me, that was an insane quote. And obviously they did the whole, extended interview with Raz and Jonathan, their GM, and kind of walked it back a little bit. And, but I thought that was an interview being given by someone who was leaving the team, right? And so his performance had not been good. That obviously shows he was very unhappy. He was considering retirement. He talked about that in the interview as well. So I was really surprised that he was here and, given his performance. And the reality is he had a really bad series in week 1. So, it might be something that they're considering.
Yeah, that was the other part. I'm glad you mentioned that. He literally said himself, because of that environment, he had considered retiring while he was playing for Dignitas. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, if one of my teammates or one of my players is giving an interview like that, I'm like, okay, so who else are we getting then? Like, if he literally feels that strongly. Of course, Dignitas, this organization, they did try and make some changes. They, did change top lane. And they talked about the, communication with top lane and being able to coordinate both in game and out of game is definitely a thing. But it's also pretty hard to make changes to players within the year, between splits. So maybe that was a reason, but it was definitely a rough one here. I do like, though, maybe the positive take of Dignitas, because this is the easiest organization to constantly rag on and has been for many years of the LCS, is that they're clearly trying to make whatever necessary changes or whatever changes they can to try and create something. Jonathan, the new GM, has given tons of interviews. He keeps on telling us please DM me or invite me on any shows. I'll talk about anything. He's really trying to change the environment within the team and all the operations.
And it's hard if you have a small budget.
Yeah, it's very hard if you have a small budget, and it's very hard with what he was coming into on Dignitas. But he's bringing in tier 2 North American players, and it does seem like that's kind of what you have to do right now. And they're trying to figure something out, but it doesn't give you a lot of hope or make you want to predict them to win against a lot of other teams.
No, definitely not. Denethor is kind of cool. He's the player who was coming in, and in his Dignitas intro video, he said that he was going to be one of the best American players that NA had ever seen, right? That's what he's going for. And he also got interviewed by Sheep, I think. I can't remember if it was before or after his series, but they asked him about it and he doubled down on it. They said, in your video for Dignitas, you said that you're going to be one of the best American players NA has ever seen. What kind of time frame do you envision for that statement? Is it this year kind of thing or more of a long term? And he said, could be either, but regardless, it'll happen. So he's obviously feeling very confident. I feel like he played fine in the first week. But I do also think realistically, it is very, very hard when you come into a league on a bad team. and to actually be able to like learn the right things and to be able to develop in the right way. Generally the players that we see come in and kind of have those really promising trajectories are the ones that get to come in and play with like Impact or Inspired, or players who have been around for a long time and know how to teach their teammates and know how to really like get you moving in the right direction. And it's hard when you're on a team that just has a ton of different problems, and I feel like on those bottom teams everyone is generally more focused on themselves and trying to like figure out what they can do better, and sometimes because there are those struggles, it doesn't get as much into teaching your teammates and helping other people out.
Yeah, I think I didn't have a super strong opinion about his performance here, but like you said, and to his credit, it would be pretty hard to stand out given how the games went. I think he did okay, right? He made some mistakes, but he's a rookie. It's his debut. I don't think it was bad by any means. I think it was fine. Obviously room to grow, but I like the mentality of I will be the best player. He's not saying he's the best player right now, and he's not saying he's gonna do it this split, but he has that confidence that he can do it rather than saying that he's already doing it, like drifting into delusion. So I really like that. I think that's the right kind of confidence to have, is just belief in yourself that you'll get there even if it's not immediate.
I'm really glad also that we got to hear more from him from pros. He was on the podcast and he was talking about himself. Not only does he have this like strong belief and drive, but also he was paying for himself to go to Korean boot camps. And for a tier 2 player, like that is very meaningful.
Decade of salary.
Yeah, that is very meaningful to me. That not only does he have the drive, but he has the commitment and the work ethic to to put all this work in. I also thought the episode was really funny because Surdy's on the podcast also, and he was like, I gotta give you some advice. If you're coming in as a rookie player onto a bad team, like, you got to look out for yourself. You have to make sure that you look good. Like, don't let your teammates run over you with like making you sacrifice too much for game plans and stuff. And Surdy was like, basically like, cause he's been there on Dignitas, even literally. And so he was kind of like looking out for him. And he was like, just hold strong and like, take care of yourself. You can make it, buddy. It kind of felt to me like some top laner camaraderie, new player type thing.
It was like a message to his past self. This is what I needed to hear.
Do not TP bot to try to save bot lane, no matter what you do.
I thought,
TP back to lane and tell me you don't have it.
Yeah,
don't roam to the crab. Don't give up lane power. Your jungler's not going to carry.
I thought that was a cool interaction.
Funny. Yeah, it was a good episode for sure. TL versus C9, another series that happened, which was one of our big hype ones for opening week. TL 2-0 looked pretty dominant. They got our first lock of LCS for Quid, and I think C9 regretted giving that over, even though they clearly had a game plan for it. Quid, even in the interview afterwards, said that like, oh yeah, Colley's a really good matchup into lock, and so clearly they were looking for that matchup.
But Quid said, I didn't even really want to pick it, but my
like,
coach made me pick
it. It's OP. Yeah. And it looked OP. It took a while, but he got there. And this was also, I don't know if you knew this stat, Medios, but this is the first time that C9 had lost a regular season series in, I think it was 430 something days.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that number on broadcast, and I remember thinking, I'm like, that's a really long time. That's,
over a year.
Yeah, that's over a year. So they didn't lose anything for this whole split, the last all summer, and some before that. So that was a really long time. But at the same time, it's one of those stats that if they haven't lost anything, that would mean a little bit more to me. But like, I see these guys lose all the time. Like, just
as soon as there's an international qualifier, they'll be losing.
Yeah, playoffs. I see them lose a lot.
This is like, wait a second, is that true? I see them lose all the time. What the?
These guys lose every day. What are they talking about?
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. So. Yeah,
the switch up from sponsored by C9 Medios to Riot Medios.
I don't know. I feel like it's just
the switch up is crazy.
Yeah. No, it is really funny because, but I mean, that has at least been their thing to hold on to, is that they do keep on winning
losing in playoffs.
No, that they keep winning in the regular season. And now they came back and they went up against Team Liquid, which I feel like this is, I completely agree, going to be one of our talking points moving forward is and we could even tell this when we were at MSI, but TL looked so much better at MSI. Like you could tell the improvements in individual play and in team play and coordination. And the players and the coaching staff talked about how much, they learned and how much better they got. And so to give Cloud9 a little bit of like, you did at least come up against a very strong opponent. I think TL coming back from MSI, incredibly strong team, along with, Lion, it went, especially when Lion reunite with Inspired and get him back. But yeah, C9 having to go, I say having to go against Team Liquid. Like, of course, Cloud9, are aiming to be number one. Yeah. And I do like that, they've talked about, and they've shown like these extreme measures they're even willing to go to get seven people on the roster, coaching staff changed. Dom is like, yeah, we are not going to be satisfied with trying to scrape into Worlds and get the third spot. We want to be number one. So you went up against a really strong team. Now, I will say it wasn't like they looked, C9 looked like they couldn't do anything, like they're useless or anything. They're definitely making it very competitive at points. And I did see the thought process for a lot of these things. But going up against Team Liquid, they're in really good form right now. So I think this is very deserved victory and success here for TL in the series.
I mean, maybe it's a way too early prediction. Well, it is just a way too early prediction, but it's Lion and TL. Normally, when you come back from internationals, our teams just kind of suck because they're burned out, especially now with all these extra non-Riot events that are in the circuit too. I know Lion were flying to EWC at 4 a.m. the night that they got eliminated. Right? It's like that is what the schedule is like. They don't even sleep; they just go to the next event, and so it's like the schedules are so brutal. People are not going to be able to focus and put that same level of effort into event after event after event. So they kind of have to pick and choose where they're going to put their energy, right?
Genius. That's why they got eliminated immediately from EWC so they could come back.
Low key, it's probably good for them.
They need some sleep, man. They gotta sleep sometime.
Straight up. And so usually, though, when you come back from international, people are like, okay, we're a top team. Like, we're going to qualify for playoffs. Like, we'll just take it easy for the first couple of weeks. We're not going to practice hard, do a little bit less solo queue, whatever, to like recoup a bit, right? Because you got to take a time sometime. Otherwise, you're going straight into playoffs and then Worlds, and then, you got to do it. But when TL and Lion come back and look this good this week, I'm like, all right, the league is kind of on notice. Like, everyone else is going to have to play catch up. If these teams are going to be looking as good as they have, that's kind of 2 of the 3 spots already spoken for Worlds, right? And that is a scary prospect, I think, for the rest of the league. FlyQuest and C9 are 2 of the teams that are wanting to be in the mix to go to Worlds. They both just got blasted by teams that, just got back, one team with a sub. I don't think C9 looked bad by any means. I thought Tactical and Loki looked fine. To me, the biggest gap by far, I felt, across both of these games was parts that didn't change from C9. I thought that TL, Core, and Jose were playing on a completely different level than what we saw from Blabber and Vulcan. I felt like it's not even just like how they are pressing their buttons, it is how they are moving around the map, how they are coordinating. The jungle support for this team, I thought played so well. Even in the second game where Jose, I think, died pretty early. They got that first blood, Blabber and Loki on Quid early. You're like, okay, like maybe the Rise is just going to start running the game. They're going to start moving around and making plays. No, it wasn't about that at all. It was Jose and Core in like every single bush in Cloud9's jungle. Every time someone from Cloud9 pops in, they're getting jumped on, they're getting killed, they're getting pushed out. And I just felt like they looked like they were playing the game so much faster than Blabber and Vulcan. Even when Blabber had that early gank that went right and Vulcan's playing Bard, it's like these are champions that can get active on the map, can move around. But Cora and Jose, I thought, just looked like they were on a completely different level across both games. And I do think that is concerning for Cloud9 because those are 2 your core members, your veterans, your big stars. And I thought they got gapped pretty badly in this series.
Yeah, I thought there was a lot of interesting stuff that happened this series. One of the things that stuck out to me was Jan's Corki pick. Mm-hmm. I think that, people are talking about Mage's bot and it's really annoying and stuff. One thing that makes laning against Mages hard is the fact that they run TP And because they'll just generally outrange you, like a lot of times in 80 versus 80 matchups, you run barrier because you're going to get into one of these all-ins where obviously you're going to want barrier. But mages, they kind of avoid that because they can clear the wave really easily. And then like they're just longer range than you, so they don't let you walk up to them and start hitting them. And so what Jan did is he started with Doran's the helmet, for more MR in lane. And then he ran TP as well because we've seen some Doran's helm in bot lane, but it'll be on things like Senna or Jhin with Fleet because obviously the weakness is you don't have sustain. But you figure, hey, I'm against a mage who's going to be running TP, so I'll just also run TP. And then my lack of sustain is not going to be as much of a problem because I'll just TP back. So
especially because it's Victor, it's not like you're getting one shot.
Yeah. And then I have that extra MR to deal with their poke, and so I thought that was really smart by Jan. I think that's something that people could definitely try against Mage's bot, if depending on how much longer they're in the bot lane and how the changes affect them. But I really like that from him. I thought he also picked the Kai'Sa into Ezreal, which. We haven't really seen Kai'Sa do that well lately, but that is one of those matchups where you can play her. And yeah, I thought TL just was playing really well. They had some smart picks, and I liked the pressure. I like how they were just camping every bush. It seemed like a very difficult game to play for C9 in most of these because there's just, you don't have that many choices. And if you choose wrong, you're just getting one shot from a bush. And that's a good way to play. That's really difficult to play against.
Yeah, I definitely agree on the Jan stuff as far as him playing well too. Because a lot of times when we're like, oh, TL, all of their really good players have been playing really well, and we've been looking at, Jan's not quite living up to previously what his own expectations. But him playing really well, he only died a single time the whole series. Also is definitely bodes well. I wanted to talk about Cloud9's 7-man roster though a little bit more deeply because when I
didn't see 7. I saw 5 people.
And I listened to their podcast that they did afterwards too. And when I first heard about this, and I don't know, my feeling of it is it feels like a situation where they brought on these players that they kind of want to replace and have in these roles with Loki and Tactical, but they're letting the other two stay on for the you can play to get your spot back more than it's we're 7-man, everybody's the same, it's 50-50. And they are splitting, they're splitting their time 50-50.
And subs, basically.
Yeah, to me it feels like more of a ooh, we're bringing these guys on, you guys can fight for your spots back, more than we haven't really decided. It feels like this is kind of the new guys are kind of the default until proven otherwise, and maybe we get a proven otherwise scenario. Plus, if you do it that way from Cloud9 perspective and management perspective, then you're not giving the opportunity of your opponents to pick up what are some pretty strong pieces to a lot of the bottom half teams in the league would snap up APA and Sven very quickly. So if you do it this way with a 7-person roster and you give them the chance to fight for their spots back, then you also don't have to make some of your competition stronger by putting APA and Sven out there, which would I'm pretty sure they would find other teams among your competition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I actually kind of like that explanation for the 7-man better than the normal one we hear, which is everyone is part of the team. There's no starters and subs, because I feel like the starter and sub makes a lot more sense to me. You have the people that you're planning on going with, but you also have other, the former players who obviously have a lot of synergy with the team. Maybe if the new guys don't work out, you bring them back in. Obviously kind of sucks for them getting moved to subs.
It might not even be true. That's just kind of a feeling.
Oh, okay, so it's just vibe based. I see.
This is my look on it. My take.
I see. Yeah. If that is the case, I feel like that would probably at least make more sense to me than otherwise, because I think I was expecting to see APA and Sven come out game 2 after losing game 1. If you're having a 7-man roster and then you're not using it, what's the point of having it? So yeah, maybe they just decided we wanted to play this whole series with them. I liked seeing Loki though. I thought game 1 as a collie, he was actually playing the fights really well. Just mechanically, I think he was creating space well, and it was a pretty cursed game, to be honest. they had like this full AP team in a sense. You know, you have Skarner and Ezreal, but they don't do enough damage to make the other team need to build armor. You know, you have this Renekton.
There was 4 Merc Treads, 2 Hex Drinkers, and a Maw at a 27-minute fight.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 Maws by the end of the game,
Yeah,
and everybody had Merc Treads, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, and then I think also C9 was calling to dive Kai'Sa in the fights, which is what it looked like they were doing, which I don't think made any sense because you're up against like the entirety of TL should have trouble getting into your team. They want to counter dive, like they want you to go on their AD carry, and then they all collapse on you. And C9 was just giving them that every fight. I'm not really sure why, but yeah, it was pretty interesting. It didn't feel like C9 as a whole was playing very great. Like the Blabber's first death again at the crab, like bless him for that.
When Core JJ comes back around, they have vision of Core JJ.
Wait, they knew he
Blabber's
was there.
waiting. He's waiting for his shield. Yeah,
his shield was up, but he pressed E for some reason, and you can't W while you're in your E.
Yeah.
So it was just one of those things. It was such a head scratcher because
I thought he was baiting in that spot, but then he just didn't press W, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah, I mean, we see that happen to Blabber more than most. I do think Tactical probably should have been there because like it is kind of troll to not have Blabber get the crab there. But it's the thing where Blabber has to make sure Tactical is actually there to preventing Nautilus from just one-shotting him.
Yeah.
And then he wasn't, and Blabber went for it anyway and gets punished really badly and, you know, looked pretty silly doing it. But yeah, it's just one of those things that we see too often from Cloud9, and they just looked like they weren't really there as far as the chemistry and the decision making in game.
I agree that Loki was playing well, you know, mechanically in the Akali game. There was one fight though, which like to me is where the game kind of got blown apart. And it was that 27.5-minute fight where he did make a little bit of a mistake, and maybe it's like a team call to dive Jan like you're talking about. But there was this fight that TL actually engaged around mid lane where like Jose like flashes in, gets a 3-man knock up, you know, Core is going in, and Loki basically just tries to dive in onto Jan and take him down. Blabber goes in as well. Like they both like full sended on him and flashed on his head. And Loki tries to flash after Jan, who had like repositioned with Killer Instinct, then flash back to the tower, and he cancels his passive auto and like doesn't get the kill, and they like he dies. It's a big shutdown to Locke. Locke gets a reset, and then even Jan lives with like 1 HP, and they try to like then the CC up Morgan and kill him, but Morgan doesn't die, and then all of a sudden Quid can just go in and use his resets, and he just like wipes their whole team. And this is like that terror of Locke, like you're talking about, Kobe, where it feels like, oh, if one person messes up and gives him that reset, you feel like you lost the fight. And unfortunately for C9 in this one, it felt like it was Loki that, you know, made that little mistake where like he went a bit too far, couldn't kill the Kai'Sa, gives the reset and a shutdown to Locke, who was already giga fed, and then he just wipes them. And that to me felt like kind of the backbreaker because C9 was on soul point. They were down gold at that point, but like then they lose the dragon, they lose the Baron, like Loki dies, Quid gets like giga fed and is basically full build off that too.
Yeah, it was a hard game to play. The Ezreal priority that we saw this first week in LCS was pretty surprising to me. I don't know about this champion. I think he's not bad, but I think he's kind of an AD mage in the comps where he's just really good. I think people, I don't know, I haven't talked to pro players, but I feel like they're probably overvaluing his level 1 with lethal tempo, right? It's like you stack up your passive, you get prio in any matchup, and nobody can auto attack trade with you because you're just attacking twice as fast as them. But then he doesn't scale very well. He doesn't scale like an AD carry, and he also just doesn't have like the CC and utility of a mage. So yeah, Tactical didn't really get a lot done this game on Ezreal, and I think that's pretty normal. I mean, unless you're just like one of those Korean Ezreal one tricks who's just way too freaky on it for their own good. I don't think he's that good of a champion.
It is wildly popular in pro right now though. Like globally for like this summer split 3, whatever you want to call it. 39 picks of Ezreal, then the second most played Ziggs and Victor both at 25. So like, it is globally really really popular. But I agree, is
he winning?
He has a pretty good win rate. I could check. But let's see. It is. Wait for summer split. Okay, it looks like it's showing different here. This is showing too many games, which I don't think is accurate. So I think it's showing me other games. But it's showing 49% win rate. But that's too many games because that's not actually only summer. So I don't know exactly what it is. It shows here that it's like an over 50, but I can't see exactly because it's just a little green bar. And it only shows 39 games, so I don't know why when I click on it, it's showing me 200.
Yeah, I mean, either way, right? I think that I don't think Ezreal is horrible by any means. I just was a little bit surprised with his priority that I think on Saturday, I remember seeing him get banned quite often, and then he was also getting picked super early in draft. And yeah, that was just kind of surprising to me that he's getting prioritized that highly.
In top 4 regions on 16-14, he has 70% win rate.
Okay, well, maybe I'm wrong, but he didn't look that good to me.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, Ezreal is always one of those champions that it's like, it's very hit or miss. I feel like if you are really good on it, then like late game you can, I think, be pretty frightening, because I always feel like once they have like Endless Hunger and Shojin and Triforce and like they hit these like 4-item spike where they just have 0 cooldown, right? And if you hit everything, then you are kind of insane, but it is pretty difficult, I think, to actually like play the game in that way, to team fight in that way. It's kind of, I've always seen Ezreal somewhat similar to Lucian, where I feel like you can be a beast in late game, but it's like you have to play the fights really, really well.
Yeah, I just like I thought this game was a pretty good example with just the fact that you have Wukong and Renekton, even Locke to some extent, who just did not feel the need to build any armor against a 4-item AD carry out. I'm like, either Tactical is not playing Ezreal properly, but I think the champion's he's very limited in the amount of damage he can actually output. He does have a good early game, and I think you have to leverage his early game to just be ahead and then just win through that, which it's possible. For sure. Like he is really, really strong in lane. But if you can't get some huge advantage in lane and you're just, Q farming and going even, I don't think it's that good.
Yeah, for sure.
The final series that we have to go over is the Shopify versus DSG series. And Shopify coming out looking like a whole new team. I actually really like, in our build up in our intro, Shopify put out another one of their documentaries with a lot of behind the scenes footage. And we used one of the clips that had Fudge getting kind of heated in the reviews. And, you can feel the passion, and they are like, this is not a team that wants to be a middle of the pack team, from the rumors and from the accounts, like this is one of the teams that invested pretty heavily, and of course, bringing over, Korean imports and really trying to go for a bigger impact, and they're not getting quite as much as they wanted out of it. To see them come out and start strong here, yeah, it's versus DSG, but it definitely was a different look. Like Fudge looked really, really good.
Yeah.
He had a super good game. He had a super good both games, actually. And the team looked a lot more coordinated. It was nice also hearing from Zeyzal. Zeyzal, like adding him to the team. I know he said he didn't have plans to return to tier 1. He was like streaming and chilling. And the Shopify, they really had to like convince him, hey, we need you. We really need you to come back. Like it's difficult for us to find someone right now to fill in, but he's been great in interviews and in the game.
His comms in games.
Yeah, helping with shot calling. And he talked about his comms as well. He's like, yeah, I mean, these players that are on the team, they have good ideas and plans for stuff, what to do. But sometimes I just got to get the conversation started to get people moving and thinking about what's going to be next. And I feel like this could be the next like level up for this Shopify team and next little bump that they get. It's definitely a very good start, of course, to the split for them.
Yeah, I felt like Fudge in particular really stood out, and I felt like split 1, split 2 for Fudge, he hadn't really looked that good. And last year, I felt like Fudge was playing really well individually. So I feel like that is such a big boon to them. Like if Fudge can be consistently playing at a really high level, last year, I felt like there was times where he was one of the top laners in the league, and when he's playing at his best, I think he is capable of that, of going toe to toe with those top guys, and they need that because I feel like Zinni had not been living up to kind of like the expectations of the levels of dominance that maybe some people thought he was going to achieve. And Fudge hadn't been playing as well. So kind of Shopify the last couple splits has just felt like, well, I sure hope B-Voy carries, right? And that's kind of like what their team has been.
Or contracts.
Yeah, or contracts. And contracts had some monster games too, for sure. Like I think it was that Olaf game.
The Olaf and
right?
Wukong game.
Yep. Yeah. So he's had some big games. But you need more than that, right? Like you need threats across the map. You need multiple lanes to play to. You need people to individually capitalize destabilized when a team is putting too much pressure on one lane. And so if Fudge is playing really well, it opens up, for more opportunities for other people too. And B-Voy had a great series. So it is promising for them. It's like you said, it is against DSG, but it was a good start. And it's going to make it exciting for them to see like, okay, now if you can keep up that level, like how high can you go, right? Because I do think right now there is like a lot of potential for teams to move up. It doesn't feel like we have a locked down top 3 that are guaranteed to go to Worlds or anything like that. Obviously, Sentinels is going to be thinking they're going to be in the mix. Maybe Shopify can put themselves in the mix. TL and Lion, I think, are the ones that are the big favorites. And then you have FlyQuest and you have C9. And then you have potentially Sentinels and Shopify trying to push themselves into that conversation, all for that, 3 slots at Worlds.
Yeah, I thought Contracts actually was the player that I was pretty impressed with in that first game, because when I was watching this live, I thought it looked, it was looking really, really bad for Shopify, because one thing that I wasn't totally behind was the way that they drafted game 1, which was DSG early picked the Ziggs, and then Shopify just like slammed the Camille Galio Vi combo, which to me, obviously, this is something we've seen a lot. It's not always those 3 together, but it's like Galio plus Vi.
We are diving.
Hard dive.
Yeah, and it's just this like completely unavoidable dive. And to me, that's a really good strategy when the enemy team locks in Aphelios or Jinx, a character that the game is going to be played around them, and they have to die or you're probably going to lose, and they're not that good at living. But when it's only Ziggs, he's a mage who builds Zonia, and a lot of times like Rocket Belt as well. You're not necessarily even guaranteed to have a good dive target. And in the beginning of the game, their first few combos were being used on Ambessa, and then Surdy was just sort of kiting them out. He would either live for a long time or not die at all. And so it was looking really bad for them. But then DSG just messed up one-time bottom where they just walked up too much. Then Contracts found this insane engagement. A Q flash onto 2 people. Yeah. And then DSG was just completely out of position, and it fell apart for them. But I do think that, as far as the draft goes, it seemed really risky to me to lock in this kind of draft against when you only see Ziggs, who's already good against it.
And then they had Cassio Shen, which was also quite good against dive. Like Cassio gets pretty janky. You can build Sonias as well. Shen, obviously, with like Locket, Stand United, Spirit's Refuge. Like it can be difficult for sure.
Yeah, so that was one thing, but I did like how they kept together. Like you said, Fudge played really well this game. I think he was kind of like that like beacon of hope for them when it was looking really bad, because he just kept scaling. He got a lot of items. He was a huge threat in these fights because he was kind of the best scaling champion in the game. There wasn't really, really strong scaling AD carry or something like that. So yeah, he was able to get a lot of work done, and then game 2 was a lot more one-sided for them.
Yeah, I like the Contracts focus too, because he also in the early stages when they were losing their team fights, he would still get the dragons. Yeah. So in addition to the like that really big flash play for the engage, getting the smites was critical for them. They definitely needed those, and they were able to get the dragon soul because of it. And that was they would oftentimes in multiple of these dragons would lose the fight. And in the scramble afterwards, he'd, be able to go back to the dragon or smite 50-50, take it or steal it or something, and then be able to escape. And so the first game was like super action packed, and that was definitely a very fun one with the largest gold lead for DSG being over 5,000 gold, and then Shopify make this comeback and are able to win despite of it, which is kind of reminiscent of a lot of these other like teams that like Contracts and Fudge have been on, where they're like some scrappy underdog wildcard team that you don't predict a lot of the time to win over the top 4 teams, but then if like you feel an upset, like they would beat Cloud9 in the playoffs all the time, or they would be able to upset a lot of the top teams. So I want to see if this Shopify team can become the next level of actually being the ones that belong in the top, and the ones that, they don't have to have some like come from behind victories versus the very top teams, and they can truly like ascend to that next level. I think that's the next thing to be determined, because they do look good, and I think they for sure could be middle of the pack again, but they also with some of the changes and with bringing in Zazel. Now maybe they can get to the next level.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be exciting. I think this week 2 look ahead is gonna be it's gonna be some opportunities to find out can some of these teams actually punch up, right? We have a couple one-sided ones, at least on paper. C9, Dig, DSG, Fly are expecting to be relatively one-sided, and then Lion, Shopify, and TL Sentinels I think are interesting because it is some of these teams that are kind of, to me, trying to get in the conversation for being Worlds qualifiers. And for Shopify, coming off of a pretty good showing in the first week and playing against the Lion, who still does not have Inspired, this is your best shot to beat Lion in the regular season. Take a team, from the top of the table down. And so I think it's a cool opportunity to see how they're going to be able to perform against the Lion, even though it is a Lion.
Is anyone going to predict Shopify over Lion? No.
No, not after week 1. I might have before week 1. I put them 3rd in the power rankings for regular season because I was like, I think they'll lose some games. But I think they look too good in week 1. But I still think it's cool to see if they'll actually be able to do it. Maybe they'll be able to prove us wrong, even if I'm not willing to kind of place my bet on it.
They're still underdogs, but they're not as big of underdogs.
Yeah.
They're
like a medium dog.
Yeah, medium size.
A medium
dog.
Versus large. Yeah. Not like a little Chihuahua versus a giant dog, like a giant Rottweiler.
Is this term underdog about size? I've never really broken down the term and tried to figure out
where does that come from? What are you under?
You're smaller dogs. You're under the other dogs.
Is there an overdog?
That's the favorite. You're the overdog.
There's for sure an overdog.
Yeah, overdog.
I see. Yeah.
Let's not delve too deep.
Much to think about.
I
don't like where this is going.
Anyways, the other one that you said was going to be close is TL versus Sentinels.
Yep.
Are you going to predict Sentinels?
Why are you putting this on me?
Right, are you going to predict Sentinels, the underdog of this?
I am not gonna predict Sentinels. Nope.
Classic overdog predictor.
I mean, look, I've gone for some of the riskier predictions, and it hasn't been working out.
Okay.
It feels like
you've lost too many.
Yeah, I've been burned too many times. I don't know. I don't really see these bottom teams as being. To me, it feels like there's a pretty definitive pecking order right now, and there's some question marks for sure. I think there's a little bit of wiggle room, but I would expect Lion and TL will beat anyone that's not those two teams, with maybe C9 being able to swing up. I think that DSG and Dig losing to everybody except each other because one of them has to win. And then
they are the underdogs of the league.
They are, yeah.
And then I would say Fly, Shopify, and Sentinels is kind of could go either way.
Yeah,
Like
the medium dogs.
But you put C9 above those.
I put C9 above them.
Before the regular season or for Worlds?
He's got 4 sizes of dogs.
4 sizes of dogs.
You've got the TL Lion size of dog.
Yep.
The Cloud9 size of dog. They're the only one that size. Cloud9.
I think they're
like a big dog, but they're like a golden. Not that aggressive.
I think they're slightly ahead of the medium.
They're
dogs.
goofy.
I think they're still a bit behind the top
So they're a
dogs.
different size. So there's 4 sizes, and then you got all the medium dogs.
I mean, they're like medium plus.
Yeah.
Medium
they're
plus.
the top of the mediums.
Yeah.
Maybe they could be medium as well, but
and then you got the tiny dogs digging.
Got some puppies.
yeah, they're puppies. They're doing their thing.
I like it.
Cool.
Yeah, so I don't know if I would bet against that order.
Yeah.
And for my predictions,
I don't know. It's interesting. I feel like I would if we're looking really far down. I don't know. C9 I feel like it has got, as much as they're like, nah, we don't care. It's just playoffs. No big deal. We're not nervous. Well, you've lost 8 international qualifiers in a row. That is insane. I just find it so hard to believe that it's not in their heads at this point. So to me, I think
we're gonna put it in their heads.
Well, we've already been talking about it. It's in their heads, I think.
It's undeniable at this point, because it's one thing if you just lose but you play well, right? It's like T1 versus Gen G. They lost to Gen G a lot, but they didn't look bad when they played them. It's just like they're playing a better team, right? But C9 in regular season versus how they play in playoffs, it's not the same team.
C9 went 0-6 to finish playoffs.
Even just watching the actual gameplay of any individual game, they just look so out of it, lost, uncoordinated, doing random things that make no sense. It's 100% getting to them, and when they say it's not, that's really weird. So
that's why I wouldn't have them as a higher tier than a FlyQuest and stuff. I actually believe more in a FlyQuest or even a Sentinels. It feels like as a long shot to go to Worlds than I do Cloud9 right now. Until they show me that it's going to be different, I feel like I just can't believe in them anymore. I mean, so to end last split, they were up 2-1 against FlyQuest, and then they won that series, right? I guess they lost 2 in a row, then they won 1, but then they lost 6 games in a row against Lion and TL, and then they started 0-2. So they're on an 8-game losing streak. Obviously, with a different roster, they did make some changes, but I feel like they're definitely in a rough spot right now because of that. So for me, like, this is obviously way too early predictions, but yeah, I would not put them in a separate tier than like the FlyQuests and stuff. I think you could put them in the same tier with FlyQuest and maybe have them like slightly above the
I think that's fair.
Shopify and stuff, because they have shown that they are better teams. Sentinels and Shopify, I think it's like more possibilities, right?
Cloud9 have 7 possibilities on their roster though.
They got some possibilities. Yeah. That's true.
Technically more possibilities.
Are you putting them in a dog tier of their own? Are they in the world's tier?
Sure, yeah. I like this medium plus tier. I'm with Medios on the medium plus.
You see, you have them above FlyQuest.
The medium plus, yeah.
Yeah, so FlyQuest is just medium.
They're in the medium.
I could believe I could put FlyQuest in C9's tier as well. I mean, both of them had to play against the top teams, so they were going to look worse. And obviously, week 1 predictions are kind of whatever, right? It's like a lot of times by the end of the split, it looks way different from the beginning.
It's a total meme, but it's fun to talk about.
Yeah, it is. I just think that they didn't look great, but I don't think C9 looked terrible. I think there was some things they did in against TL that were solid. I think they had chances in those games, but obviously they made mistakes as well. And I think I didn't really love their draft the first game, but I would rather see C9 struggle in the regular season and then sort of ramp up as instead of their normal thing of just like running through the regular season and then falling off. So I still believe in them. Obviously, good players, and I think Loki coming back is cool. I really liked him. I think he did he win like rookie of the split or like split MVP? He won some award before he had to go back to Korea. So I'd like to see him pick up where he left off. And I think they could be good, but right now they're not on that level.
Yeah. I mean, full disclosure, I have had people telling me that FlyQuest right now in scrims are small dogs.
Small dogs.
So that could be influencing a little bit, but scrims, that actually
Scrim bucks are fake news.
Scrims actually mean nothing. Don't even say.
Don't be convinced. FlyQuest is a medium plus dog.
But then people keep telling me anyway.
That brain worms they're getting in.
It affects me anyway. Yeah. Even though I say I don't care about scrims.
You're like, I'm above the influence, but really you're not.
Then I get influenced.
No, influenced. Says man being influenced by scrim rumors once again. All right, well, that's going to wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Went off the rails a little bit at the end there, but it was a fun one. Be sure to subscribe to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. Also, leave a comment. And also, shout out to Emily for replacing me last week. Thanks, Emily. Appreciate that. LCS returns this Saturday, 1 p.m. Pacific, C9, taking on Dig. Let's find out what size dog.
Welcome
Back.
week
2.
Oh,
the
LCS.
we failed that too many times.
we messed that up so much when we were practicing.
I messed it up many times.
I wasn't gonna call you out, but
Look, I can't read. It is what it is.
I'm proud of
I
him.
I'm proud. Good job, everyone. Good
Why are
job.
you guys avoiding me?
Yeah. Air high five.
Well, you know.
Oh, there we connected the bridge.
there
We
we go.
connected the bridge. Thank goodness. That right.
All right, we had games last week.
All right.
Bring them up.
Bring it up.
Schedules and standing. Let's see where we're at here. Summer Split
are we
kicked
at?
off last week.
We got clear winners and losers.
And we had
Yeah,
some
wow.
surprising losers. Cloud9 with their first regular season loss in well over a year. FlyQuest losing to a Lion who didn't have Inspired.
Yeah.
There was
Yeah.
actually some pretty surprising results.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, Rez, you were the only one who flopped to Lion, right? And you were
Yeah.
absolutely right.
Thank God for that one.
because they destroyed FlyQuest.
I've been given this and it's false, but I must hold it up just for optics. We'll do it after the schedule. But yeah, C9 going up against Dig today, FlyQuest going up against DSG. We must have winners today, factually.
Yeah,
Yeah,
true.
true.
I mean, it'll be interesting to see. Wow, you eat cereal in the shower, Raz?
I did not write
disgusting.
that.
How do you keep the water out of the
Yeah,
milk?
what?
I don't.
Ew.
Sure,
You
water.
just go in dry with
Ew. You just eat it with
Gotta
water.
have milk in it. That's what the shower is for.
My grandfather used to just pour his coffee in there. Ew.
scrub it up and down.
Patch 2615. Moving on. Saw a bunch of changes. Actually, a bunch of small changes. For me, it's kind of the.
Not all more small,
The-
Emily.
Well, we have one big change, which is Belveth. And Raz, I heard you really wanted to cover this.
Look, you call small changes. I think they're quite simple, honestly, because like I look at the Belveth changes and I think they make a lot of sense. So let me start with the passive change. Now, honestly, the attack speed, like base attack speed, is a lot lower, but also the Q changes. There's like now it started with 1 second per Q. Now it's 4 seconds,
Behold
but
the
scales
Yeah.
down. Exactly. If you go down to the W,
This is not small.
the knockup
Turn it
actually
around for the
does
people
scale.
at home,
Yeah.
Raz.
We can turn it
the
around. You
people
can see
cannot
it.
read.
It's real.
Here.
Okay. Just hold on now. It's ancient scrolls here.
Oh God,
with
this
some
keeps
respect.
going.
I think even though it's long, it's quite simple.
So, Raz, what does it all mean?
Yeah.
It still won't be played in the LCS. It won't be played competitively. It's supposed to scale better, but I don't think people were playing this champion to begin with. Maybe in solo queue, watch out.
Maybe
but not here.
Yike. Yike is a Belveth enjoyer. Maybe we'll see him bring it out.
Maybe.
In LEC, I don't know.
And he will lose.
No.
So I read the patches. I feel like I understood it less than going into it. But whoever is a Belveth enjoyer, please tell me your thoughts.
Medios has told me it's a beast in the late game, sucks early game.
Oh,
Okay.
That was my takeaway.
All right.
He was,
Yeah,
he was the playtester for it.
Yeah, he said when I asked him, "Oh, what have you been playing?" He's like, "Well, I've been stuck playing a lot of
Yeah,
Belveth."
and he tells me it's OP.
Oh,
so we'll
really?
see.
But
We'll
you have to
see.
scale up.
I don't know if that means it's OP for pro though.
You know what else people have been saying is OP, and
Yep.
I'm here to dash their arguments, kind of. Mages and assassins in the bot lane. Raz, you're not the only person that has. Facts.
His
there's a
scroll
lot of
is
written
bigger
word.
than yours.
Yeah, but my handwriting is neater, and you can read it.
Do you see the handwriting on this?
You're
This is
using
thousands of
some
years
sort
old,
of
Emily.
Esoteric language.
It's ancient language.
Right.
Satan League of Legends Eve.
So anyway, we're gonna go over why mages bot have become a thing, because the proto version of this was a first stand with Bard and Ziggs being played. On was like beasting out on Anivia, Shen, and Alistar, and you saw the reason why I called On out, not that he was like the big perpetuator of this, but because his play in those games was a microcosm of what was to come, which is Ziggs Camille, then Mel Pike, and continuing to evolve. It has a lot to do with support role quests. It actually has like arguably more to do with getting supports on the map early than anything else, plus catch-up XP. However, itemization for ADCs versus AP mages, I also think is something that I wanted to call out.
Yeah.
But the big thing for me,
Oh my God, there's more.
there's always more, honestly. I've been tracking this. I was so excited to talk about this, guys. I was tracking mages and AP carries versus traditional ADCs in Tier 1 Pro Play plus Kespa Cup with the cutoff at 12 p.m. today. So this includes some CBLOL and LEC games from today. only 35% of total bot lane matchups are a mage versus a traditional ADC.
Okay.
Mages have a 36% win rate, and 43% of those wins are Ziggs.
Who are we blaming?
We're blaming the AD carry players, right?
Yeah, okay, just making sure.
I also had a Leave Our Stats guy get some stats, which is not including Kespa Cup. It's just split 3 Tier 1 Riot competitions. And the win rate also there, quite bad for mages versus traditional AD carries.
Yeah.
I have felt like, I was talking about this on the dive this week. I actually really enjoy watching the meta. I understand the complaints of playing in it. It can be frustrating playing against mages. I think especially with Lost Chapter, how powerful it is. It feels like mana is not a concern. They're just poking you out. It's frustrating. But as far as pro play, I feel like it is really over-exaggerated how big of a deal it is. They're mostly losing. They're not being played as much as people are making it out. And to me, it's actually fun and exciting having crazy metas like this where we can get Sylas and Jace bot lane, where we can get mages, where we can get AD carries, where we can have a variety of stuff. And yeah, sure, you don't want it every game, but having this mixed in every once in a while, I think is really fun to watch.
I do think it's fun to watch, and it really is a question of like how frequent it's happening, because even past the whole mages conversation, Diablo just played Aatrox into Ziggs yesterday, and I'm like, I feel like it's more of a question of like, do we feel as though AD carries are viable? Because it is the first time it's being really pushed in, and I think AD carries, and especially in the LPL, want to hold on to AD carries because they just suck on mages.
64% win rate says the AD carries are very viable.
LPL and now LCK have kind of gone to, well, actually in LCK, Aatrox is the only like quote-unquote off-meta, like non-traditional ADC who has won, and he was going up against a mage, right?
Yeah.
In all of the LCK mage versus ADC matchups, mages have lost.
Yeah, I mean,
So
it's
like,
crazy.
I think, I agree, I'm like pretty much settled on where you're at, Azale, where I actually really like seeing it. I think right now we're going through a period where people are kind of just locking it in and either not knowing how to play it or locking stuff in regardless of matchup and not necessarily thinking through. I also just think Ziggs is OP, and if you were a bot laner, you should have already been playing him.
Yep, I agree with that. I mean, to me, it's more about Ziggs being a really strong pick, and if it is only specific mages in specific situations, that's cool. I think that is fun to watch, and I think, to me, the biggest thing at this point is I think most AD carries can actually pilot mages pretty well, you know, as far as like their individual play and their individual lane matchups, they get pretty comfortable. But I think it's just like when split push comes into the meta in top lane, teams don't know how to necessarily play around it. The way that you team fight changes drastically if you have, you know, a Victor plus Syndra bot versus a Victor plus Zeri or a Jinx or something traditional that they've played tens of thousands of games of. So to me, that is one of the biggest things, the way that you siege, the way that you play side lanes, all of this stuff changes. So I think that is part of the reason that they are kind of failing. But I'm a little bit sad that we have all these marksman buffs and kind of changes coming through with their buffing Berserker Greaves, they're buffing Fleet, they're giving additional base MR, they're you know, changing a lot of these things kind of systemically, as well as nerfing the support role quest. You get less golden experience out of lane for a longer period of time as well. These are all changes that are coming down the pipeline that I think are going to push mages even more out of the meta. But I've been a fan of it. I've actually enjoyed watching it.
I think it is fun to watch. I think there's another element as well that should be explored. I know VigRV2 on Twitter put out a video talking about like plug and play mages mid lane and like the difficulty of playing certain mages in competitive teams versus others. Like with Arya, it's super easy because you're playing mobile mages and all these things. But like with Victor, it's very difficult because you're playing something that is very like immobile and requires like attention from your team. So like that's doubly so for an AD carry that has not been put in this position like historically, and is like usually is recognized for having the attention of their support constantly, but now has to learn how to play Cassiopeia, Victor, like immobile mages that you're trying to understand and learn while your support is roaming around frequently. So like losses like that a lot of the times, especially we just saw Tactical last week play Victor, get caught off guard, get caught multiple times on the Victor mid lane. It's like they don't know their limits and they're suffering for it. So once they do get to understand it, it's sad that suddenly they're getting hit with another patch change so they can go back to AD carry. So don't we get to see the actual meta evolve? Yeah,
I think we've seen it most with Victor and Xerath, honestly. So like Viper's had some good Xerath games. Jackie had a good one, but like other than that, people have looked uncomfortable. Another thing I want to point out is because I think people are just like, oh, this is a very messy meta. It's because with mages, you can also just fight earlier, and there's a lot more earlier skirmishes. Obviously, these numbers are like Fly Lion played 1 series, and the combined kills per minute was 1.2. I do appreciate Nongshim, though, being the bloodiest team thus far across both splits. But yeah, I think overall we've seen an increased combined kills per minute as well, which then we also saw this with lane swaps, and everyone booed lane swaps as well. But I do think it's a specious argument where people are like, oh, this isn't as interesting. It's like, well, actually, you're getting more kills and more action. So what is your definition of interest?
It's something that we'll definitely have a lot to say. Like, we obviously want to say more, but like, there's so much to talk about.
Producers are telling us to move on, which makes
the
sense.
last thing I'll say is I think that Guma had a good point in an interview where he was just talking about role identity and choosing a role for an identity. And he, was talking about choosing bot lane because he wanted to play auto attack based champions. I resonate with that.
Yeah.
If that's what your argument is as a player, I think that makes a lot of sense. It's just not
same.
their jam. But Palafox had a great game 1 last week.
Yes, he did.
Palafox
It was Palafox Summer.
It was Palafox Summer
game.
for game 1, but then what happened?
Look, and then they lost. and then it started raining. maybe it's Palafox Summer in London, England. It's cloudy skies.
In Berlin.
Yeah, Berlin. A lot of cloud, a lot of gusts of wind. Unfortunately, like, Sentinels just completely ran them over. And I think Palafox Summer was needed in that one game because they were getting trounced until Palafox had like heroic moments like these that literally put them over the finish line.
I mean, this game was so impressive. It's one of the most fun types of games you can ever play in League, where you are doing really well individually, you're monster fed, and your team is doing bad, so you actually need to be that strong to have a chance to win. And then he gets over the finish line. Like, he had a great laning phase, was incredible in the team fights, had multiple big impact plays. I thought he had an incredible game 1, and so it was exciting to see him, hit that level that we hadn't seen from him in a while.
Yeah, and I think now it expands beyond like, okay, what did we think of Dig overall, right? Because
bad.
Right.
Not good. That's the most unsustainable summer of all time. You can't be going out that hot in one game because it's not going to last for the rest. You need your teammates to do something.
Yeah, I mean,
please.
I think it's more like, like where are we looking at for, because I actually didn't, when we look at the losses, I'm not putting those on Palafox either, right? So it's like, okay, integrating Denethor, first of all, like I thought he did fine. I also don't think the losses are on him. However, like, what do we want to see? What is the more that we want to see out of this Dignitas team?
I mean, I want to see them look more cohesive, and I want to see XU have a better performance. I think XU really struggled last week, even in their win, and across all 3 games. I thought he was out-jungled pretty heavily by Hambach. And I feel like, if Palafox is playing well, that's huge for Dignitas, but you need your mid jungle to be playing well. You need your jungle support to be on the same page. Like, that is so much about how the game is played right now, is these pairings and how they're working together. So I'm looking for that for Dignitas. XU needs to step up, and they need to start working better as a team, not just as individuals, because I do think we saw some promising things in week 1, especially in that first game, but they need to have more if they're actually going to start winning series.
Completely agree. So there's a lot to really discuss. That being said, I'm sure Jat has the questions as he's going to be standing alongside Palafox for an interview.
Thanks, Raz. Palafox, just how have you been? I haven't talked to you in a while.
Just been good, focusing on myself, trying to get into a good headspace.
I know last week we made a big deal of your first Orianna game because you kind of popped off. But then I also remember you said to your team, like, afterwards, like, you were a bit of a KDA player. Like, how are you reflecting on that Orianna game and then also the rest of the series?
I think I just could have done a bit more. Like, I didn't take as much risk as I could have. Like, there was one fight where I was full HP running away. I mean, it ended up being good anyways, but, like, maybe I could have wiggled some more damage in there, Yeah.
What about the rest of the series when you won that game 1, but then were unable to convert? Any takeaways?
I think it's just play with the information that I have. Like, it's fine. It's fine if people make mistakes, but you can't just like domino effect and die with those mistakes as well. So, yeah.
So what's the big goal going into this matchup against Cloud9?
The big goal, just play well, focus on myself. I'm not going to lie. That's just it. Like, I think I play a lot better when I'm just like thinking about my own game, thinking about what's next, and then just trying to relay that.
Yeah, and it feels like you actually did that in game 1, even if it meant like some fights you're running away.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good luck today, Palafox. I send it back to the lounge.
Thank you.
I find that really interesting because we were talking about, how they have to work better as a team, but he is clearly laser focused on, nope, I don't think about anyone else. I just think about what I am doing, and that is going to give the best results for the team.
Which I think is personally, I think it's the right decision. Focus on your job and your role. It reminded me back in like, I think it was 2022, the whole FlyQuest summer thing, and like the team was in great disarray, and there was like, oh my God. Literally, Impact was like, I just focused on my job, and it made it so much easier. And then you can build from that point. Because I've seen in the past when people over-concern about other people's roles and jobs, and suddenly they get picked and everything gets worse. So as simple as it sounds, I think it makes sense, and it worked for him in one game. Let's hope we get two strong games in a row.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been really tough for Dignitas, right? Because they're on currently a losing streak where they have not won a series since February 8th.
Yeah, that is a long time. That is actually pretty crazy. That is basically the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
I think that was that actually like week 1 of lock-in?
I want to believe it's week 1. It
was one of the first weeks of lock-in.
If it's not week 1, it's week 2.
Yeah.
So that's like either the very first week or the second week.
And it is
tough.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I mean, I do think that focusing on your own can result in good play, but someone has to be thinking about the big picture on the team. And so that's kind of curious to me, like who's going to be stepping into that role for Dig. You know, exactly who's going to be bringing everything together. It was week 3 of lock-in, so quite a while ago. C9 also had a streak of their own snapped last week, but unfortunately
this was not a good one.
This is the wrong reasons, I guess.
We're starting here.
We better start here. We start with the tried and true.
The producers are hate watching.
Yeah,
and I support it.
The highlights are just that over and over.
Man.
I mean, C9 had not lost a regular season series. And I believe it was over 430 days was the record. So they had not been able to qualify for internationals. Yes, they had been falling short in playoffs in the big moments, but they have been stomping in the regular season for a long time. They've been winning, you know, every single regular season match until last week. They had their debut in summer, obviously with the changed roster. Tactical Loki did come in, and they got their first regular season series loss in over a year.
Yeah, and I mean, I know Blabber said on the C9 podcast, like, look, we're trying a different strategy. We're gonna win in playoffs.
Get the losses out early.
Get the losses out now, you know. But jokes aside, I think there's some to take from it that they did have the regular season streak snap. However, they did go up against another one of our top teams, right? Yep. And like I was kind of expecting, the reason why I went TL over C9 last week was because I was really impressed with their play at MSI. I thought they'd be able to come in, still have really strong momentum. I think there were times where they didn't necessarily show what they were doing in scrims on stage. I think those problems seem to have been fixed, and they immediately came in and fire on all cylinders. So like, yes, C9 snapped this loss streak, but also it was against a team that is like equally good, if not better, and one of our top teams.
Yeah, 100%. Like the team looks incredible right now, specifically Team Liquid. Like, so for Cloud9, I completely expected with the whole roster fiasco, 7-man roster. In fact, there was a bit of a mystery.
You're already calling it a fiasco.
Well, it is. If you have 7-man roster going into Summer Split, I'm gonna call that a fiasco. And I guess the question was who they were gonna show up in for week 2, and we just immediately got the spoiler. So there was no tension, no like anything. Is like
Loki
immediately
and Tactical playing again.
It's Loki and Tactical. They're running it back from week 1.
Let's get Tactical a jersey. This is week 2 where he doesn't have to see.
He was wearing one. I just saw him walk by.
Yeah. So we need to get some photos in for our boy Tactical.
I like the casual look.
I will say, you know, it's interesting. Obviously, a lot of the talk is going to be about the new guys coming in, about the changes being made.
Maybe I just walked in, by the way. He didn't come in from the car.
I actually
he's
felt
walking
like,
in from the car behind.
There you go. I actually felt like the biggest issue against TL was the difference in how the support jungles were playing.
Yeah.
I thought that when you're looking at TL, they were playing so coordinated, so well with core and with jungle, and I felt like Vulcan and Blabber were always feeling a little bit behind. They were feeling a step behind. I think that was kind of their biggest issue. So I'm looking at that today. You know, they are obviously a team that is expected to win over Dignitas.
Yeah.
I expect them to win, but I want to see how Blabber is playing with Vulcan. Are they able to actually push the pace of the game? Are they able to make these plays more quickly? Because I feel like both Lion and TL came back from MSI and look like they're playing really fast, right?
Yeah.
Look like they're constantly making decisions. They're constantly forcing choices of their opponents. And it felt like C9 was not necessarily ready for the speed at which TL was playing.
Yeah, they were taking some fights when they were ready, but you're completely right. Like, that was an issue mostly of, like, even the fights that it felt like they were coming out of the winning side, we already kind of showed it in the first replay immediately. They were still dying on the other side of it. But I guess the culprit himself, Blabber, is going to be questioned. He's going to be interrogated by Jet, so let's head it over to the interview.
Thanks, Raz. Blabber, there was a lot of discussion last week about the call of the crab in Game 1 on Skarner. Did you review that moment? Was there something that we missed?
No, we didn't really review it. We reviewed the fight beforehand, but I should not have died there.
No? I mean, I saw your W was almost off of cooldown. Do you think you would have lived if the W comes off cooldown, or were you still dead anyway?
I mean, I was like kind of thinking of baiting him, but it was like, no, I don't think I would have lived. My edge roll was too far, and he would have got one more auto, and then I wanted to E him on his first hook, but I shouldn't even have walked left in the first place to let him chunk me, because I could have got that crowd walk right with my edge roll. Yeah. But I just let the knowledge soul come in.
Yeah. Happens. The thing that hasn't happened often, actually, is you guys losing in regular season. You hadn't had a single regular season loss all year. Is it almost, I mean, how do you respond to that loss? Is it almost a good thing that the regular season streak is broken, because you guys are obviously focused on playoffs?
I mean, right now we're just trying to focus on, honestly, just improving. I felt like last week between like the mid game around like, I don't know, 12 minutes to 17 minutes, TL were kind of outplaying us both games. And it's something that we're just trying to work on as a team, just trying to be more proactive, you know, trying to be on the right place on the map. And I think TL played well, you know, at that portion of the game last week. So, yeah, it's just something we're working on for the whole split, for sure.
Is there anything specific you'd be able to mention that maybe you were lacking last week that you put an emphasis on in scrims, like within the mid game, what you're trying to do?
I think we just weren't playing on tempo as much. We were just really not making use of our wave pushes, just our tempo in our lanes and in the jungle, and we were just defending plays pretty much the whole time, and yeah, not making our own plays. So it was hard to play the game for those like 5 minutes or 10 minutes, I don't know how long it was, of our last week's match.
Absolutely. Do you think that has anything to do with the 2 new roster moves? I know you guys haven't had a huge amount of time with Tactical and Loki, who are starting again for the second week in a row.
Yeah. We are still, you know, trying out with the roster, seeing what's best for us, and I don't know specifically what Dom like feels with the roster, so I'm not going to speak for him, but I know for today we're starting with Loki and Tactical, and we're going to try to win.
I appreciate it, Blabber. I'll let you get to it, and we're sent back to the lounge.
There we go.
It's super interesting to hear him talk about the tempo thing too, right? Because that to me is like support jungle are so important because they are dictating a lot of the pace of the game. Just to hear him say like, yeah, we're responding to a lot of plays instead of starting them. That's a big thing. Also asking about roster changes like, hey, look, here's where we're going with. I'm not going to speak for Dom.
I'm pretty surprised that they're running the same roster back from week 1 to week 2. I mean, especially if you're trying to like figure out between the 2 players in each role, which one works best for your team. Because like this meta is extremely fast paced. Yeah. You can't really get a good assessment based off just scrims alone. You need to know like what works on stage because the quality of games are so different. So I'm a little surprised by that.
Maybe it's just a 5-man roster.
Maybe.
We've only seen 5 so far, but what we want to know is out of C9's 7-man roster, who should they start? So we're going to all present a roster to you, and you guys spam in chat which roster is the best, and you know, whether it's going to be, you know, Raz's, mine, Emily's, or the roster that C9 has decided to start, which might be the same. So Emily, kick us off and let us know in chat who's winning, which roster.
All right, so this is my roster. Woo! I am standing by my assessment from last split. I actually really like the way the APA and Blabber can kind of complement each other, especially the way the APA can play for jungle. I also like there's some champ pool swapping that can go on between APA and Tactical. I really love that Tactical is back in the league. I actually think he's poised to do quite well despite the loss last week. And so yeah, this is, it's mainly focused on like mid-jungle synergy, but then yeah, I think I really want to give Tactical a chance because I think he was performing super well in NACL. And again, there's some of that champ pool swapping that can go on between APA and Tactical too.
And for me, it's funny because I have completely swapped that goal. I have Loki in mid lane, and I have Sven as AD carry. For me, Loki is incredibly flexible. So you're running it back. Well, no. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the whole roster. Yeah, you're just running last year's roster
back. Because Loki, the last time we saw him, incredibly flexible between melee mids and also the mages as well. I think people focus so much on his melee mids that they forget the fact that his Azir was his best pick that I think if you're talking about mages, I thought was better than APAs. So I think you need an explosive mid laner. He is your explosive mid laner. And from an AD carry, I want someone who is reliable, has a good idea of how to position in fights, and knows where to be on the map. And I think this year has been a little tougher for Sven, but historically, especially last year, was a very strong trait from him. So I would love to run this roster back.
Yeah, see, for me, I think change is definitely not a bad thing.
Yeah.
You know, so I was thinking, I was looking at the patch notes, I was seeing some Zach buffs. I was seeing that, you know, maybe we could use a bruiser in the top lane. Bruisers are pretty strong. Mid lane, I feel like, you know, right now, kind of along the lines of Emily, playing for your team, you know, roaming around, that can work pretty well.
What is this?
In bot lane, you need someone who looks great as Sivir. Absolutely incredible.
No. Okay.
So bring up my ideal C9 roster. This is what I'm pitching. And we need someone, it's a complex meta. We need someone who's going to be a second coach in game, someone with a notebook to help out Tom for his draft.
You are going to win this based on pure nostalgia factor.
Nostalgia? This is based on analysis.
Awful analysis.
Twitch chat. Okay. Have they gone to Worlds with either of your rosters?
No.
They went to Worlds with this roster?
Oh,
Look,
Ball's got a pentakill there.
My roster's been untested. Raz's roster did fail to make it to Worlds.
Well, we didn't get the full breadth of it. Loki had to go away. After his incredible Zeri game,
right.
he vanished like the Avatar.
I feel like we need to pull up Twitch chat or pull up the poll results. I'm
Okay.
sure Isaac is gonna win.
Well, no, he's
now.
not, because he didn't have much time to be able to defend his case.
Yeah,
What?
that's what I'm saying. He's winning based off of nostalgia.
C9 fans know no sneaky nowhere else. You know?
This is disgusting.
I'm picking this up just so I can throw it at you.
This is awful, awful pandering.
Yeah, and
This
he's winning.
is
He's
just-
only getting a higher percentage.
This is just
as
the
we
hard-hitting
speak.
analysis. The people want what the people want.
How am I not beating C9's
They
current
want
roster? What is even the C9 KLO
the
go
people
for?
yearn to return to 2013. And you
Yeah.
know what? I get it.
League Classic is back. Medios is streaming, you know. Get it in here.
Production is
53.
calling it.
Okay.
We need to get
Production's
Raz's
calling it
numbers
already.
lower.
Where are my
what?
Razzers at? Where? Come on, raise the number. Razz the numbers. This is
All right,
insane.
between
You know
the
I'm
real
right.
rosters, I won.
You know I'm
What
right.
do you mean? This is a real roster.
I will say C9 roster decisions in the past have been incredibly unpopular and successful, and I feel like I aligned with those decisions.
Taking off the glasses
cope
for
is
this.
crazy.
You're
Wow.
booing me, but I'm right.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's good. Okay, damn.
Yeah, well, Isaac, you win this time.
We don't have a trophy
I'm
for
not
you.
happy about it.
Nothing is being won really
case you
here.
couldn't tell.
All right, I want you to know that.
Pride. Accomplishment.
Yeah.
Legacy.
Oh, jeez.
Dynasty. Kings.
Sounds like that origin.
Yeah, wrong region, buddy.
Roster meme. Let's pull up predictions.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh.
All right.
Okay.
I'm giving Dig a game just because I feel like C9 looked pretty shaky last
Okay.
week, and I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to actually bounce back after that. I feel like if there is a chance for Dig to actually win a game, it would be early on in the season, and I'm hoping that they can get it together because it just makes the league more exciting.
Meanwhile, I think they were shaky, but again, like I said, against one of our top teams, and I think they figure it out this week and come out really strong.
It's actually so tough because in the past, literally last split. What am I saying? Literally last split, where Dignitas is literally taking games constantly off the top teams. They took games off of Team Liquid, Lion, C9.
They're good for one.
They're good for one. They'll always take one, and at some point, they're going to take two. They're going to take both games.
Listen, buddy, you need to settle down.
Yeah,
No, I'm gonna stand up. This is the perfect time to stand up. I'm sorry, Belbeth, because at some point the win is gonna happen, and now is better than ever. Like, I gotta stand back right into the bushes because at this point you already see the one win that happened earlier on. I think it's Palafox Summer. I think you're right, Glass Dig. I think you're on the point. I think you're on the money. Meanwhile, Cloud9, since the last time we had a conversation with them, took a loss. And I feel like even though you have a glass jaw from Dignitas side, you have a glass ego on Cloud9 side. So like, yes, since 2020, 2 to 29.
That's all they need. They just need two.
But Rez,
just need to.
They've done it.
Wasn't your prediction C9 2-0?
Yeah, and you know what my damn history also says? that I'm ready to flip-flop. I can't take this up. I'm ready to flip-flop. So I'm changing that prediction up, and I'm going to give it 2 to Dig, because why not us? Why not? Let's send it to the damn games and let's prove me right. Go, go, go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's week 2 here of the LCS. We got 4 teams that won last week. We got 4 teams that lost. And today, those 4 teams that lost will return to battle for that first win of the Summer Split.
Yeah, as Raz said, statistically, 2 of these teams will win today.
Yes.
But we know who the favorites are. We know it's going to be
100%.
C9 and FlyQuest because it's Dig and DSG that are also playing today. But Raz flip-flopped at the last moment, betting on the streak breakers. I mean, Dignitas, the last series they won was in lock-in against Shopify Rebellion in the first Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl.
It was ultimate.
First regular season game that C9 lost, was last week to Team Liquid. So maybe we're in the mood to break some streaks.
We could have those opposite trajectories intersecting at a very interesting series. Of course, that is going to be first up. Later on today, we will also have Disguise taking on FlyQuest. That's going to be another battle of a team that people have expectations for coming into summer. The FlyQuest have said they have expectations of themselves coming into summer to head to Worlds. Disguise obviously has their own very high motivation to be as good as they can be, considering they're going to have to play in the potential relegation match at the end of summer no matter what. So that one will be exciting. But C9 versus Dig, you already said it. Dignitas has been sailing through rough waters here in 2026.
Yes, they have.
Only series win back in lock-in, and now going up against a C9 that, I'm not going to lie, they've got to be pissed off. They came into summer, they lost their first game. It's that first regular series loss in a while like you're talking about. C9's got to be a little bit wounded and a little bit angry to try to get back and have that same sort of presence here in the league that they'd expect.
And I think a lot of motivation is specifically for the players that weren't on the roster in spring. So Tactical and Loki are getting the start for the 2nd week in a row. A lot of times when you have these 7-man rosters, it's lose, switch, did you win, stick with it. But I think C9 smartly realizes the difference in the strength of opponent. In week 1, Team Liquid was playing, I think, very well.
Yeah.
And they were the 2nd place team from spring. So that's not necessarily an expected win, even if you'd like to have it. I feel like if Loki and Tactical lose to Dignitas, there's a good chance we're seeing some APA or some Sven in week 3.
No, absolutely. And that's the reality of when you are one of these teams who's been at the bottom of the standings, right? Like Shopify, Dignitas, Disguise, pretty much everybody has those in their bottom 3 on the power rankings, I feel like, with the exception of Kangas, because he's always got to try to throw that Shopify ball all the way down the field. We've got, I mean, come on, that's what he's doing. But we always have this expectation where this should be one of the games that you are expected to win, especially if you're one of the teams like Cloud9 that's always in that conversation near the top. Of course, Dignitas, they did manage to pull off that kind of crazy comeback in game number 1 of their series last week. So if they can manage to channel a little bit more of that energy, at least in the second half of the game.
What's your take on Palafox Summer?
Palafox Summer, the clouds rolled in pretty quick on the bright, shining sun there in Palafox Summer. But I do have to admit, I think that first game that Palafox played against Sentinels last week was the best I've seen him play in a very, very long time. As someone who had an injured hand for a week after Energy managed to take out G2 in the 2023 Worlds performance.
Yeah.
I really have always wanted to see Palafox get back to that level, and I just remember the play underneath the tier 2 turret in the top side when he's on the Orianna and he's getting dove, he's standing away from everyone else, he does the shockwave on top of himself and then flashes in the animation to catch one of the Sentinels players and then get the kill in what otherwise could have been a disaster. That's the kind of aggressive and forward thinking that good Palafox has that struggling Palafox doesn't.
It's always hard to get a read on how good Palafox is going to be on the day because the general community sentiment is that he's not good, is the feeling. And a lot of the games look that way. But when he talked to me before this series, saying that he needs to focus on himself, and specifically in that Orianna game, he actually thought he was playing overly selfish. But at the same time, like, there were moments where Xe was fighting in River, and Palafox just ignored him. I'm going to stick in lane, I'm going to farm up, I'm going to hit my items, and when he hit his items, he could carry team fights. But in the future games, he was getting all pulled around the map. Oh, I burned my flash on this Raptor invade. Oh, I was trying to help out here, and the game falls away. So it seems like that is definitely going to be his effort today, is to be that selfish KDA player in the hopes of winning. Also, for the chat that's wondering when the games are starting, we're actually going to get into game just as fast as we normally would.
Yeah.
There were some audio issues on stage, so the teams are drafting in the team rooms, and then they're going to be moving to stage, and as soon as everyone's in their chairs, this draft is going to fly, because draft has been decided. We haven't seen the draft yet. The players just did it, and then we'll get into game quite quickly.
Exactly. There were some issues with the coaches being able to communicate with the teams effectively, drafting with the stage draft, so they're doing them behind the scenes right now. It's not like these drafts were done earlier on in the week, something like that. No. But as soon as the players sit down, we'll be able to lock in the champions very, very quickly, get ourselves onto the Rift very, very swiftly. And you can see right there, the man on your screen, we got Denethor coming in for Dignitas. This is the change that they made in the downtime. I don't really like calling it off-season because we're still mid-season, even though it's between splits. So this is the answer for Dignitas after having a disappointing result for their spring split. Obviously, you don't want to be one of the first two teams out in winter and in spring. Now coming into summer, they're saying, okay, we're going to bring Denethor in. This should be able to raise the overall level of communication on the team, hopefully get everybody on the same page, because we've seen Dignitas have some solid early games before. We've seen them take individual games off of top teams, but it seems like they can never put enough together long enough to really get the series win.
It's true. So many series where they win that one game and then fall apart. And I want to see if Denethor is a little bit calmer today. We got to listen to him on pros after his debut week in the LCS, and I thought he did pretty well for a debut week. But he even mentioned in his game one on Jace, at one point he just built 2 Rectrixes. Because that just happens, right? You're nervy on stage, you're a little bit out of your element, and you can double purchase items occasionally. Actually way more common than you would think. A lot of times either we don't notice or the players don't mention it afterwards. But he can be calmer today. The unfortunate part, though, is he's laning into Thanatos, who is the best top lane laner in the entire league.
Yeah, not an easy assignment. We talked a little bit about it on the show last week about how he went through the kind of rookie ritual that somehow a lot of LCS top laners go through when they're being initiated into the league of playing up against Impact. Obviously, people have had different criticisms of Impact throughout this year, not being at his peak performance compared to previous times. But I feel like if you're looking at most difficult top lane opponents right now in the LCS, people are going to say Thanatos. They're going to say Morgan after Morgan stepped up significantly, I think, during MSI. Like, he gave some very powerful performances. Yeah. Even before that, back in spring, I know myself and a lot of other people had Morgan at number 2, like in the all-pro voting and things like that. But Thanatos remains really high up there. And for Denethor, we can't be buying 2 Rectrixes if you want to keep up with somebody like Thanatos.
That would be potentially a bigger mistake to make against Thanatos than against anybody else. Although, last week, Big Dokes called Gatko's top 2 and then smashed him. So he's trying to create a little bit of debate up at the top over on the line side.
Or is that just the 400 IQ play of saying, yeah, obviously this guy's top level. Oh, yeah. What do you mean I just smacked him around? Like, oh, I guess I'm just that much better.
It's gamesmanship. I actually think G2 is a top 3 team in the world. So the fact that Lion 3-0'd them is even more impressive.
Like, we really just got to be in the conversation for top 2 at this point. All right, we have finally made our way onto the stage now. Again, this draft was just completed in the team rooms beforehand, so players are now just locking in the results of that draft that has already happened. That is why everything is going so quickly. You can see it was Bard, Cassio, and Poppy banned out by Dig. C9 getting rid of Orianna, Vi, and Jace. Dig's first 3 picks. We've got the Lucian Melio bot lane duo alongside Jarvan for some power in the jungle, while C9 is going to run Ezreal and Ryze for some carry potential, and then Lee Sin for Blabber.
Quick analysis already. Neither team opting to go with mage bot lane. part of that is just because of the order of the draft. Ezreal is great into Jarvan, and also Tactical played Ezreal in game 1 last series, so it's a high priority pick for them. Lucian Melio, very strong lane to play into that. And then the Rise is just a Loki special that they want to be able to play the map with well in the mid game.
All right, second half of those bans has already flown by as Vayne and Nautilus are removed from the pool by Dignitas, and Syndra and Annie are also taken out here by C9, who will lock in that support Camille for themselves. I know that earlier this week you made a YouTube video that I saw got a lot of traction, just talking about the state of bot lane mages, talking about the state of why AD carries aren't very happy. I know that support Camille has been a big point of contention in the community recently because of how much she can throw a wrench into the game overall if she gets going. But Nara's locked in for Dig. They're going to put Palafox on the Twisted Fate. And over on C9's side, Jack, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that is a top lane Corki.
That is a top lane Corki. So if people are willing to play AD carries top it like Vayne into Gnar, why not play little old Corki into Gnar?
The Corkster.
I actually think it can work. It's still going to outrange the auto attack of Mini Gnar, and you're going to be able to land some really aggressive trades, and then when he hits Mega, maybe you can just Valk away. I really want to see if Thanatos can stomp with this. The problem, though, is if the Twisted Fate gets a little bit ahead, because he could end that Corki in a side lane. TFs love volatile lane matchups, so it's going to be really important that C9's mid-jungle can put Palafox down in the early game so Palafox can't then go win the side lanes.
And I'm glad you're talking about this because I feel like the Twisted Fate being locked in goes back perfectly to the conversation that we were having about where do you put the balance between playing for team and playing selfishly when you're Palafox, when you had that good game 1 last week, because you don't play Twisted Fate to say, I'm the Chad, I'm the anime protagonist, I'm going to win the game myself.
It's interesting.
You do it to enable your team, but at the same time, if Twisted Fate falls behind, he's good for kind of nothing?
It's a little bit contradictory to what Palafox said, to be completely honest, because you do need to be reliant on your team as Twisted Fate. You can watch the map and you can see things going, but if those lanes aren't in volatile states that you can impact, you can't impact the lanes. TF can't just ult in to some Mega Gnar that's at full, or some Corki that has the Gnar down to 10% health and expect anything good to happen.
Yeah, I'm very interested for how this Corki is going to go. Perhaps Thanatos is the answer to the prayers of AD carry players all over the server that are sick of being pushed out of their own lane. Maybe the answer is to simply put them more in top side. We'll see how it goes down. Junglers are starting at their own respective Raptor camps, so should be pathing towards opposite sides of the rift as we get going.
Yeah, I just think this is rather interesting. The Balance team has already said that they're going to be buffing AD carries a little bit in future patches. And I do actually wonder if that has something to do with the teams going back to AD carries now, because so many, Emily had some stats on this, when it's actually been AD carry versus mage, Emily tracked all the tier 1 from the start of the year.
Okay.
In those specific matchups, the AD carries had like a 36% win rate.
Ooh.
Or sorry, the mages had a 36%.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, that's really bad for the AD carries.
Apologies. That totally wrong stat.
Okay.
The mages were losing almost 2/3 of the games, but when you watch a lot of these AD carries play mages, they're just not comfortable on it. But if they're already uncomfortable on it, and then Riot says we're going to be nerfing it anyway, a lot of teams will just drop it. No need to continue practicing it. So there's maybe a little bit of that going on here. Either way, I do expect Vulcan to try and impact this lane early and then leave.
Yeah, exactly. Camille does not get drafted to sit in the lane and play a traditional style of League of Legends. Especially, I feel like when you have a jungler like Lee Sin that can be so effective at making things happen in the early game. Happy if they do happen correctly, but you want to work together with that Lee Sin, particularly like you're talking about. I expect Palafox to be a point of great focus for C9 because attacking the Twisted Fate and setting him behind, making it so he does not feel comfortable enabling those other lanes like you were talking about, trying to go up top and ruin this Corki's plan. If Twisted Fate is so far behind that he cannot bear to lose the 2 waves mid if he tries to do a play in one of the side lanes, you're feeling a lot better.
And already, they just toggle the Fog of War. The support is here, supporting the mid lane. A level 2 Vulcan is lying in wait, maybe hoping to get a support or a summoner spell, but I'm just going to have to go back and meet up with his Ezreal in lane.
Exactly. Palafox playing safe, recognizes that Camille is not in bottom lane, does not want to get caught unawares. Rune Prison into a hook shot is a very long amount of CC for just 2 spells, so going to stay cautious on that one. We can see junglers securing both of their respective crabs at pretty much the exact same time as Blabber will move through mid lane here. You can see XU stepping up, throwing down the ward in the brush next to Blabber's chickens.
Hello.
XU is going to get spotted out there, so Blabber knows he's around. Sonic Wave Resonating Strike hits. XU just has to walk away, losing out on the trade.
Yeah, push him out of river, but all camps were still respawning. Now he's actually looking to cross. They might end up trading Raptors here as XU's going to do an evade, but with the additional support, it could be good for C9 if they ended up fighting. I think XU's going to get this for free, though.
Yep, it looks like that's the call here for XU. C9 recognizing, hey, we know what XU wants to do. Let's just take his chickens back, and if for some reason he wants to try to defend them, well, Vulcan's already here, and there's no way that Dignitas is going to prevail in that situation. So now, chicken camps traded. XU still in enemy jungle.
Yeah.
You can see the pings coming out, though. C9 recognizing that they might have an opportunity to try to punish here. The ping did come down on the bush XU was originally in, so he steps into a different brush. Ooh. He does manage to get out just in time. If Blabber would have found him there, that would have been tragedy for the Dignitas jungler, but XU exfiltrates the hot zone.
Yeah, nicely done there by XU. Gets away with one a little bit. Will this be able to go bot and clear his Krugs at pretty much the same timing as Blabber, but has an extra health crystal because of the extra trip to base? Small victories.
And top side here, let's check back in with our quirky counter pick as he just bounced forward. Thanatos going in after Denethor. One more shot would take him down, but he does not have the chance to do it because Denethor flashes away. So plus summoner spell now for Thanatos. Denethor going to be much more vulnerable as now Thanatos can just go ahead, take his recall. Teleport's available for both of our top laners to get right back into the lane.
Yeah, that was all about the wave state at that time. So getting to teleport back in to make sure this wave crashes, and also the fact that Thanatos is in base. I believe Denethor is going to be able to get this in the nick of time because you can see the Camille running up as well, and he hits level 6. So pretty clutch that Denethor was able to flash out of that one, even though Thanatos did a good job punishing and getting the flash early.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how this Corki plays going further into the game. We don't really have anything else happening across the map right now. Our first Drake has spawned. Mountain Drake, though, generally more time-consuming to take than the others just because of the innate tankiness of the objective itself. But you can see we do have some focus around this bottom side of the map right now for C9. The next crab has spawned, and Blabber has control over the area as Vulcan, again, just shadowing this Lee Sin, making sure Blabber is free to do as he pleases as the Dragon's Rage is unlocked and Blabber begins the objective.
Yeah, so no crab fight in this one. Blabber just able to take it. I'd say it's been an interesting early game to watch because it feels like Vulcan has just never been in lane, but he hasn't made anything largely positive happen yet, and Tactical hasn't been heavily punished yet as he continues to pressure XU.
Okay, Vulcan does find a quick hookshot stun onto XU there, just trying to harass him as he takes his own chicken camp. Meanwhile, C9 securing that Drake, no contest from Dignitas, and that's the power that the extra crab camp was able to buy for Blabber, hitting the level 6 before XU has it. It just makes that potential 1v1 scenario a nightmare for XU. He moves up again to just take a look towards the enemy Raptor camp, but since Blabber is there, again, it's level 5 versus level 6. The Jarvan wants nothing to do with this.
Yeah, that seemed very risky. Running in towards Blabber, if the Camille was anywhere near, would have been an absolute disaster. So Loki's just going to be able to collect these fruits in the river, stay at full health, keep Palafox pushed in, and I believe they're just going to continue kind of holding these wave states and keeping this Palafox under his turret.
Yeah, Palafox, level 7 here on the Twisted Fate. You can see he's got Catalyst in inventory, so I guess we are going to be seeing more of like that Rod of Ages style build, not one of the riskier builds that just will have more of your potential utility tools early on. Rod of Ages just giving him that extra survivability for things like the Camille, like the Lee Sin that's going to be diving towards you. You're going to need that extra defensive power, as Dignitas still have just a very, very small gold lead overall. When you take into consideration all of the lanes put together, their biggest leads are down there in the bottom lane just because FBI and Ignar have been working together well on this tried and true Lucian Melio combo for some lane dominance. Obviously, Palafox has a gold lead of his own, but that's kind of a fake gold lead because it's built into the Twisted Fate kit.
Fake gold, Vulcan makes yet another visit in the mid lane. This time Ignar is matching it out of base. Vulcan not that concerned that he's a level behind Ignar because there is some very generous catch-up experience in the game currently. I can get into a little bit more of that later and get a big deep dive on it that'll be during the waiting room tomorrow. But here we got Grubbies, could have a big fight.
Okay, XU has already started up grub number 1, but C9 is sending multiple men to the battlefield. See what they might be able to find here. XU tries to get over the wall, but a Realm Warp is coming in. XU has already used his escape mechanisms, gets kicked over the wall, however, so Blabber sends XU away. Both junglers survive with about 400 HP to speak of. Blabber with a flashback over the wall. Now Vulcan's in danger, Culling coming out. First blood over to Palafox, deals him a losing hand, and Dignitas do a great job responding to C9 in their faces, coming out on top in the trade, taking a kill. Now they're going to go back for the grubs. FBI's got to be a little bit careful here against Thanatos, but it's Denethor making his way up into the top lane. Thanatos has already used the Valk to get away. Denethor gets the wall up. Meganar back into the wall, hits him with a boulder toss. However, they don't have enough damage to secure the kill. They will at least get the flash back out of Thanatos. Meanwhile, XU going to pick up all 3 grubs and the Scuttle Crab here on the top side. Dignitas is feeling really good after that.
I mean, that was such a good fight for Dignitas. As much as I was mentioning how the catch-up experience isn't going to matter that much for the support, when it's a level 6 versus a level 5 support, it makes a big difference because watch, they try and burst XU as much as possible, but Ignar with the level 6 heals, ults, keeps XU alive, and then because they committed everything into trying to kill the Jarvan, the rest of the team can just collapse. FBI's there before Ezreal is, and Palafox teleports in for that first blood.
So, let me ask. Thoughts on, because FBI had the culling trained on him. Vulcan already flashed. He had no way out. Those bullets would have found him. Do you like the gold more on Palafox for the playmaking across the map, or do you like it more on FBI just for the Lucian that's already hard winning the lane?
I think depending on who you ask, you're going to get a different answer for this. If an AD carry player, they want the gold. I like having it on Twisted Fate because if you can actually get ahead of the game on Twisted Fate and start threatening, like actually being able to push out the Ryze or the Corki in side lane, it completely warps the map. Like the Lucian Melio, I think is still going to be able to get 2v2 prio in mid lane based on how that lane is happening, whether or not he gets the kill. But I think if Palafox can get to that Rod of Ages earlier and start getting pushed in side lanes, it's going to make a huge difference on the game.
Particularly when champions like to build Rod of Ages as their first item. I love to see them start off with an extra 1 kill, 2 kills. You know, obviously anybody wants to get as many kills as possible early on in the game, but when we're considering the actual opportunity cost of giving it to someone else, getting yourself to that Roa power spike faster just feels that much more impactful. As you can see, Palafox making that purchase around 10.5 minutes into the game. So at around 20 minutes and 30 seconds, that'll tick over to the 10 stacks, give him the extra +1 on the levels, and we'll make sure that we remember that for 10 minutes from now to see how impactful that spike really becomes. But Dignitas up 1,000 gold as a team right now. 20 seconds until the next Drake spawns, and Blabber is already on the scene.
But I do wonder, is this going to be Palafox Summer, or is it going to be Palafox Game 1? Because last week, Palafox Game 1 was actually incredible.
It was really nice.
In Game 2 and 3. And, you know, just saying, you got to get these positive Dignitas points out while you can. Palafox is looking good so far.
Palafox is looking good.
He absorbed the ganks from Camille. He's got the first blood. He's in a good state in this game.
The sun is shining bright, but let's see if all 9 clouds roll in and try to blot it out here, as they do have control over this bot side river still. They're going to go ahead and start up the Drake. Ignar, XU, FBI, all approaching, not particularly swiftly. Loki's going to make his way over here on the Ryze now as well. Cozy Campfire already been used. Vulcan diving in here with a hook shot, tries to go in after FBI, who is fighting back. Vulcan gets bursted down first. FBI still staying alive for now. Slowly burning away, but he stays alive, flashing out from Thanatos, but Loki ends up getting the kill. Now XU's going to be picked up. C9 have grabbed themselves a couple of kills, but they did lose Vulcan. It's a 2-1 trade going Cloud9's way as Denethor gets a max range boomerang here with a tactical, looking to chase that Cloud9 80 carry down even further. Dignitas now stepping forward with Palafox and Ignar together. Palafox going to go ahead and complete his quest in the middle of the scuffle. Blabber down to 400 HP, trying to get himself away.
Whoa.
There's Denethor going in for the Meganar into the wall up. A little bit more damage onto Thanatos. Ain't quite going to find him, and now Denethor's got to be careful. Palafox looking for the gold card, finds it onto Blabber. Wild cards fly out, and he finds another kill. Now Ignar's going to try to get away, but Tactical fires off a true shot barrage that goes a little wide. Palafox is trapped in Rune Prison, and it's a life sentence. Loki goes on a killing spree. Cloud9's up 4-3.
They get the kill advantage in that fight, but Drake is still alive. That was a very aggressive recontest by Dignitas there because it was actually a 3v4, but Dignitas tried to use the timing of the Meganar to make this turn happen. We're going to watch the original engage, which was very brute force from C9. It's the second time they've just tried to straight Camille ult into Ryze ult, and doing that into Melio can actually be very dangerous. However, Thanatos comes in at the end, manages to pick up the kill, and the extra sustained damage from having 280 carries I think really prevailed here. And then here's the re-engage. Big reach for them, but they really just don't quite have the damage. They didn't miss anything in that engage. Luckily, Palafox does actually get Blabber with the tail end of these wild cards, but Vulcan had actually then respawned, and it kind of becomes a 3v5 at that point, and he eventually falls.
Yep. Very, very good to grab the kill onto Lee. Otherwise, that feels kind of disastrous. Unfortunately, that extra 100 HP on Thanatos is the difference between feeling really good about a play and feeling like it was all right, I guess. Denethor now under pressure, 1 versus 3. How does he navigate these situations? Goes for the wall up onto the wave, but no, sir. Not enough damage just yet. Does get one back. Eventually, though, that turret heated up quick enough to make that a 1-for-1 trade. Vulcan drops again, trades his life for Denethor. C9 still up about 1,000 gold.
And here's actually a really interesting thing about catch-up experience right there. Since he had a 3-level advantage on Vulcan, he's getting 40% less experience for that kill, which is already less experience because he killed a level 7. Meanwhile, Vulcan gets 40% more experience for that kill assist.
He's so high.
Because he killed him. So it's like a super good trade up from the catch-up mechanics, even if getting 1 kill in a 3-for-1 dive feels kind of good. He got barely anything for it. Not only was Vulcan low experience, he was also already 0-2, so he's not even worth gold. It has actually like a good death for Vulcan.
And looking at experience across the board, you can see in 4 out of 5 roles, we are essentially tied with nearly equal standings in EXP. The exception is the top lane, where Thanatos is a level and change above Denethor here with his Corki, as now danger in the bottom lane for Palafox is likely to be yet another kill. Yeah. It's another death for Vulcan, but he does not care. It's what you're talking about. I'm level 7, you're level 11. We're both dead. My funeral service is better.
Yeah, he gave over 183 gold to Palafox. Who cares? And like no experience. Essentially, he's worth like 2 cannon minions, or sorry, 2 melee minions of experience when he dies there because of the 4-level gap. That's a 60% reduction in experience for Palafox on killing Vulcan. It's crazy.
Yeah, that is just easy. Vulcan is happy to keep throwing himself into the blender over and over and over again. It's Vulcan soup, and unfortunately, it's the only thing Dignitas have to eat. It's not particularly tasty, as we've got the Rift Herald started up here by Dignitas now. Remember, they already secured 1 of the 2 Drakes and all 3 of the Grubs, so they are leading in neutral objective control thus far, but Blabber's going in, potentially looking to make a play. However, it's C9 well warping onto the left side immediately of the Herald. Gold card back onto Blabber. He takes a big chunk of damage, loses about 2/3. Herald is going to lose all its patience. So back to full HP goes Shelly. C9 and Blabber still hanging around for now, but they decide to disengage it with Blabber chunked out.
Yeah, Blabber's going to want to heal up a little bit on that jungle. And it's kind of crazy. Like, that gold lead just expanded right there because Vulcan's deaths meant nothing, and the kills that C9 was getting meant something. So suddenly, they're up like 2,000 gold because they were getting plates and turrets off of those dives as well. And suddenly, they're in like a really good mid-game state.
Yeah, and this is 2,500 gold lead now with that turret that just got taken as you were making the 2,000 gold point. And remember, this is 2,500 gold lead that's actually smaller than it would initially appear. It's the same thing that we were talking about earlier with, we're like, yeah, Palafox has a gold lead, but it's kind of fake. That also means that the enemy gold lead, you kind of have to bump it up a little bit because the gold is built into Twisted Fate's kit as part of how he's balanced. So this really feels like about a 300 gold lead, or 3,000, excuse me, gold lead for C9.
And Loki being at 4-0 is excellent for C9's game. It means he's going to be able to continue to not only have good sustained damage to team bites, but also be able to win on side. And everyone is really, this feels like a bit of a call to Crab to me. It's a worthless mid-game Crab, minute 30 seconds till Drake, but everyone is there just in case.
They know. They know. Blabber is on the side of the map with a Crab. There's always potential for something to happen. Nothing will happen this time around as C9 secures that one without Dignitas doing much about it. We do have that same gold lead here still for C9. Another 75 seconds, though, and the next Drake of the game will spawn. Only 1-to-1 on Drakes, so truly, this next one does not matter. Nobody's going to feel an extreme amount of pressure if you give this away. So I think particularly for Dignitas, when you're 3,000 gold down 17 minutes into the game, a fight on neutral territory, a fair fight, can feel very daunting. It might be an easy one to just say, nah, we'll try again 5 minutes from now.
It's true, and I do think that it's a weird mix of team compositions here, right? Because a lot of times you'd say the Enchanter support will win front-to-back fights. as FBI tries to really burn everything to kill Tactical. However, the Enchanter team is the team with Twisted Fate, who's then not as good in front-to-back fights. So I think the front-to-back fights end up being pretty even, as Loki's very strong.
Yeah, Loki's strong. XU already lost half HP here, and he might lose even more. Last overload doesn't quite find him. Blabber jumps back over the wall, trying to get himself away. However, the immediate disengage with the Dragon's Rage. Blabber rejoins the rest of C9. And now they will head right back into that Herald pit yet again. 18 minutes on the clock, and Herald's still not taken. Pretty late timer overall, to be quite honest, as Denethor and Palafox are going to step up. Vulcan goes in. Denethor taken very low. He has no Narbar. XU's in the middle of everybody, but he just immediately dies. The Hex Tech ultimatum traps him inside as Thanatos makes his way forward, but is immediately stopped there with a gold card. C9 are going to get that objective as well as take XU off the rift.
Yeah, really well-played fight there by Vulcan. He dodged the big engage from Dignitas with his ultimate, because I understand why Dignitas was at least looking for a fight there. They had mid-prio, and Tactical was essentially cut off, but without Lucian's culling, a little bit difficult to actually play at the correct range, and XU ends up dying for it.
Yep, XU out of there also means that there's no opportunity for Dignitas to try to take the Dragon while C9 were on their recall after the Rift Herald play. So C9 can go ahead, go back, heal up, make their purchases. You can see Sundered Sky and Eclipse, 2 fully completed items now for Blabber, as C9 can head back out onto the map. The Dragon's still available to fight for. And so once more, Dignitas are in the spot where it's like, okay, do we really want to fight for this? And the answer is probably no, as the bottom lane tier 1 also knocked down by Loki as he continues pushing forward.
Yeah, he's going to be completing his Seraphs soon as well. Actualizer will likely be item 3, so Loki's starting to take control of the side waves here. Dignitas, I think, has no business contesting this Drake, but Thanatos goes in.
Yeah, because remember, FBI had already used his flash earlier to force the flash out of Tactical. You had mentioned it. So they see the opportunity. Thanatos goes in, tries to full send after FBI. That last rocket doesn't hit him, so FBI stays alive thanks to his barrier. But C9 continues trying to keep the pressure on Dignitas here. They're going to immediately summon up the Rift Herald in mid lane. The charge plus the extra damage from Ezreal alongside Lee Sin will get this thing very low. Might not be able to finish it off here entirely just yet, as XU is around to defend. We'll go ahead and walk away, head towards the Scuttle Crab now. As topside, you can see Palafox at least took the tier 1 out up there, but it's still a 3,000 gold lead for C9. Palafox is about to hit 10 stacks here on his Rod of Ages. 20 minutes, 30 seconds. I said we would check in and see how impactful that is. And unfortunately, there's nothing to fight for right now, so it's not like this is happening right as there's about to be a dragon fight, right as there's about to be a big play. So it doesn't ultimately end up being as powerful as it could have been with that early gold on Palafox converting into an earlier Rod.
Definitely not. And I want to go back to what I talked to Blabber about before the game, where they said last week against Team Liquid, kind of the 15 to 20 minute stage of the game, they just weren't playing with their tempo well. And I think they are playing much better with their tempo here. So even that last sequence, like, yes, Palafox was getting the top lane turret for free, but then what did Cloud9 get in return? They broke bottom, they took Drake, they were one true shot barrage or one big one away from killing FBI in mid lane, and they collected a bunch of plates. So they collected the mid and the bot side of the map for the numbers advantage that was created by Palafox not being there. And it's just like the continuous run of plays like that, a lot of them were just Vulcan sacrificing his life over and over again, ended up being very positive for them overall.
And I feel like that's something that we see a lot, particularly when we play against, okay, never mind, hold on, we don't have time for that. Loki getting dove on here. The burst of the Cloud9 mid laner is good. Shutdown credit over to XU as Dignitas make their move. They spring the trap, and the kill onto Loki is worth a lot of money.
You can have all the tempo in the world, but if you walk in 1v5, you're still going to lose.
Yeah,
so
I numbers game.
Got a little bit lost at the very start of that to see how Loki was there, because I feel like the TF ult came in even after the fact, like after they had already been killing Loki. So big misplay there for a Rise that was in a very fed state.
Yeah, we're going to have to go back, take another look at that one here in a moment or so. But Loki certainly not going to be happy with that outcome. Almost had his level 10, or 10 stack, excuse me, there on the Rod of Ages for the extra level, as Ignar will be forced to flash away. Vulcan continuing to put on pressure here with these Camille hook shots. And unfortunately for Dignitas, the kill is really just a kill. They don't translate it into a whole lot else across the map, but here's the pick. Oh, this was... Oh, that is a terrible route.
He's in there.
Wow, that is...
Yeah, ooh, potentially he thought that they were going to overcommit, and then they had like a 4v4.
Oh, take a deep breath, Vic. I feel like you're pressuring everyone a lot.
Vic is FBI right there, so XU trying to keep the team a little bit calm there. It was after a winning fight, but it was actually FBI who created that play in the first place. We'll have to track how well they play together for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and that Loki realm orb, I don't know, man. I gotta criticize.
Not good.
Yeah, no, I gotta criticize it. I definitely feel like even if you were thinking maybe they're gonna overcommit here, the send your Rise in alone on an infiltration mission just feels a little overzealous. We'll call it audacious, perhaps.
It's always one of those things like when someone makes a really in play, I can still kind of guess what they were thinking was going to happen.
Right,
It
yeah.
doesn't make it good.
You can be like, all right, I can see a world where maybe 1 in 100 times this works out or whatever.
Yeah.
But I don't really think it's the play, as Tactical eats a lot of damage there from the culling, does have to use his flash to get away, but now Vulcan may be the sacrifice instead. No! C9 with a beautiful job, turning it right back around onto XU as the True Shot Barrage flies through, finds damage onto the Dignitas carries. Now that one I can at least say, all right, I see what you were trying to do. You didn't quite have the damage. It turns around and gets punished instead.
Yeah, that's happened a couple of times with XU when trying to kill Vulcan right there. Hextech Ultimatum buying a lot of time, then also the Camille passive giving him that shield, not to mention the Sundered Sky. It just makes him sneakily tanky. And then since XU dove beyond the area with which his team could follow up, he ends up falling again. That would have been a really big pick for them, but now XU no Cataclysm, and likely won't even make it back for the spawn of Drake, as Palafox kind of just seems like he's going to take care of himself here, get some gold in the top lane. I don't think they're going to be able to contest this Drake.
Yeah, Palafox still working towards that rapid fire cannon, and it's a big utility power spike for Twisted Fate. The amount of pick potential you have kind of skyrockets once you have the item, so that might be the opportunity that Dignitas is waiting on to start making some plays. Fortunately,
We can look. Yeah. Can we look to send it on mid here? Yeah, okay, force it E.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Looking mid, looking mid, looking mid.
Hat flash.
Can be good.
Yeah, I'm just.
I'm gonna ult Camille. Guys.
Nice. Oh, he's dead. Good. Wait. Looking forward now.
I pushed top.
Yeah. Nice.
We rage
Nice.
bait.
W rage bait.
Bait.
Okay.
Kill the Ezreal! Rage bait!
You can always count on C9 to have whatever the current meme brain rot meta is.
Yeah.
C9's going to be on top of it. That is one of our long-standing traditions here in the LCS. But, okay, Palafox with Rapid Fire Cannon, this could be what they're looking for. What I was saying before the comms is it actually pays off really well for Dignitas getting one of those early first 2 dragons because it means Cloud9 doesn't have Soul now, and Dignitas did not have to fight before they had their Rapid Fire Cannon available.
Yep, and there's not really a tank on the side of C9, so
Yeah.
whoever you gold card, as long as you don't hard commit,
And there it is.
something
Flash
happening.
gold card coming out. They're going after Tactical, but the follow-up damage isn't there. Vulcan's doing a great job body blocking, but no, Tactical does finally die. Vulcan going to be your next target now as XU flashes over the wall, keeping himself alive at the same time. Palafox does die on the Dignitas side. Denethor moving forward. Goes in for Loki. Meganar with a wall of follow-up. That Seraph's Embrace isn't going to matter. The sweet embrace of the fountain is all that awaits the mid laner for C9. Dignitas, I said, is rapid fire cannon going to be what does it? And sure enough, it is. Palafox with the flash engage, the rest of the team ready to follow up, and Dig get a pretty big win.
they collect 3-4-1. Let's watch this one more time as Palafox just flash, stuns, XU does hard commit in, and then Palafox re-engages as XU finishes him off. Honestly, that follow-up from Palafox, what actually cost them? They had the kill clean. As the fight continues, though, Denethor with beautiful Meganar timing flashes to get the stun and the CC lock onto Loki to make it 3-4-1. I think they could have tried to force Baron there, but Blabber would have had the potential to steal it. Instead, they just keep their tempo, they counter jungle, and they're back to fight again.
Yeah, I think Baron's probably scary with XU being as low as he was and Blabber being there like you're saying. Denethor, though, also in a scary spot. About to go Mega. Needs a little bit more time. Wallop immediately into the Meganar, putting a lot of damage into Blabber, but as soon as Thanatos arrives, any hope dies. C9 finally get that one. I'm going to call that a 2.5 V1 because Thanatos only shows up at the very end, but it still certainly counts. So they'll get that pick there onto Denethor. That is 40 seconds without the Gnar.
Yeah, the other thing that counts, though, is Palafox burned his TP to support that play.
Ooh.
If Palafox was just playing for himself there, that top wave would be into the turret, and they'd be able to at least keep the tempo with how much C9 invested in that kill. With Palafox going down there, though, C9 is going to take much more control of the map.
Yeah, we have the biggest individual. Hold on, we don't have time to talk about gold here at first.
Connection.
Gold card onto Tactical. Calling of the wall. Blabber absorbs about half of it, lets the damage spread between himself and Tactical, so nobody is super low. But yeah, we've got the biggest individual gold lead here for Thanatos over Denethor. 3-0 and 4 on the Corki with a plus 50 in terms of farm. 3 fully completed items now with the LDR also finished. So top lane Corki doing pretty well. Maybe if you're out there and you're watching today, you're thinking, I'm going to go play some solo queue later, but I'm an AD carry player and bot lane's infested by these filthy mages.
Top lane.
Maybe just bring it up into top lane. You know, change that little symbol at the bottom. What role you're queuing up for? Maybe take it top lane. Seems like Thanatos has this figured out. It's working pretty well here so far. But the other big gold lead, Jat, is support. Vulcan on his 1, 5, and 8 Camille. He has Sundered Sky. He has Zeke's. He has Bloodsong. He actually has a competent inventory of items.
Yeah, he's pretty tanky, too. I mean, 2-level advantage for Thanatos as well. You can play Corki up there, you can play Vayne up there, you can play Trist up there. Anyone who has that kind of natural, you can play Teemo up there. I know it feels kind of cheap, but it does kind of feel like an AD carry.
It's a ranged auto attack.
I mean, if you want to have an impact in the game as a top laner, the game generally has to be close, and then you can take over as Palafox gets hit.
Oh, yeah, Vulcan immediately diving in. The Twisted Fate is long gone. Nice engage coming out there from C9, but Dignitas want to get something back. Nice Cataclysm into the Mega Gnar onto Loki. They take out the enemy mid laner, but now Vulcan's going to try to get himself away. FBI has been killed, and Dignitas is nothing but a graveyard. XU may have gotten a double kill, but he's lost every man that stood beside him. Thanatos, Tactical, and Blabber all still alive here on the map. Thanatos going to take the TP down into bottom lane to make a second point of pressure as Tactical pushes the tier 2 over in mid. C9 looking to take multiple objectives for this victory. There is 10 seconds on the clock until the Ocean Soul spawns. Nobody on Dignitas should be alive for this one.
I got deep push. I want to play mid wave, and if they go bot side, we play Baron. Just trust me, okay?
I want to base with Lee in there.
Yeah, we're basing now, and when they go mid Baron, Drake, we ultimate Baron.
Sure.
I can flash on TF, guys.
Yeah. I'm okay.
Fighting.
Nice, coming.
One shot.
Me and Ezra a bit far. Kite back. Me and Ezra a bit far.
Canning. Yeah. Look me.
I'm looking.
Okay, flash. It's good fight. No flash.
Yeah, I'm looking. Lucian. Yeah, I'm looking.
You can see them trying to make the plan right there, and then Vulcan with the decisive engage, and it's such good timing for C9 on that, making the Dragon Soul uncontestable and really putting them in a position to win this game.
Yeah, the Ocean Soul for free just feels so strong too, especially because we've seen plenty of times where Palafox will go in, he'll get one of these gold cards, maybe they follow it up with a calling or something, they chunk somebody down by about half, maybe 2/3 of their health. That doesn't matter anymore now that you have the Ocean Soul, as Ignar is trapped inside the Hextech Ultimatum. Blabber goes in ready to follow it up. Loki's in the middle of everybody, and Loki dies again. This Rise positioning is not what C9 wants it to be. FBI and Dignitas doing a beautiful job fighting back as XU occupies Tactical off to the side. Loki's Rise has a death wish this game, and Dignitas are happy to grant it.
But on top of that, Thanatos also got CC locked, so 2 of the 3 main carries get blown up in this fight, and now Vulcan and Tactical are going to try and save this Baron by themselves.
They're trying to do it. XU has Guardian Angel, so even if they try to pop the Jarvan, that's not full loss of the smite for the Dignitas side. C9 know they won't be able to do anything about this, and Dignitas are keeping themselves in this game.
I think this last fight was pretty goofy. I think the game was over. I think Loki was 4-0. Now he's 4-4. They don't necessarily have the numbers right at the start, but they think they can brute force it. I mean, Hextech Ultimatum gets burned on Camille. Then Loki is just one shot, and then watch Thanatos on the top side. Valks into the Jarvan ultimate into a Mega Gnar stun. That's how you'd love that synergy to work. 2 really fed solo laners get one shot.
Yeah, you can work your whole life to be the most powerful bodybuilder of all time, but if you walk in the middle of the highway, you're not going to beat a car. And that's kind of what the C9 solo laners were doing in that team fight. I have no idea what is going on there, man. All right, so C9 obviously going to have to shake the dust off of that one. They got knocked down in the dirt, and Dignitas have to be feeling a bit of a revitalization here, right? Like, this is a game that looked like it was all said and done, and now Dig have the Baron. They've got plus 1,300 gold in their Red Bull Baron power play. They've still got another minute and a half, a little bit more even, to utilize this control, this power over the map. And they're going to push up as a unit down here in the bottom lane. Palafox is the one split from everybody else. Realm Warp coming in. Loki trying to bring only Blabber this time. Blabber goes for the kick, finds it onto FBI. The Lucian staying alive for now. Vulcan tries to chase him down, but no, FBI goes on a rampage. The Realm Warps for C9 have been a disaster. Denethor goes in on top of everybody, and C9 may just die. All 5 are gone. Dignitas get the ace.
It's a 5 for 3, and they still have Baron. 33 seconds on Blabber's Lee Sin, 22 seconds on the Camille. I don't think they're going to be able to end. What a re-engage there by Denethor on Gnar to make this one happen. And Blabber is just way ahead of the team again.
Yeah, it's a Realm Warp. It looks like multiple C9 players are going to take the Realm Warp, go for the big engage, but only Blabber goes through. Blabber gets exploded. Let's take another look at how it happens.
So, Blabber just is the one brave soul to take the Realm Warp, and it's not a good one. He does kick FBI though, so you think they're gonna get it, but then the Melio barely keeps FBI alive long enough so that they can continue the fight, and then kind of with his dying breath, Denethor flashes into the turret, but lands a 3-man Gnar ultimate into a 3-man follow-up stun. Tactical at the end, kind of saves the game, killing 2 players.
But they're all dead.
To be fair, Denethor, they are. They were all dead. They got the ace. Unfortunately, if Denethor and XU, who were both very low when they re-engaged, were somehow able to stay alive, I think the game could potentially end right there.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. Dignitas still in it. Dignitas, chat, now at a gold lead.
That's crazy. The Ocean Soul is still going to make me think that C9 is a little bit ahead, but then the fact that nobody's a tank means anyone can just get one shot. We did have stats remind us of something as Loki continues to fly in and die and also fly his jungle in to die. He's 0-7 in his Rise career.
Wait,
he's
really?
never won a pro game on Rise. Yeah. 0% win rate in 7 games.
Wowee.
Surprising, right?
Yeah. I would.
Less surprising while watching this game unfold, but surprising based off of what we'd expect.
Seeing the information ahead of me, obviously I believe it. It's right there on the screen.
Yeah.
But if somebody just randomly said that in a conversation, like, hey, man, do you know that Loki has actually never won any of his 7 games on Rise? That sounds unbelievable.
Like, that's made up. Yeah. They put it in the prompter, and I'm like, did they mean 7-0? I had to go check. And it is 0-7. Our stats man Liam is never wrong.
Well, Loki, you're going to have to get one in the win column here if you want to stop the Dignitas comeback. I feel like this gold difference is actually very indicative of just the flow overall of this game. That giant trough of red there, around the 30-minute mark, that was when they got the Ocean Soul. Yeah. That's when they looked like the game was all said and done.
They drank enough Ocean Drakes. They're imbued with overconfidence. And they're just flying in, thinking that they're invulnerable. But they still do have the Ocean Soul, and they're looking to one-shot someone here in the mid lane. They've been using the Camille ultimate well. The fights that have gone well is when they've gone on to Palafox. But Palafox now has Zonias. FBI now has Guardian Angel.
Yes.
And Denethor is very tanky on the Gnar.
Yup, double GA plus the Zonias over on the other side. Not quite the same things to speak of. You have the Guardian Angel on Blabber. You have Seraphs on Loki, but that is not a stasis, so could still be bursted down very, very quickly. As we also do have the Guardian Angel on Denethor with about 1/4 of the cooldown still yet to go, so will not have that available for this fight, for this Elder. Whole game can come down to this. Nice true shot barrage there from Tactical, but the cozy campfire of Ignar is ready to warm those health bars right back up. Flag from XU over the wall just to make the Dragon a little bit angry, get him puking towards C9's direction. As there's your Twisted Fate ulti, Palafox, he sees C9, everybody all grouped up together. Another Realm Warp's coming in now. It's Blabber going into the back line. Thanatos just dies. These Realm Warps are terrible. Cloud9 have sent themselves into the maw of death time and time and time again. And their chances have finally run out. Dignitas with the punish. They wait for Cloud9 to give them the game, and they accept with arms wide open. Dig with the 5-man push towards the enemy Nexus. These Nexus turrets are not going to do anything to defend. Nobody will be able to help Blabber, and Tactical hold on with this one. Dignitas are just padding their stats at this point. Blabber, he's got the Guardian Angel. He's trying to waste their time. He's not gonna succeed. Dig start this series 1-0.
I am flabbergasted by the ending of this game. It's 83 degrees here in Santa Monica. Feels like summer to me. Maybe a Dignitas summer.
Maybe.
There was a lot of tossing in this game, Flowers.
A Palafox summer as we figure out what the weather is really looking like here at the Riot Games Arena. Let's toss it back to the lounge.
It is looking rainy for Cloud9. Let's say that.
Dignitas Summer is here. You know what's funny? The meme about Dignitas tossing has been a timeless one in LCS. But this is the first time they've been receiving tosses, I feel like.
Cloud9 was like, hold my realm more, buddy.
You know what's crazy about that? Do you know what Loki's win rate is on Rise?
0%.
0%.
Oh
He's now 0-8 on it in competitive professional play. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Hearing that now, are you surprised?
It's interesting because I had Loki as my ideal in the beginning of the day. Like, that would be a nice stat.
What's highest win rate?
Yeah.
On Rise.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Old Rise,
Right,
buddy. Maybe if it was
farming
classic.
the old
Maybe if it was
C9
League of
team.
Legends classic.
I will not.
I want to take a look at this draft because we've seen a lot of answers, like AD carry top lane answers.
Yeah.
Primarily,
Specifically Dinar. It's like Vayne, TF,
Vayne,
Triss,
TF,
Corki.
Tristana. Now we have the Corki. It was played last in Kespa Cup for me when KT lost to Gen G. But this was, I understand the sentiment behind it. But then I was looking at Dignitas' comp, and I was like, I feel like they have the tools to deal with everything that C9 is throwing at them.
Yeah, I mean, it did work objectively in isolation. He was thousands of gold ahead. He was really, really strong. But, like, you guys can attest, very early on in this game, I was saying I thought Dignitas was going to win. I just think C9's comp was so easy for them to play against.
Yeah.
You know, I think Dig made a lot of mistakes that made this game harder. I think C9 then got a big lead, which they should have won from, and then they made a lot of mistakes, which got Dig back into it.
Yeah.
But it's like, when you look at the compositions holistically, there's no one on C9 that is safe from just getting walked out by a gold card and then the CC comes in afterwards. You know, there's not even cleanse on either the AD carries. There's no Mikhail support to be building. There's no answer to gold card. So basically all Dig has to do is once they get rapid fire, you walk forward, you gold card anyone, flag and drag, Meganar, culling damage, that person is dead, no matter who it is on the team. And I feel like it is just so easy to play what Dig has. And when you're going for like Rise plus Corki and you're supposed to winning side lanes, but you're playing against TF, which makes that really hard too. So I just felt like Dig's comp was so much better personally.
Yeah, I mean, I was completely fine with the first three from C9. And then when they went to 4-5, they completely see the Melio on the 3-pick from the first phase of that pick ban. And you go Camille and Corki. Triple range carries with a Camille gauge that will not work because Melio is there, sitting there, protecting the Lucian. It was like a perfect composition for Dignitas. But yeah, like actually an amazing moment for Corki.
Corki top lane.
History is made.
Yeah, it's weird because it felt like everyone was forgetting that Corki existed. And I remember sitting next to you last week and being like, you know, I still think Corki's like pretty good, but hasn't been played a lot. And then this past week, I feel like I've seen him everywhere. Now, including top lane, picked 46 times previously in Tier 1 history. Last time in the LCS was Viper, playing it in 2022 lock-in.
And Raz, you wanted to go over some fights, so let's do it because I guess we are going to do a draft on the other side. So we only have a couple more minutes here. But yeah, Dignitas, I feel like their comp was pretty straightforward, but they were really struggling to kind of get on the same page.
Yeah, I just want to like start with the actual end of game because I mean, it's a moment that a lot of people are going to be talking about, the realm warp specifically. So like just taking a moment here to imagine what C9 actually wants to accomplish. Because I can see the angle that Blabber is trying to take, but I think they say right here that they want to go for a realm warp.
I think Thanatos wasn't looking. Oh, he stopped. That looked intentional.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it makes sense for Lee Sin to want to come into the Realm Warp. It does not make sense for the Corki to want to come into the Realm Warp, which ends the game literally right here. So that was really tough to see.
I wonder if we could see, like, I wish we could see pro view, because I just wonder if his camera was just not even in that area at all, and he just had no idea.
He just got,
Because I just can't understand the thought process at all of like what, he clicks back, which made me think he was looking, but then he just stops. And he goes back in it.
It seems like it's intended.
It looks intended, which is absolutely insane.
It looks intended, but then when they come in, immediately, FBI is literally right there.
Yeah.
Blabber's able to get out, but yeah, he has no chance to do anything there.
No.
And I mean, yeah, I guess we don't have too much time, so we'll just go straight to the player of the game, which is FBI. FBI had like an incredible game. I know that there was a little bit of comms of like trying to keep calm because I'm sure their comms were really, really, really frazzled because the beginning of the game was not good from the side of Dignitas. A lot of their compositional goals were not really being met. So as you can see right in front of us, big game for FBI. It really made, it was a game about him, give him space, they did so, they ended up taking the dub.
Yeah, and I mean, FBI, they've talked about how important he's been to this team when they have been able to be on the same page. A lot of the time it is because of stuff like what we heard in comms where he's trying to like stay calm, reel everyone back in. And in a game like this, it's actually, obviously this is intangibles we were talking about. He still had a really strong Lucian performance. I like the Denethor getting a lot of shout outs too. Some of the Meganar timings,
so
I have a lot of.
This is people who are just remembering the bot lane, Meganar that looks really cool.
Yeah,
because the vast majority of that game is a
one
Nar TPing in with mini Nar.
Yeah.
So it was like a vast majority
and
was
he was
not
down
great.
like 3K 1v1.
Hey, come on, Raz. There was the other river fight. He had a good Nar when they got the caught onto tactical.
Yes,
yeah,
for sure.
Well, congrats to FBI. And remember, during the LCS Summer Split, you could win a trip to a League of Legends event, save your MasterCard as your card on file, and make a purchase from the in-client store for a chance to win. Game 2 is coming up right after this. Stick with us.
This lobby is kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it.
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Sorry? I can just explore. Okay, okay. They see me,
Yeah.
I want to go in now, guys.
I can just
you get in range, bar? No card. Yeah, yeah. I'm thinking ult. I don't flash now. I have flash.
Quick, no flash.
Yeah, fight with me.
Look here.
Right stun.
Watch Rise.
Yeah, kill Camille.
End bot.
End the game. That was scuffed.
What's that? This guy can't play Camille.
Part of the game, gunfire and flames. I hear echoes of my name being called in a Hall of Fame. You ever get the feeling your inner cause to be great? I want championship rings and a trophy cabinet display. To be H, I feel like TBE. If I'm mid, then I'm KDB. Rookie, but somehow I still end up as the MVP. My kick game like Fredo, or better yet, MVP. Champion at MP3, that's why they all envy me. Make the crowd shake, make the crowd shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Make the sound wave, make the sound wave. on a fight.
Welcome back. Still eating cereal in the shower.
I was given this by Isaac.
Nature Valley Bar is in bed. That's some savage.
It's not true. However,
crumbs are everywhere.
Yeah,
I do.
You're just
I will.
rolling in it.
I will absolutely eat like crackers.
That is just as bad.
That is even worse.
Yeah. So I'm outing myself now as a gremlin.
Well, Emily gets some help for that. We've been dealing with an issue out on stage where players are intermittently losing audio from their coaches. So in order to keep things moving as fast as possible, we'll be conducting the draft from the player rooms where everyone can speak without headsets. So that is why we're going to be doing the draft off stage, so to speak.
Yeah.
Just so that it can be moving quickly, we can get into game faster, and that there's no coach audio issues. The players aren't having audio issues in game.
For some
just
players,
with the coach for some
for some players, it might be a buff to not listen to their coaches.
They want to go back on stage.
They were hoping.
Lock in time. What was that, Vane?
Oh God. So yeah, I do wonder what the solution is going to be going into game 2, because we all hated C9's comp. I think even probably in the C9 podcast after the series, they're going to be like, yeah, that was a coach gap after game 1. Or I just want to hear what their rationale is, because going into game 2, it would be insane to see a 0-2 start from Cloud9 going into the split.
Especially against Dignitas, where we talked about how they have not been able to beat C9 since 2017.
They haven't won a series since the beginning of the year.
Yeah. So, like, this not only would be a massive upset in the context of just split 3 for these teams, but it would be a massive upset just in the terms of, like, both teams over years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think C9's draft was they're just saying we're better players, we're going to stomp you in lane, and then we're going to win the game, right?
Yeah.
And they had created more than enough of an advantage to win regardless of comp. So
True.
I do think, like, at a certain point, it was just player error. Like, we saw realm warp after realm warp after realm warp that were just like monster ints, right? Including the final fight with Thanatos. So, you know, I don't think they should read too much into what happened with draft, but I also think if I'm C9's coaches, I think I'm going simple. I think I'm going standard. I'm just going to play something that is easy to play front to back. Draft a strong lane for Thanatos. Like, they're playing last pick, so get counter pick for Thanatos. You have Thanatos versus Denethor, who is a rookie.
Yes.
You know, play something that has multiple forms of engage, pretty easy. And I think you just have to rely on the fact that your players should be better pound for pound.
Yeah. One note I do want to bring up as people are seeing the draft, this is NA. If you're wondering why you're seeing NA test, they are still drafting in order, but it's just to basically expedite the draft process. So when they go out on stage, they can just draft under their own names. But if you're wondering why you are seeing that, that is why they're still drafting in their order. And we see the Victor locked in for Dignitas, could be going mid. No. I actually think it's going bot for FBI. And then on the flip side, we see the Ziggs Nautilus locked in. Presumably, I'm going to say for tactical.
Yeah, and we're seeing some psychopathic supports that are going to be roaming around the map. I think when you went through your presentation earlier today, and you're talking about the fact that supports have catch-up XP, this is the one thing I definitely want changed. So you can talk about your opinions when it comes to mage bot lanes and AD carries and all that stuff, whatever you want. I think the fact that we're seeing supports moving around level 1, level 2, level 3, unperturbed and unpunished is the one thing that pisses me off. So like we will see the Nautilus and of course Leona probably pretty active.
I actually really like Trundle here a lot. I mean, Trundle is both a really good matchup into Xin Zhao. It's very difficult for Xin to actually do anything. You charge in, Trundle can just pillar you in and win the man fight head up.
Yeah.
And also, you can steal a lot of resistances from Leona, you know, with the W, especially if Leona's playing, you know, Aftershock.
True.
That can be pretty devastating. It dissuades some of the strong blind pick tanks as well. If you're thinking you're going to counter pick for Thanatos, some of the best blind picks are tanks, which you're going to be less likely to want to play because the Trundle's in the game. So I feel like it's a really good pick for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah, I like the Trundle a lot. Interesting to see that C9, they still aren't completely sure where the Victor is going, so they're still taking out The
Just wave
Sivir,
clear.
yeah, and then on the flip side,
Even with the
Big
heavy
Vayne.
nerfs the Varus has had, I would still take Varus out. Because if I'm Dignitas, I think it would be nice to actually have Varus within this comp and deal with the range advantage that you have versus like a comp like Trundle. And sure, Ziggs would be an issue, but I'm generally pretty happy trying to switch away from the composition and deal with like more range with Victor Varus and dealing with Trundle. I think that's like a nice response.
The Vayne ban to me says that they're thinking about playing Renekton because obviously
Yeah.
Nar's already gone. That's one of the matchups that really can be quite difficult.
Yeah.
And then you know, the other one that's commonly played into Pro is obviously Renekton, and then things like Sion. So could be either of those angles, but I don't think you're thinking about Sion when Trundle's already in. So Vayne to me is just kind of setting up for a safer blind pick. And we'll see if they want to do like double bans top to try to really protect. And so they're actually going to ban
interesting.
the
So they're
Renekton
banning
as
the Renekton.
well.
Wow.
So now I'm kind of like, okay,
Yeah.
are you going Sion or something then?
Yeah.
But
That
you're
seems like a
opting
sign.
into Sion against Trundle, which is never great. So I am kind of curious to see if that's going to be the angle that they actually want to go for.
Another pick that's available suspiciously is the Rumble, and I don't think you want to pick Rumble into Mbessa, but the Mbessa now being locked in for Thanatos, one of his best picks. So I'm interested now. It seems like there's a lot of comfort from C9 side, which makes sense being down a game, wanting to be able to find something to secure a win.
Yeah, I mean, it is strong. Renekton's the common answer. And
Yeah.
the fact that Renekton is banned kind of lets them go this, and then also lets them find out, is it going to be Victor bot or mid? It is going to be Victor bot. Akali is mid, so now they get to have, you know, a pretty strong pick top, and they get to have counter pick mid, so it does make some sense.
Yeah, I mean, I will say we have seen all three of these champions flex bot. But I agree, I do think it's going to be Victor bot, Akali mid, as we see the final.
And it's interesting, because if there's,
Okay.
Silas, so it's going to be low-key Silas pick. This is going to be so fun watching the Akali versus Silas matchup, and specifically, I think watching Palafox's Akali, especially when he sees the Ziggs, this is something that he oftentimes will look towards in finding assassin options versus control mages and try and play sides. So I'm expecting Dignitas is trying to play Xin Zhao, Akali on side, see if they can catch either Silas or Ziggs, basically. I think it's a nice composition from Dignitas that plays to their strengths.
Yeah, Silas feels pretty strong here, though. There's a lot of good ults to steal. Leona ult's really good. Victor ult's good. Like, even Akali and Crescent Guard aren't bad. I feel like still, Trundle seems like a giga pick, and I feel like C9 has pretty easy ways to start fights and to play sides. You have Ziggs for wave clear mid, obviously to match the Victor. And Mbessa plus Trundle, I feel like beats any 2v2 really that Dig has.
Yeah, they've done the exact.
I kind of like C9's comp more.
I vastly prefer C9's comp.
Yeah.
Even though I talked
actually.
about comfort, it's like they did the exact opposite of what I wanted.
We're going to be comfortably losing.
Yeah.
It's like, I would like range. No, we're committing to the dive. Akali, Aatrox, Xin Zhao, Leona. So like, maybe they'll be able to find options on Mbessa on side or anything like that, but I think C9 is going to be really happy playing a 5v5 grouped up.
Yeah, I mean, I just also think, like, as we covered with mages in the bot lane at the very start of the day, I think it's Ziggs, like, Giga S tier, and then a lot of the other mages, like, behind him, just because I also think that AD carry players, like this, when I was talking about, APA, if APA was in, he and Tactical can play picks, I think Tactical can play Ziggs, right? And this is exactly what I was thinking of previously. And I also really love the Silas pick here. Like, I think that's just such a great last pick into what Dig have prioritized in their draft.
I mean, when you're looking at both comps are 4 melee champions plus a mage, right? I think Victor is just way easier to get on than the Ziggs is with Satchel and with the additional range. So I think we prefer the C9 side of it. Casters, what do you think?
Thank you very much, Lounge. I feel like we were having a very similar conversation right now because there's just a lot that C9 has to counter the melee-heavy champs on Dig.
Absolutely. I also think Tactical is a good Ziggs. I've seen him play it really well. He was playing this in 2021 before mage bots were a thing when TL wanted to play towards top side. So also love the Trundle into the Leona and the Xin. And then if I'm thinking about how Dig wins with Palafox playing, quote, selfishly, I don't love the things that he's up against. Like, maybe he can find some kills on his Ziggs, but if Loki gets ahead on Silas or Thanatos gets ahead on Mbessa, I think it's going to be real tricky.
Right, exactly. You don't have 80 carry plus control mage mid to try to find those reliable assassinations on. So Palafox's job will be more difficult than usual. As you guys can see, players on the stage now still having to do these two-part type of drafts, so we'll be getting onto the Rift ASAP. But I feel like the big thing, we got to talk about it. Everybody in the discussion threads talking about it. People in the Twitch chat are talking about it. We're talking about it. Cloud9 should have won the first game. I am not going to take anything away from Dignitas for being able to stay focused and coordinated enough to punish the mistakes that C9 made and come back. But by God, not all mistakes are created equally, and C9 chained them together back to back to back to back to back, and they were all named Realm Warp. The team has to have that type of conversation behind the scenes and say, no more of this. I want to see whatever C9's communication was in game number 1. I don't ever want to see another word of it ever again, because that was not correct League of Legends.
No, I don't think that was the plan either. I kind of refuse to think it was the plan, especially in that last fight. And I know they went over it, the Lounge went over it with the replay file. Thanatos stopping inside the Realm Warp that then takes him into 5 players as a level 20 really fed Corki to instantly die. When they have Ocean Soul and they can just slow play it and can try to continue poking.
Yeah, just poke.
Completely acknowledge as well, like the rapid fire cannon Twisted Fate, very difficult to deal with when you don't have tanks.
Yeah.
But they were far ahead in that game, and then Realm Warp after Realm Warp put them further from winning. So that's going to increase the pressure on Cloud9, because it's all well and easy to say that it's just the regular season and we're looking to improve, but especially for Loki and Tactical, who are still in the tryout phase for C9. They are still running the 7-man roster, and they've lost all 3 games, and they really expected to, I think you expect to walk over Dignitas.
Yeah. That's the huge part for me, is because, you know, you're saying, yeah, it's just regular season or whatever. Remember, regular season is a single round robin. You play each other team once. And if the expectation when you're going up against Dig is that everybody has these guys power ranked bottom 2, if you're one of the teams that's expected to go to Worlds, which I think a lot of people probably expect C9 to, at bare minimum, be in the contest for Worlds, then you should have your scheduled win against Dignitas. And if that turns into a loss, you already pointed it out earlier, C9 lost their first regular season series in almost a year and a half just this past weekend against Team Liquid, and Dignitas has not won a series against anyone in the LCS since the beginning of February back in lock-in. So this would be quite the upset here in terms of North American League of Legends if Dignitas could clutch this up. Now remember, so far, Game 1 has gone very similarly to Game 1 of last week, where Sentinels was winning for a very long time. Dignitas managed to come back, and they get the Game 1 dub. Then they lose the next 2 games. Game 1 kind of went exactly the same way for Dig, and now they have to change their fates and do what they have not been able to do all throughout spring. Take that momentum from getting a lead in the series and finish strong.
Let's see if they can do it. We got triple TP on both sides. Going to be a lot of teleports coming in throughout this game. Last game, Vulcan on the Camille was out of lane constantly, whereas FBI and Ignar were slowly getting fairly small advantages. Now, we got a couple of roamers on both sides, and I feel like that's more what Ignar actually wants to do. Like, Ignar winning on Emilio was very surprising. He's normally the guy that doesn't win on the Enchanters, so he's more in his comfort zone here.
Plus, you want to hop in the time machine for a second? Go back about a decade. Ignar Fervor of Battle Leona. This man is one of the original Chad Leona players. He knows this champion. He has a special relationship with this champion in competitive play, unleashing strategies that other people were not ready for at the time. So we'll see how well he can do it this time. You mentioned both of these guys are playmakers. They can set things up with their heavy CC. Neither one of them has quite the mobility of Camille being able to hook shot all around the map. So I don't expect either one to be quite as active and constantly on the move as Vulcan was in the first game, but I do expect them to both try to be making those moves, especially with the, I always call this the World's 2022 matchup in mid lane, Akali versus Sylas. It was the meta during that entire competition. It was the head-to-head that you saw all the time, and it can get very volatile very quickly. Both melee champions, both of them can be punished if they go too far. Both of them prime targets for these support roams.
They absolutely are. Thanatos already also getting some shove in onto Denethor in the top lane. Even though he wasn't impactful in the later fights, Thanatos was wildly far ahead of Denethor from the laning phase, just couldn't translate it. And Denethor was able to get some really good Meganars and Magnar ultimates off in team fights.
And I feel like that's a really interesting thing to talk about with Denethor specifically, because yeah, the individual gold lead for Thanatos was massive in that game. Plus like, what, 3,000, 4,000, something similar to that. But for Denethor, a guy who at the beginning of the day here, you were talking about his nerves in week 1 were so engaged, I guess we'll call them, that he accidentally made the wrong purchases. Hold on, here in the bottom lane, we got Vulcan taking a little bit of damage, but he's leading the charge at the same time. As soon as Blabber shows up, FBI is troll food, and Blabber's taking the first blood.
And they give the kill over to Blabber as well. They had kind of any option to give it to Tactical or Blabber, but he made the journey there. Let's reward the jungle for coming here. All started with a perfect backward satchel charge by Tactical. So nicely done here by Vulcan and Tactical to get the first kill in the bot lane.
Yep, and Ignar does a good job of holding the wave outside of the turret there so FBI can get everything. But what I was saying is just Denethor, from going from week 1 buying 2 of the same item because of nerves to now in week 2, you're 3,000 gold down individually and you're still able to find those clutch plays, those mega Nars that you're talking about that really did turn some of those reversal fights all the way in Dignitas's favor. I really like to see that out of a rookie.
You really do. So very well played there. Blabber is going to be hard to deal with on the Trundle here. If he gets too far ahead of the pace of this game into 4 melees, I really feel like he's going to be able to take over as Ignar roams out, looking for Loki.
Ooh, Ignar with the flash. Zenith Blade finds his target on the Cloud9 mid laner, but Loki with the flash away, and Vulcan right behind him does escape to safety. Summoner spell now down.
Palafox, I think, needs to have a very good game if Dignitas is winning this one. I mean, honestly, just because I don't like the draft, it's like anyone needs to get just exceptionally fed, and maybe they'll have a chance to carry.
Okay.
It's not like the Akali-specific thing. If Aatrox gets really fed, he'll be important. If Palafox or if FBI gets very fed on the Victor, he's still good against the melee champions. I do think it's going to be a fairly binary game in that way, because you have so many melees on both sides. Whichever team gets ahead is just going to snowball.
I just feel like, particularly for Palafox and XU's champions, what they want to do and the tools that normally allow them to do that are pretty solidly nullified by a lot of what C9 does. Akali's smoke is generally weaker against AoE, and there's so much AoE on the side of C9 to just bombard that area as soon as Palafox tries to find safety. XU's Crescent Guard also is great to protect him from long-range attacks. It's going to protect him from Ziggs. Everybody else is inside the Crescent Guard when they're doing damage. He is not going to nullify the Cloud9 onslaught.
He is here in top lane, though. Thanatos hits 6. XU's here.
Okay, Thanatos with the flash away already. XU with the win becomes lightning, but Thanatos does avoid the pressure as we get ourselves a pause. What could this be for?
Who did it?
Who's pausing?
Yep. Unfortunately, I'm not connected to the game, so normally I can see the chat.
Oh,
see when you're saying ready and not.
Unlucky. Well, hopefully
Try
we'll
and read
get this.
the lips. Vulcan's talking.
Okay. Let's see. Normally it's whoever the refs head to first. Trying to keep an eye out for ref activity.
I bet you, here's something we don't track. I bet you there are players that pause more often than other players. Because there's obviously stuff that is just luck, but then there's also the players that are just very willing to pause or sensitive to any small thing going wrong.
We've received word that Vulcan paused the game. He says his mouse is teleporting around the screen.
That's a good reason.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably something that you've got to make sure you've got resolved. So hopefully this is just a quick fix, and we can get right back into things. The attempted gank onto Thanatos there. I like the fact that Thanatos, I feel like a lot of times, especially if a player is on a mobile champion like Ambessa, they'll try to greed the flash and say, no, I think I can probably get away from this guy anyway. Maybe if I use public execution to try to buffer through some of the CC. But instead, as soon as Thanatos sees him, he's just like, nope, screw it. We're flashing away. He barely loses any HP, and then he's still got his position in the lane. He's just down the summoner.
Not after last game. Not after losing game 1 to Dignitas. You're giving them the respect now. You're saying, yes, sir, I'm going to flash away just in case. Can't let this Aatrox get out of control here.
It's like, all right, man, I already took the Realm Warp to hell in game number 1. I'm not about to lose this early death in lane in game number 2. But yeah, I feel like the Denethor will have the opportunity to be pretty scary here on the Aatrox with the fact that both teams just have these long-range control mages, these wave clearers as their bottom lane carries, and then everybody else is just meatball soup. Everybody's got to go in the pot. Some of the meatballs are going to get squished. Some of them aren't. And whichever of these melee guys can get really far ahead, like I say, Xin Zhao and Akali are already kind of a disadvantage because their defensive tools are primarily against single target range damage or against long range opponents, which there's just not a lot of. So Aatrox kind of has to be the one to step up and be the raid boss if the raid's going to have somebody in charge.
I like that point. And I like what Denethor did in game 1. I know he fell behind the Corki, but that's not an easy matchup. Gnar into 80 carries is just really hard to do. So still finding clutch moments at the end of the game, I think, are great for a rookie like Denethor. It's a bit of a high-risk pickup for Dignitas if we think about it. Like, Photon was not a name that anyone was complaining about for Dignitas, but there's been, I think, a very strong push from the community to, if you were going to make changes, like, give these NA Tier 2 players a chance. Yeah. And that's what they're doing here with Denethor, and I want to see him succeed.
Yeah, it's a good way to actually build up more people wanting to try hard in Tier 2. If there's actually a path, a demonstrable path to get to the LCS from Tier 2, you're going to have more people pushing for it. You're going to have more people trying to become something through that. I like it. Again, Denethor having those Mega Gnar moments in game number 1. Nice to see. You love to see these guys who are hyped up from that second tier of competition show up in Tier 1 and be able to make an impact on things. And it looks like we do have everything resolved. League Ops did confirm that Vulcan's mouse had a problem with it, but they were able to plug it in directly, and now it is working A-OK. So back to live. The other thing that we haven't really talked about yet that I always pay attention to whenever Sylas is in the game is what can Sylas steal? Because this champion's value is far different depending on what type of ultimates he has. Yeah. And I feel like Xin ultimate is normally very strong. Loki's got to try to get away here. Did steal away the perfect execution. Palafox goes in for the 5-point strike. I don't even have time to say what Loki's options are before Palafox buries him.
Palafox takes him down. Loki stole the Akali ultimate there to try and outplay him a little bit, but Palafox lands everything. A good solo kill, so gets the early electrocute, R1. Loki lands his E2 away, tries to use the first half of the Akali ult, and then didn't have time for the cooldown for R2 before he could escape. Palafox gets him.
I really, really like that from Palafox. The sun's still shining, my friend. Off to a good start here in the mid lane.
We're in a heat wave. Palafox Summer.
Vulcan, quick damage onto FBI there, but Ignar tries to turn it right back around onto Tactical. Vulcan eating even more damage as he's caught in the very edge of the gravity field. Vulcan flashing away, staying safe for now. Tactical with the Mega Inferno Bomb unlocked, but XU's making his way down to the bottom lane here at the same time. Tactical grabs the kill. XU moving forward. FBI's got to be careful. Blabber is also here. XU with the flash over the wall. Wind becomes lightning as FBI continues his escape, but he's caught by Loki. Now XU wants to get all the way out. Blabber keeps chasing him, but the turret is going to make sure that Dignitas' jungler stays alive.
Yeah, bait there at the end by Tactical, presenting himself as the target with level 6. Ignar goes back in, but then kind of everyone on C9 descends. So Vulcan and Tactical consistently getting the better of these trades. Beautiful hook by Vulcan. They're right in front of the minion wave as Ignar tries to go in for the extended trade. They had a level advantage on the supports. Ends up not mattering that much. But I mean, just this bait right here with Loki and Blabber coming down on this re-engage by Ignar. He's always going to die to the level 6 Ziggs. And then no one can actually make it all the way away, so it ends up being a 2-for-1 because of the Sylas roam.
Yep, and then you can see Blabber wanted to try to cut off XU. He even commits the subjugate there to try to burn the Xin down, make him vulnerable enough. But XU can still get enough distance to get himself away, so a slight gold lead here early on for Cloud9. Dignitas' 1 point of individual advantage is Palafox here on that Akali. Level 6s now acquired for both of our bottom lane control mages, as the first Drake did go over to the C9 side earlier on, and we do have the grubs now spawned on the map. Remember, that was a bit of a scuffle in game number 1. Dignitas ultimately coming out on top in that one, earning themselves all 3 grubs, but C9 has their bottom lane duo as well as Blabber hanging out in this topside river.
Man, very early healing reduction purchased by Palafox is going to be good in the Sylas matchup to prevent him from healing, but then just also really good against Trundle. Overall, Trundle heals so much if they want a chance of killing him later on in the game.
All right, XU starts up the grubs. General strategy applies here. If you get enough time to just burn one of them down with your general kit without a smite, okay, never mind. We're just going to smite that one down instead. Take it away, leave, and allow C9 to potentially take the other two. Nice Crescent Guard there, going to protect them from the Mega Inferno Bomb coming out from Tactical as FBI tries to move forward here with the Arcane Storm, but Xu's already been killed by Thanatos, who's made his way down into the fight. Denethor wants to try to heal up in the middle of everybody, but Palafox assassinates Tactical on the battery back end of things near the enemy chickens. Now Thanatos in a 1v3, but he's got backup coming in behind him. Denethor with the Q2 over the wall. Vulcan tries to get away. He's down to 50 HP, but Vulcan survives. Thanatos chases FBI as the stolen solar flare hits like an orbital laser, and Denethor is erased. C9 with a 5-3 kill advantage as Dignitas barely misses out on one.
What an interesting fight right there. XU lived for so long at the start of it, and then I'd say Palafox kind of abandoned the team. He went to Narnia to pick up that first kill on his own Akali, and it left the rest of the team in a 3 versus 4. We'll see how that pays out for him because he did secure the kill for himself if he wants to snowball the rest of the game. But I think it ultimately could have turned the fight in Dignitas' favor if he was with the rest of the team.
Yeah, we'll take another look at it once we get to the replay. Dignitas does end up taking 2 out of 3 grubs once the dust settles, so they will come out slightly triumphant in that count. 30 seconds until our next Drake spawns. It was about 5.5 minutes into the game that the first one was taken, so very, very quick first take there from C9. As you can see, right now they do have control over that bot side river still. Blabber going to go ahead and take a recall as mid lane Palafox, again, just has to be careful whenever Vulcan is roaming around the area. Blabber did purchase Trinity Force. This is a massive power spike before the second dragon.
Big power on the Trundle. Can also just ult the Leona. If you wait until the W is active on Leona, you steal all the bonus resists, which is my favorite thing to do, especially if there was an Aftershock user, which he is, which is kind of surprising. A lot of times you see a spellbook on the Leona in these cases.
Yeah, if he has Eclipse and Aftershock active at the same time and Trundle ults him, by the time Aftershock and Eclipse wear off, he'll end up in like negative overall resistance value. Definitely not a fun place to be for a champion that's got to be on the front lines. As Ignar with a Hex Splash forward. Not going to find anything here immediately as the Infernal Drake has already been secured by Blabber. Palafox in some danger, hiding in the smoke for now. Xu's going to be targeted by that Trundle. Vulcan very low on HP as they try to fly in and grab a kill, but no, it's Palafox down already. Xu's about to die second. C9's already got 2 kills, and they want to make it more. FBI trying to get himself away. Tactical still on the chase. Minefield won't find a slow. Gravity Field protects the victor a little bit longer, but C9, they'll grab the objective. They'll grab 2 kills. They'll grab themselves a 2,000 gold lead.
And I think they're starting to snowball this one just a little bit. Blabber did fall there, but not before taking a bite out of Palafox. Watch how close this timing actually is. So Palafox flies in, lands his E, and then he's going to be going for the execute onto Blabber as Blabber just cues him right in the face. So he's very low, but then actually finds this nice angle, R1E. So he wants to activate the E and then R, and Blabber just bites him as he flies through. Then we'll get some extra healing from his passive, which keeps him alive a little bit longer before Victor All takes him down. And another just kind of small win for C9, but the all add up.
Oh, and now we have a potential another win up here for C9, but everybody on Dignitas also showing up to the party. A 3v3 as C9 backs away injured solo laners, but it's Dig singing the same song. Nobody dies up here in this battle. Meanwhile, it's C9 that has pressure elsewhere on the Rift as Tactical is taking plates over in the mid lane. Remember, it's so easy to get so much money so quickly when you have Ziggs on the team. Just get the turrets low enough, blow them away with the satchel, and it can be a very, very swift affair to make sure that the map is much more open than Dignitas would like it to be.
Yeah, Tactical got that Blackfire Torch very early on at about 10 minutes. Pretty effective Ziggs game so far. I don't know if they're going to be able to get a bunch of mid-prio like Victor versus Ziggs. It's just a wave clear fest as the supports continue to move away, but I still expect him to get a lot of good damage out in team fights.
All right, Dignitas. Last game also got away from him very far, but this is a very different situation. Like you were saying in game number 1, the Realm Warps felt desperate and goofy because of the fact that you're up against Rapid Fire Twisted Fate and nobody can really afford to get gold carded. Dignitas felt like they had a compositional advantage there. Meanwhile, here in the second game, most of what we've been talking about is, yeah, XU and Palafox's defensive tools are not strong against the Cloud9 composition, and so it just feels like champions like the Trundle, like the Ambessa, and Ziggs just peeling for himself are very good against Dig. So I feel like it's kind of more difficult for Dignitas to find their way back in once they get significantly behind.
I agree. They have the double Sundered Sky on their melee frontliners, which they're hoping are able to kind of brawl with all the melees. Got a lot of different individual healing procs, but I just feel like there's more sustained melee damage from the Trundle Ambessa, and especially with Loki having the 3 kills.
Ooh, Denethor's gonna walk right into the brush there. Thanatos alone won't be able to kill him. But Vulcan coming down here can certainly put a little pressure onto the health bar. Denethor's Q3 not gonna hit Vulcan with the sweet spot. Denethor losing about 40% health in the exchange. Ignar shows his face here on the top side brush. Loki's just going to go ahead and step back. XU also making his way up towards the top side. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Denethor going to be forced away yet again. Blabber, Thanatos. Ignar's also coming down. Thanatos goes in for the dive here with the public execution. Denethor low, and he cannot survive long enough. Now, FBI and Palafox both showing up here at the same time as Thanatos will die. Make it a 1-for-1 so far. Blabber trying to get himself away. Nautilus ulti for the defense means that Palafox has to retreat all the way back. So it's a 1-for-1 trade on kills. But C9 get multiple teleports out of Dignitas as well as taking the turret for themselves.
That's the big investment when you try and pull off one of those double TP plays. When 2 people teleport on the same target, even though there is a restart of the teleport animation, it's very hard to read, so you usually surprise people with it, but they still lose the turret, lose the 1-for-1, and now Loki trying to make something special happen.
Yeah, they want to make this play work, but the problem is right here, Loki is able to go in and grab the kill on Palafox. This is what I was seeing the entire time. He has the stolen perfect execution. Loki's still staying alive for now, too. Does finally get shut down by FBI. But you can see, even when Ignar initially went in, Palafox had to stand to the side. He's like, dude, I don't have the health. I can't go in here. They needed FBI, and Loki still makes it a 1-for-1.
Well, also especially because Palafox built the healing reduction early, still doesn't have his first legendary item, just making him that much weaker. Meanwhile, Loki with the scaling Doran's Helm and the Proto Belt and the upgraded Merc Treads really just sustaining against the 2 magic damage dealers that are trying to get him. Now the Gunblade is finally completed for Palafox, but big plays there by Loki.
Yeah, Loki coming out good on that one. I feel like he's got a little bit of redemption to earn for himself here in the second game after the Realm Warps in game number 1. 4-2-1 so far on the Silas. Looking good as Dignitas will begin the Rift Herald. They've almost got the Rift Herald ended already, so they can secure that one for themselves. So Dignitas winning the top half of the map neutrals, Cloud9 winning both of the dragons so far, and wouldn't you know it, the 3rd Drake of the game is live now just 16 minutes in. If C9 gets this one, it's a very early soul point, and this is going to cause a lot of problems for Dignitas if you're having to answer every dragon from 20 minutes onwards.
It absolutely will, especially with the over-reliance on melee champions. Like, how do you move in to take space? They don't have waves pushed. They can't necessarily get into the river. And if Ignar tries to go in, he gets deleted by the Trundle ult.
Exactly. How are you supposed to walk up into a river controlled by a Cloud9 that has Trundle and Ziggs? You get pillared, you get the entire Ziggs kit thrown at you. All of a sudden, the best thing you can do is hobble back to base, hoping you're still alive.
They might try and take the Herald in, but it seems ambitious.
Battle Herald summoned up. XU ready to drive it.
Turn.
Oh, and it just immediately hits a big old stinking traffic cone. Nice job there from C9 as Thanatos jumps into the back line, going for everybody. Potential flash away coming out from Vulcan, but a nice solar flare locks him up. It's already a 1-for-0 going the way of Dignitas, but they got to be careful. Ignar's going to be taken out here as Tactical tries to flash over the wall, but he does die. Loki under pressure. XU finding plenty of damage onto that one. Thanatos and Blabber still looking to fight here with the 2v3. Thanatos is low, but Denethor's not finding the damage he needs just yet. Q3 with the flash finds the sweet spot as FBI kites and fights Blabber, trying to get enough distance here with the power siphon. Denethor coming up, the World Ender. He gets the Q1, he gets the Q2, and he saves FBI. C9, they may have got themselves soul point, but Dignitas wins the fight.
It's a delayed ace by Dignitas. Let's see how they make this one work. So a lot of resources burned early, actually. So pillar down, that will prevent them from being able to stuff the re-engage. And I just see Palafox getting a lot of backline access here. First off, Ignar doesn't get instantly one-shot, which allows Dignitas to turn. Perfect headshot on Vulcan from the Leon ultimate, and then Palafox actually being able to finish off Tactical here. Look at that damage. He was 75% health. Flashes as the auto's already started, so he finishes him off. And then potentially target selection here by C9. Thanatos and Blabber split. Blabber can't actually get this kill onto FBI by the end of it, and then falls himself with Denethor landing everything onto Blabber, and FBI just dancing on him with the extra move speed.
Jesus Christ.
I'm the Diggs. I mean, the Victor
I'm the
King.
Ziggs. You're the Jigs?
Victor King.
All right, by the way,
Victor King. He's the Victor King. Victor King. Don't worry. His name's Victor. It's all good.
Yeah, it's all good. But hey, man, Big Dig is still in it. It's a 1,500 gold lead for C9. It is sole point for C9, but 1,500 gold, I feel like 19 minutes into the game, you're like, okay, yeah, we're ahead, but it doesn't really mean a whole lot usually, right? On average, it's like 400 gold per player. It's not super impactful. The big thing is going to be, like we were talking about before the Drake, Cloud9 did get it. So Dig has to answer every dragon from here on out, or it's Hex Tech Soul going over to C9, which when we're already talking about melee compositions, melee heavy comps, constantly dealing with the slow from the Hex proc is obnoxious.
It would be a very difficult game for Dig to win if they give this over. And we have a big fight here. FBI's way up.
Yeah, FBI getting himself away with a Chovy belt, though, as Blabber and Thanatos still trying to push forward. XU surviving once more with a Crescent Guard. Gets himself away, so Dignitas managed to disengage this one. Even though it means C9 has control over the Rift for now, there's nothing to really control.
Yeah, very interesting. So some of the expectations we had coming into this game is that if C9 got ahead, they'd be able to snowball, because a lot of times we think Ignar goes in, they just trundle ult him, they can burst him down. That actually hasn't happened in many of these fights. Ignar bought a lot of time with his locket and heal and somehow has managed to maneuver around the subjugate. And then the second one would be the fact that Palafox has actually been able to get access to tactical has been really important, because all that Ziggs AoE damage not actually being able to land onto the triple melee has been huge. And then that allows FBI to be the mage carry with the sustained damage to take down all the melees.
And that's what we were talking about with our concerns of the Dignitas draft early on in the game anyway, is it's like, okay, you're a Kali. The enemy mid laner is not something that you can really assassinate. They don't have a squishy support. The main target you're going after is this long-range mage on the Ziggs. So Palafox's target access, I agree, man, it is absolutely where it needs to be if Dignitas want to be able to bring this one back. C9 still up, 2,500 gold. Denethor is your target. Tries to get over the wall here with the humble dash, staying alive for now, but Loki jumps over and follows him. Denethor is already down. Dignitas trapped in a 4v5. Make it a 3v5 almost. No, not quite. Ignar gets away underneath the tier 2 turret. C9 will be happy to find that pick on the enemy top laner, but what can they get from it? The thing is, all 5 ultimates were spent for that. So if you try to start up the Baron, something along those lines, you do have Dignitas still ready to try to answer. Is this Vulcan's mouse again?
It might be. I'm glad we're on this pause screen, though, because we can take a look at the game state. About 45 seconds before that pause happened until the Drake would spawn. I think some of those ultimates will come up during the Drake fight if they started on spawn, but it's kind of a tight timing, and they don't have enough sustained damage to force Baron off the start of that one. So I think the kill matters, but it doesn't matter that much.
So I think the thing is, though, as long as you don't get drunk on the idea of Baron and just go up there and dance around and waste time anyway, if you're C9 and you just say, all right, screw Baron, it's not worth it, just make sure you're first to the dragon. Even if you don't have the ultis, I think you still have so much control with Trundle plus Ziggs together, like I was talking about earlier. You can buy the 15 seconds or whatever you need before the ultis fully come back up just by throwing the stink pillar and the bombs at them. And then as soon as you actually have everything, you're saying, okay, you want to come fight us, let's fight. But the only time I feel like that falls apart is if you're C9, you're thinking about Baron, so everybody's just kind of, you know, doing a square dance around the topside river for no reason. And then, oh, okay, you look at the clock, it's 10 seconds, Dragon's going to spawn, and now you don't have control. You don't have priority. They aren't checking into Trundle Ziggs. So that's really what I want to see from C9. Unfortunately, what I didn't want to see from C9 is also the truth, and apparently Vulcan's mouse has once again gone rogue, so that is what we are waiting on to be stabilized so we can head back into the game.
Vulcan, fix your mouse. Is this the mouse of an MVP? I don't know.
Ah, yes.
I think this
the
retroactively
mouse valuable player.
Hurts his
mouse
case.
valuable peripheral.
It is.
Yes.
For a League of Legends player, I think it is the most valuable peripheral of all.
Because you could still play even without a keyboard. You would have to do the really inefficient, like, click your ability, click the guy.
Yeah, I know a few people that play with trackpad.
Yeah, I
That's
had
crazy.
One of my buddies that I played with back in like season 1, season 2, right? Like old school League of Legends. He only played Darius and he played on a trackpad.
It makes a little more sense.
Yeah, when I ever asked her, I was like, so do you just really love Darius? He's like, yeah, man, I just love Darius. All I want to play is Darius. I just get on my trackpad, run at him with Darius. It's great.
Yeah.
So whenever I hear of trackpad gaming, my friend and his career on Darius from season 2 always comes to mind. Shout out to Jake if you're still out there watching, buddy. God bless that Darius.
Okay, you know who has a working mouse? Soon to be Vulcan. They're restarting his PC 3 to 4 minutes. The Lounge has a working mouse, and they're going to use it, I hope, to break down some of the plays from this game. Is that true, Lounge?
Let's hear it.
Maybe.
Very presumptuous. Yeah.
Very presumptuous.
It is. Yeah, we were going to do that, but now just to spite you,
Maybe we won't.
We're just going to sit here in silence.
Yes.
I'm just glad I can use my hand again to use a mouse. It was pretty difficult.
You can
for a
change
while
that.
And I broke my hand.
Look how tall Emily is. Are you threatening physical violence?
Look at how tall I am right now. Come on.
Oh my God.
That is
All right,
crazy.
let's go over some early plays because we have some.
Like Tyler won't interview me.
We had some stuff. We got started early in this game with, as you two have already pointed out off camera, the most telegraphed top to bot gank of all time, right? So we have FBI and Ignar pushed up in this lane. And basically, as soon as Vulcan lands this hook, Blabber is going to be able to wrap around for a gank. They're really far up here. And yeah.
It is like the most, this is 101.
Just a matchup. There's no counterplay to that.
If you're Exu and you tab and you see what the hell just happened bot lane, did you just tell me a Trundle full cleared into a gank bot and it worked?
Yeah.
With a ward too?
That's it. So it's the crab. He skipped the crab and he went to the Victor.
Fuming.
You know, nothing you can do about it.
I mean, Victor is a vicious champion.
Yes.
You know, there's not a lot you can do. You can't
Look, we've
restrain
talked
yourself
about
from
80
pushing.
carries, you know.
How would you know where the jungler is?
Getting used to playing mages. Victor's name is Victor, you know, he has to ease into it. I don't know.
Role-playing.
I have no idea. We're gonna start back here too, because I liked how the cast pointed out that it's also kind of a waiting game for the Ziggs to get his ult. So we have early 2v2 scrapping here. But the other thing I want to point out is just fog, right? Because this is what Dignitas sees. The map is pretty dark, so they don't even see Blabber is already invading. All right, we're gonna toss to casters and get back into the game.
Damn, I wanted to flame dig more.
All right, thank you very much, Emily. We are about to head back into the game. Vulcan's mouse should be just about A-okay and ready to go. But yeah, game still favoring C9.
It is.
Obviously, still possible to win for Dignitas.
Very much so.
The biggest thing on my mind, what I'm focusing on right now, is C9 resetting their position and getting ready to play from a spot of priority around this upcoming Dragon Soul. Hex Soul is so huge in this game.
Watch this bot wave. Loki's first to it. He's going to be pushing it out. C9 is going to be getting first setup in this area. Their ultimates will be back on time. Loki's ult is back up. Tacticals is going to be back up in time. I even think Subjugate from Blabber will be up in time. I think Dig is going to try and get mid-prio here. If FBI has his third core item here, he's resetting right now, can teleport back into it. They need to throw everything into this fight. So if it's time to buy elixirs, do it now. They need to win this Drake.
Well, FBI doesn't have the fully completed items, sadly, but he does at least get the ashes to throw in there, so a little bit of extra dot power. Immediately Vulcan going in for a big burst of damage. Palafox is dead! Oh, the soul fight is over before it even begins. Stolen solar flare coming out from Loki finds its way onto Ignar. C9 with a 5v4 man advantage. Denethor can't get anything off to the side. Palafox in the wrong place at the wrong time, immediately punished. C9 are loving this.
That's the worst thing that could happen. The reason they were able to win some of these other fights was Palafox getting access to tactical. Just getting hooked and one-shot before this makes this Drake uncontestable.
That might just be the hero play of the game from Vulcan grabbing Palafox right before the Hex Soul spawns. Now a 4,000 gold lead, plus the extra at least that much value in combat power from the Soul itself. I know this is dangerous to say after game one. C9 should win from here.
Well, That's what we said last game?
Yep.
As you said?
Yep.
There's a few streaks as well.
Okay.
That are on the line right here. So the last series win for Dignitas 174 days ago. They could win this game and break it. C9's streak was broken yesterday. Or sorry, last week against TL. As Loki, he might just win this.
Yeah, Loki stays alive long enough with his drain tanking, and now he's got the backup coming in. A little bit more damage might be able to take him out, and yes, Dignitas at least secure the kill, but now they got to be careful because Thanatos is making his way down to the bottom lane as well. Vulcan right behind him. Denethor will be left to the Wolves as it ultimately settles with a 1-for-1 trade down here in the bot lane bloodbath brawl as the mid lane tier 1 turret is removed from the rift. On the Cloud9 side, 2-2 in turrets overall. Honestly, not a whole lot of map pressure in the lanes from either team after 24 minutes of play.
No, the improvements that C9 wanted to make from last week to this week, I would imagine they're only partially checked.
We're going.
I'm going.
Fighting
now.
bot.
Yeah,
Fighting bot.
we're looking bot. Yeah.
I'm going from left side.
Here. I can make time.
Bot fighting.
Coming.
Can you guys run? Yeah,
I'm coming.
They have 2 flash.
I can still make
Yeah,
time.
Yeah, I'm coming, okay.
Does that don't flash?
Yeah,
I can
I'm
hold
coming, okay.
but yeah, we should
Yeah, we win. Please come here. 아칼리 탑.
진짜
거의
플래시
STP
A
좀
to
거의
forty.
STP 좀 semi sauce.
I'm still looking, guys.
Yeah.
Long my position. It's already dead.
They just skip.
Hey.
Nice escape at the end by Dig, to be completely honest. That headshot by Ignar on the Solar Flare to stop Thanatos from being able to make it through did prevent C9 from winning out on that play because C9 just ultimately sent more people bot lane for the 1-for-1, and Dig was able to collect more gold on the rest of the map.
Yep, we could see at the very end of the replay as well, Thanatos' public execution. He used it, but wasn't able to find a target, so that extra distance, very important there for Dignitas overall, as focus now on the top side of the map. No Elder Drake spawning for 3.5 minutes, so Baron is really where everybody's attention is at. Leandri's Torment is fully completed now for FBI on the Victor, but he is the only one on his team at a 3 full item power spike. Palafox still struggling a bit here on the Akali. Yes, he's got his fully upgraded quest boots, but only a Hextech Gunblade, so still trying to get that second item fully completed. There it is. Shadow Flame comes online. You're welcome for the caster curse. Palafox got to get the extra money in the pocket on that one, as we still have the 2-item power spikes in both top and jungle. Important to note that Blabber on the other side is 3 fully completed items on his Trundle. This Trundle is a problem. You were praising how good this fits into the composition against what Dignitas has drafted at the start of this game. Blabber is the richest man on the Rift, and he is such an issue for Dignitas to try to fight through. Trundle is one of the most ball of stats champion in League of Legends. 3 of his abilities just give him more stats, right? The last one is a big stinky pillar. That's what you have. You have a big stinking rock and 3 things that give you stats. This guy is so difficult to fight through for a melee heavy team.
He's the most LoL Classic champ that still exists in Modern League. I feel like he's been like mildly updated, but he's pretty much the same. They're going to start up Baron here and dare them to walk into Blabber's wall of stats.
All right, well, Ignar's the one to find himself on the wrong side of the stink pillar. He flashes over to stay alive. Meanwhile, topside, Loki versus Palafox. Favoring Loki for now, does have the 1-level advantage over Palafox on the Akali. Palafox trying to zip and zap back and forth. Tries to get away from Loki, does survive for now, but the Silas coming out on top in that one for sure, as both top laners make their way over. Nice sidestep there from Denethor to not get caught by the public execution. C9 still with control over the enemy blue buff jungle and over the top side river.
It's funny how I bring up League Classic and you see kind of the most anti-League Classic there is Silas and Akali are just dashing 72 times past each other. It ends up meaning pretty much nothing. Loki was definitely stronger there, so Palafox kind of wins by just absorbing the ultimates and Baron still not being taken.
I did like how in the trailer for League Classic, the champions that they used to display Zillion's distress at not recognizing the League of Legends that he knew was like Cassante and Zoe and everything that has essentially been like a copy pasta champ over the course of the last multiple years.
Not quite the era of League Classic as well. Dignitas, if they come back in this, trying to do something that they haven't done since 2017 Summer Playoffs. So it's been 3,000. That's your mouse fault.
It's that damn mouse again, isn't it?
I'll get through this. 3,269 days since Dig has beaten C9 in a best of series. They've taken plenty of games, but a best of series.
That is 9 years.
It's a long time.
9 years since they've beaten Cloud9 in a series.
Okay, so now they're swapping his mouse.
Okay.
I'm glad we have a backup.
This mouse must be burned.
Yeah.
It's clearly had its best days. Bury it with honors. This mouse no longer fulfills its function.
I'm sorry. I wonder how long he's had that mouse for, because some people really hold on to mice for a long time.
I mean, until they start breaking, why not, right?
Well, because they can get really gross. Like the ones that have the faux leather, like the fake leather on them, that can start decaying onto like your fingers and stuff.
Oh, yeah, that sounds kind of
But like once the
gunky.
feel, and I know, and they can like build up a bunch of gunk over time. I've
Yeah.
kept mice for a really long time
Oh,
in the
yeah.
past. But it's your mouse, you know? But
Right,
for
you're
a
used
pro
to the
gamer,
feel of it.
For a pro gamer, I feel like you should just get used to the feel of new mice so you can keep swapping it out.
So you always have top performance, yeah.
But then there's also certain models of mice that sometimes aren't made anymore, so you have to buy like 10 of them in hopes that they'll never be replaced.
You find one that you really like, and you're like,
Yeah.
no, I'm just going to buy enough of this that I'll be able to use the same thing, swap in a new one every year or whatever.
Exactly. We need the story of this mouse from Vulcan, because he probably feels pretty betrayed right now, to be completely honest. I think Dignitas is probably more upset because they're the ones losing the game, and they're just like, come on, like either let us
Like,
come
bro,
back or let us go to game 3.
Play the game. All right. Well, hopefully it doesn't take a whole lot longer to get this one situated. We can get back in because it is just, I mean, you saw the top lane, despite the fact that it was the 200 years dash bonanza in the top side. The bonanza very much went one way, and that was the way of Loki.
It did.
Right. I still remember the Zeka versus Scout head-to-head in it was quarters or semis in Worlds 2022 when Zeka was in his, it was the Silas Akali meta, and he was just winning both sides of the matchup against everybody constantly. And just the top lane fight happened to route the exact same spot on the map that one did, and Zeka just beats Scout, barely takes any damage. And in the replay, earlier on in the game, you could see Scout being like, oh, I just barely lost the 1v1. He was kind of laughing it off. That one was the one where you could see the despair on his face because he was like, damn, dude, he's really just better. I can't keep up anymore.
There's nothing I can do at this stage. Hexol helps that. Also, Seeker's Arm Guard to be able to make more time if he gets caught in the side lane again. But we've made it all the way to Elder. Honestly, the Hexol didn't advance the game very much for C9. They took no Barons. They got maybe 1 or 2 kills. Now we are here for a potential Elder flip. Now, last time we built up a Drake fight, Palafox got hooked in 1 shot.
Right.
Let's hope we see more of a battle this time.
Let's see what we get.
Uh-oh.
C9 has Guardian Angel on Thanatos here as well. They've got that Seekers, like you already said, there on Loki. Ignar gets caught by the dredge line. C9, however, do not want to engage on enemy Leona. Guardian Angel also available on XU, but there's no get out of jail free card for anybody else on the Dignitas side. C9 going in, a little bit of burst of damage here into Ignar and XU both. Down to half HP on those frontliners. Dignitas also losing half the health on Denethor, as well as the Crescent Guard on XU. Public Execution does not find a target thanks to the flash from Dignitas. Solar Flare only gets a slow, no stun to be found. Dredgeline lollipops and pulls Ignar back. Blabber takes a bite out of him. Now FBI's got to be careful. Depth charge onto the enemy carry, and he's already down. Blabber goes on a killing spree. Palafox into the back line, but he only dies. Dignitas is absolutely crushed. Ignar will be the only one to get away. XU loses his Guardian Angel for nothing, and with only Leona left alive with 35 seconds on the nearest respawning Dignitas player, the Elder Dragon is not required. C9's gonna march it down bot.
Beautiful patience by C9 in that fight, knowing that the Hex Soul poke from Ziggs was just going to be immaculate. They just whittled them down and engaged at the right timing. C9 is not going to get swept by Dignitas today.
C9's going to bring us to a third game, and for Dignitas, it's shades of week 1. A tough game 1 that they make the comeback in. Then in game number 2, they cannot keep up. It's C9 tying us up, taking us to game 3.
Can't be too excited after that one for C9. They were hoping, I believe, to have a 2-0, but that doesn't really matter as long as they win the game 3. Spam chat now to tell us who you think the player of the game is. Lounge, is Dignitas Summer over again?
Not so fast.
Yeah, well,
We're here with Victor Razbanyama to break down some plays.
At the end of the day, if it's summer in London, you never know what the next day is going to be. Is it going to be rainy? Is it going to be sunny? It's definitely going to be cloudy. We're going to game 3 no matter what, so we'll figure it out.
Hasn't it been like record heat? temperatures.
Oh yeah, this is a bad example
Europe.
actually.
Yeah,
This is a bad example.
I was like, wait a minute.
Raz is up there
Raz,
in the clouds.
yeah.
I'm a late bloomer.
Yeah.
What can I say? Don't look at the
tall.
bottom part of this.
Is that like, is it a haircut thing? Or you been
I do
growing,
think so. I
growing
think
a little
the moment
bit?
I hit the afro, I exceeded
The fro is
Even
looking
come
nice.
up to your waist.
Victor Wembanyama. I know that the center.
Bring your analyst to work
Yeah.
day.
Lord have mercy.
That's hard on the knees there.
It is a little bit. that's the ripe age of 33 that's hitting. It's funny because, Emily, you actually were just about to hit this segment, and I'm going to hit it from the other side. I'm going to talk about this segment on another angle because this gank that comes through bot lane, because yes, unfortunately, Dignitas did lose this game, and we're going to a game 3, but we might get an exciting one. So, yes, this is like a pretty interesting play, if I'm going to zoom this out, and see that Cloud9 is going to be following Exu here. Yes, Exu gets the jump, so they're willing to take this fight, and it looks good for... Initially, it looks good for Dignitas because they're going to be able to chase down Tactical, and Vulcan is in a tough position. Yeah. But Loki has push.
Yep.
That's actually something that I wanted to mention. I do not like the fact that Dignitas is actually going for a longer play when Palafox doesn't have TP and he's catching this wave, so he's never going to be able to get here.
Also,
so numbers are on the side
show us all
of C9.
the vision from C9.
Yeah,
like,
I was
pause
going to
this.
say.
There's no Dignitas vision at all. And then swap to C9 side. Look at all their wards, right? Like they have full info here.
Yeah.
They have 3 wards plus the scuttle on bot side, and Dig has literally not a single ward in that whole area.
Right before. So what I was gonna do with this play is play with Fog and just leave it on Dig vision until Loki just pops out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Because they'd pinged Loki fainting like way earlier at the beginning of the play.
Yeah.
But then it didn't seem like they tracked him very well. Blabber was in the jungle the entire time, doesn't show once on vision, to Isaac's point. And yeah, here comes Blabber, right? And then, yeah.
An actual jump scare
and
from
then
Loki.
just bam, where'd he come from?
Yeah, and I mean, this is just one of those things where it's like, you are just kind of rolling the dice, right? Because they have no information on where Blabber is. They know that he's not topside because they have a couple wards on topside. Like they have 2 wards on his topside camps.
Yes.
So you know he should be bot side. Obviously, they're not expecting that he's in their jungle behind them, but it's like, there's only so many places he could be, and the mid laner is missing, and you know, the 2v2 is only really gonna work with the help of Exu because they're kind of losing in the isolated 2v2 anyway. So it just felt like one of those plays that to me was kind of like a low percentage play. And I do think it's an issue that Dig has been having, you know, even in some of the plays in their game where they won, where you know they don't have all of like the boxes checked, kind of to
be able to
guarantee
pull
that
off
it's a
the
good play.
This is the one play that I think Dignitas, C9 actually made a misplay because they have positioning here on Dragon. So I didn't like the fact that they were the ones that ended up forcing the fight on towards Ignar that does have Locket. So he's going to be able to like, and of course Pillar gets used here. So initiating with the Mbessa ulti and also getting the hook off too. It's like you use a lot of your tools and your Vulcan gets chunked out here. While your main focus is you're on Dragon. You want Dignitas to walk into you. So I actually think they jumped the gun a little bit too quickly and made it a pretty easy fight for Dignitas.
Yeah, I mean, Ignar even had his W up before he even got CC'd, right? So he is actually super tanky.
Yeah.
I think Thanatos thought he was going to catch FBI. Like, go back to the initial TP in with the ult, and look how close Thanatos actually gets to FBI. So to me, I think they were hoping that they were going to get in onto FBI here, but he just kind of shortchanged it a little bit and ends up catching Ignar. So let's see. So the hook comes through. He's trying to step up far enough. The public execution just does not quite actually reach FBI. So FBI doesn't end up getting tagged, and I think that did kind of change the fight a fair bit. But it is one of these things where it's like they didn't have to go fast, right? You can just play with Ziggs, Poke, and Pillar and force them to come into you and get probably a bit of a better setup. So I think C9 getting a little bit antsy here and kind of forcing a fight that they didn't necessarily have to take any risk on.
And I mean, this was the game-winning fight for C9. Yeah. So at this point, like, they had already gotten Soul. Actually, we can actually just look at the fact in which they had gotten Soul, because it was just off of one pick. This felt like pretty much a losing moment for Dignitas, because they were going to fight for this objective. And I actually didn't end up catching it.
Palafox just got caught.
Yeah.
To my recollection, he just kind of face-checked and got hooked. And I mean, that's a really silly death. You know that Soul is going to be spawning. You know that they just walked in that side brush. You have Ignar walking up to ward over the wall.
Yeah.
You can just wait a second. And that is one of those plays where they're just going a little bit too fast. Again, it just feels like they kind of skipping steps in some of these moments. Dignitas is actually having some pretty good moments in the games. I mean, Palafox got a solo kill on Loki in the 1v1 early. They have had these winning team fights, but they need to string it together and they need to make sure that they're not skipping steps on these setups. And that's where it feels like maybe comms are getting a little bit too chaotic or too many people are talking over each other and they're not sure exactly what they need to be tracking.
Yeah, player end of the game does go towards Blabber. 4 out of the 5 votes. The other vote, of course, Flowers going towards Vulcan. But I think the setup in general for C9 was really good, especially in the early game. They punished bot lane excessively. So, hey, we're going to another game 3 that we've seen this before last split. Dignitas takes the first game. C9 responds and blank. The blank last split was C9 winning, but maybe for the first time since 2017, Dignitas will take a series win over Cloud9. We'll see how that happens, if that's a possibility. Game 3 is going to be after the break.
I'm walking up, okay?
Are you clean here?
Yeah. Look down.
Kill Leona.
I ult Victor anyway, I think. I ult Victor. Go.
No flash, pick up, no flash.
I'm looking. He's dead. Yeah, I'm with you, Ed.
I got him.
Let's just. What the
We can go in.
Yeah, play for fight first. Yeah, kill and bot.
I'm saying go near you.
Yeah.
Game number 2, they cannot keep up. It's C9 tying us up, taking us to game 3.
Welcome back to the LCS, where we are about to start draft of Game 3 between Cloud9 and Dignitas. I want to reiterate, we've been dealing with an issue out on stage where players have been intermittently losing audio with their coaches. So to keep things moving as quickly as possible, we're conducting draft from player rooms where everyone can speak to each other without headsets and then immediately going out. That's also why if you see the accounts named NA Test 1, NA Test 2, etc., that is why.
Yep. We're using them dummy accounts.
Yep.
So get this process going quickly.
Raz did make the argument that maybe players are leaning into not being able to hear their coaches.
Yeah, maybe we don't need to hear our coaches. I'm actually, you know what's funny? Anytime it's off season and people start going into like playing against each other, just like basically testing without coaches, drafts are horrendous. Everyone thinks about their own lane. People run out of time very quickly.
Yeah, it's solo queue.
Yeah, yeah, unironically.
The worst is when you're 5th pick in solo queue and you're supposed to have counter pick, and then you're like, wait, our comp is horrible. I have to pick for the team now. I've got to try to save our team.
Yep.
I need to pick this thing that's absolutely awful in lane because my team is like all carry.
We are 480 carries. That'll make this work.
Or you first pick Nidalee and you look at the composition and everyone just picks full AP and you're like, holy, what happened, guys? You're supposed to cover me.
Time to go AD Nidalee.
All right, let's see what C9 and Dig are going to go for here in Game 3. Back-to-back weeks, Dig wins Game 1.
Yeah.
They're able to pull it back in the comeback. They're able to win. Game 2, they lose. Pretty one-sided. We'll see if they can get their first series win of the split and what would be their first one since February 8th in this year.
Vi's just available here. It has to be the best jungler in slot, especially with Trundle banned.
Out. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think you can go Vi, and then, but it's like, I don't think Vi's that scary because you can always answer with Nefiri. You can answer, like even like Wukong comps, I think can be pretty good. So Cassio going to be the first pick here for C9, which we know obviously can go bot, can go mid. And Jace, really strong blind pick right now.
Yeah, Jace had previously been banned, is now on the table, and also can be flexed to other roles.
Yep.
I would still fully expect him to be going top most of the time.
But we saw Berserker play a bot.
Yeah, we saw Berserker play a bot. We've also seen the jungle flex speaking of an emergency flex. I think they kind of locked in from Lion last split. So we do see the Jace locked in, and I do wonder if they just end up going by here, they being Dignitas.
And it is actually just so difficult. If you're going red side and you're first picking Jace and you have a jungler that can play Jace top lane, obviously Denethor has played quite a bit of Jace. You can play Jace mid because that has been a pick that Palafox has played in the past, and bot lane. It's a 4-way flex, theoretically.
Well, now it's not going bot.
Okay, well, that's the first.
I don't see sticking Jin in.
That's
Jin
the first
mid.
Jingle.
Jingle. Now I want to see. I want you to log on to a solo queue account. And
You can
Jin.
jungle anything. I'm not telling you it's good, but like in modern League, it is so easy to clear on basically anything. It's gonna be slow and it's gonna be horrible, but you can clear.
It can work. It can work. Ooh, I wonder if there's gonna be a Cassante pick here, just simply because Rumble vibe being locked in from C9. I think you quite literally have to, unless if you're super locked into the Jace going top lane. But I doubt that you would be that unflexible.
Yeah, you can flex at mid, flex at jungle.
I don't think Jace is that bad into the Rumble as long as you draft for the 2v2. But, I mean, I think it's definitely scary for any pushing top laner to be playing against Vi, right? Because you're just going to get equalized, and then you have the ult on your head. But Skarner is a great option. I always like Nefiri into it. Skarner is kind of like the more defensive option because it's just there to peel. So yeah, you can't stop the Vi as she ults in, but you can time your impale so it lands as she comes down from her ult. You can obviously, Ishal's impact after that, and you're basically just looking to CC and burst down their front line as they dive in. We did see a Kai'Sa ban last game. I wouldn't be surprised to see, a Kai'Sa ban again this game as someone who could be kind of like working alongside a dive comp.
Yeah.
And if you're Dignitas side, you're pretty comfortable already within your composition, have like good range with Jin and Jace versus Cassio. I think with how much Cassio has been played globally, and even though a lot of our lane matchups have just been much stronger after certain rune changes, she is still an immobile mid-range champion that will be susceptible to all types of pokes. So I do like what Dignitas has so far in their comp.
The Poppy ban's kind of interesting because we're already showing jungle, we're already showing top right, so it's kind of, you're banning it, saying that Vulcan might want to play this into something that we want to play. So that makes me think of like Alistar or potentially like Rel, kind of like playmakers that you could actually shut down and engage champs.
Yeah.
Maybe, Pyke, but I don't really think Pyke Jin is that strong. So it's kind of interesting seeing the Poppy band here.
Yeah, I do like the Galio ban coming out of C9, not only just the lane counter, right? If you are flexing the Jace out of top.
Counter engage too.
But yeah, also really, really nice counter engage that they would have off the table, and Rakan taken off the table by Dignitas.
Rakan being taken off the table is interesting. I think best 4 pick for me, if I visualize what Dignitas wants. Alistar is really good for Ignar especially. And I think it fits the composition quite well. If you actually have a Vi jumping into any level of engage there, you have Skarner, Alistar frontline, but you want to pick Alistar into
Alistar or Rel, right?
Yeah.
Rakan. So yeah, Rel might be just the choice. There it is, it's locked in. Really beefy frontline alongside Skarner.
No, those are definitely the two I was thinking of as soon as they banned the Poppy, right? You know, you're looking for kind of those engaged champs. If they Ashe would be kind of interesting. I mean, Callista plus like you can go Callista Alistar. Funny enough, we were talking about Alistar. Alistar is good into Rel because you can interrupt the crash down pretty easily.
Yeah.
And can be a pretty strong 2v2. Obviously, there are a lot more kind of like standard aggressive ones too. Things like Renata can be a good answer and is stronger for the actual 2v2.
Yeah.
If they want to go that route, so. That's kind of like my guess is it would be Renata if they want to go for the 2v2 more heavily. Otherwise, you can go Alistar if you wanted more primary engage.
Maybe you go Anivia here if you're Palafox. I think you have quite a bit of range.
I feel like Swain goes kind of hard, but
Swain is good too. Swain is very good too.
I'd love the Swain.
I feel like Swain is actually really good here.
Callista, especially.
Lock in the Anivia, baby.
Yeah.
I think you have such a good range composition. They cannot walk into you. I really do not like C9's low range composition. But yeah, well, I mean, I think
game one vibes a little bit, where Dig can kind of just CC anyone.
Yeah.
There's also just so much setup for this Jhin to kind of just sit back and free fire, right?
The only question is, I think Dignitas being generally a team that struggles throughout the entire split at being able to connect as a team. You have Jace, you have an Anivia. Like, those are champions that need team connection with Ignar and Xu. So, like, sure, they may be great with items grouped up in a 5v5 fight with C9, but the pathway to get there is going to be difficult with a Rumble and Vi if you are uncoordinated as Dignitas.
You also have to be so careful around especially early skirmishes, right? Because all of C9 coming to like first, second, like even third Drake are going to potentially have better itemization. And they just are going to spike earlier. So if they are first to an objective, there is a world where they just set it up so it's really difficult to contest. And I wouldn't want to see Dig dragged into these fights earlier that they're not ready to take.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, I feel like C9 2v2 is really heavily winning as well. You know, unless they're way too far forward and getting CC'd, but it's like Handshake is incredible against Skarner, is incredible against Rel. I feel like they have a lot of good tools in that 2v2. But
I'm giving it to
I
Dig.
still like Dig. I still like Dig's comp. Casters, what do you think?
Dig Summer.
Thank you very much, Lounge. And now we do have to see, is it truly Dig Summer? So far, this series feels so reminiscent of week one. The troubles in game one that ultimately result in Dignitas victory, only to be followed up by a pretty unimpressive defeat right after, where the enemy team bounces back. And now C9 really wants to make sure that this 9-year streak of not losing a series to Dig is not broken today.
And I actually think this draft is fascinating. So there are ways that Dignitas can definitely pilot this and win, but I saw a Twitter video last night from Vagar V2, who is one of the positional coaches for C9.
Yep.
And he was actually talking about, he said it's, I don't remember exact phrasing, but it was like what mid laners know but don't talk about that often. And it's plug and play mid laners versus mid laners like champions that you need your team to specifically know how to play around, and you can't just do it on your own. So the brainless ones would be like Ari, Silas, Sakali. Like, you just play them, you get fed, and you flank. Everyone kind of knows how to play around that. You'll fit in anything. If there's this fight that's happening over Narnia, as Ari, you're just dashing there and you're being it. That's the, like, you can play this in any situation. Anivia was his example of a champion who you can only fight in specific zones. If you have the right wall in a team fight, that can't be happening while your teammate is flanking. Like, you really have, everyone on your team has to know, which I just think is so interesting, with Palafox stating that he wants to focus on his own game today and how difficult it's been for them to sync up with their teammates. If it works, it's because the team also knows how to play around Anivia, but it's not just on Palafox's ability to play it.
And I feel like, especially with Anivia, like, you're bringing up these characters that can't just be generic mid laner number 5 or whatever. Anivia by nature, by the nature of the champion's kit, because there's almost nothing in League of Legends that doesn't do at least some damage, right? Crystallize is one of those abilities that's from all the way back in old school, in classic League of Legends, where the game had a very different design philosophy. You're talking about a League of Legends where some champions would cast 3 spells and go out of mana. You're talking about a League of Legends that was designed differently, and Crystallize is a relic from that era. This is a pure utility ability. You can't kill nobody with Crystallize. right? It sets things up. It allows other things to kill people very effectively. But the placement of that wall, like you're talking about, that's make and break for Anivia. Everybody's got to be working together.
Can be completely game-changing. And then also pretty bold of C9 here to go with that Kalista Renata. So Tactical is a very confident Kalista player, but I'd say a lot of AD carries are very confident Kalista players, and there's a reason we don't see that much Kalista.
Yup.
Because it's a rather short-range champ. You can get hit with 1 CC and just get turbo stomped, and you don't scale exceptionally well.
Kalista is either Chad or bad. There is very little in between. You're 10-0 or you're 0-10. This champion just doesn't feel like it has much of an opportunity, especially because her damage doesn't scale into late to the same degree that like a traditional carry would.
Yeah.
Generally, it feels like you're going to dominate or you're going to get rolled over. I do want to say that in game number 1, I think one of the things that impressed me was the way that Denethor was able to use XU's Cataclysms to find slams for his Mega Nars in the created terrain. And now in game number 2, I'm going to need to see, or game number 3, excuse me, I'm going to need to see the same type of teamwork from XU and Palafox. You're talking about Anivia needing proper setup and everybody needing to play around the Anivia. A big part of that setup is, okay, I know that the wall is going to be here. XU knows that the wall is going to be here. You get the Skarner slam with the Ishtal's impact into the Anivia wall, and that's how you make plays.
And that's the hope.
Yeah.
And there's not really a tank on C9 this game either. If you remember how game 1 fell apart, it's because they didn't have that clear person who could go in, whereas in game 2, a lot of them could go in, right? Ambessa, Trundle, Silas, or the Nautilus.
And so for Skarner, I feel like a lot of that for Dignitas is going to be, you need to catch them off guard. You need to have Skarner tunnel through a wall that otherwise he wouldn't have a good place to slam someone into for the stun. And then as soon as Anivia sees Skarner get that grab, you throw a wall right in front of him, boom, he body slams the guy into it, you've got the stun, you've got the follow-up.
Completely agree. I kind of feel like C9 needs to snowball pretty early in this game. Otherwise, there's just a lot of control that comes out from Dignitas. But this is also assuming that Dignitas has that control and discipline to play around the long-range Jhin poke, the long-range Jace poke, and the snap engage eventually at the right time from Ignar.
And I feel like that discipline subject is something we talk about a lot with our lower-ranked teams usually because they don't have that experience in the high-pressure situations as much. But for Cloud9, I feel like compared to in the past where we would be talking about top-of-the-table teams as being significantly better with it, I feel like in recent history, in week number 1, in game number 1 today, and then in playoffs of Spring Split, Cloud9 has demonstrated a distinct lack of discipline. And so for C9, despite being one of the teams that is in that top half of the standings, according to pretty much everyone's power rankings, I also want to see them continue to refine that. I think that they've still got a lot of work to do too.
The only patient thing that Cloud9's kind of done all series was the very last fight of the last game.
And we praised it.
And it was great.
Yep.
Good patience.
Love that.
But now, you kind of can't play with a huge amount of patience here with the Rumble Cassio, all squishy, all pretty aggressive laners, especially trying to play through this Kalista Renata, and then Vi just kind of having to go in on her own to make something happen.
Yeah, Kalista is not a patient champion. Kalista doesn't flip on cruise control. Kalista just tries to outrun the cop on the highway. This champion has got to make sure that you're applying pressure.
This was the first pick that Tactical played in the LCS, though. In the Spring Split with Team Liquid, his debut with Core JJ, he popped off on Kalista, eventually giving Team Liquid the confidence that they could run him back in summer after Doublelift moved back to TSM. So it's always been a comfort for Tactical.
And I like the fact that you bring up confidence and you bring up Doublelift, because when it comes to Tactical, I feel like a lot of people will think immediately of that Doublelift LCS tier list from a few years back, where he has Tactical in both S tier and Z tier. And the S tier Tactical is Tactical when he's confident. He can outplay anybody in the league. He can hard carry the game. The D tier was Tactical when he's not feeling that confident, will end up making blunders that can lose you the game. And on a champ like Kalista that we've already been talking about how quickly this can go good or equally bad, let's hope it's S tier Tactical.
C9's hoping it's S tier Tactical. Tactical's hoping it's S tier Tactical. Remember, Loki and Tactical, the additions to the C9 roster after their disappointing finish to a roster that never lost in the regular season. C9 lost in week 1 to Team Liquid, currently 1-1 against Dignitas. But as you can see with this 3-lane cam, very aggressive laning bot lane. The Cassio early game against Anivia will get push, and then it's pretty hard to get pushed this early as Rumble into Jason.
Yeah, Dig doing a good job there, at least getting a little bit of damage back onto onto Vulcan's Renata, excuse me. Vulcan very wisely did not choose to use any abilities or auto attacks while he was initially stunned underneath that turret. The Deadly Flourish would have surely guaranteed his demise within that range. But yeah, Ignar and FBI just got to play to clear out the waves here as Ignar flashes away to avoid what would have been a lethal rend.
Heal and flash for nothing. So C9 already putting a lot of pressure down in the bot lane, and Blabber just going to take bot Crab off this pressure. Might consider a dive. This is a barriered Jhin.
This is
trying to leave.
FBI all on his lonesome. Vulcan's got Blabber right behind him here. The Vault Breaker's already found the target. And FBI, he's not going to spend either one of the summoner spells. He knows he's dead in that situation. Yeah. Honestly, great job from C9 using that early control over the bottom lane. Thanatos with a flash away from the Ishtal's impact up here on the top side. Avoids any further pressure from Dig, but they'll get that summoner spell at least. Cloud9 up to an early lead.
I do feel like if FBI flashed the initial Vault Breaker, he probably lives. But once it connects, I think C9 could have flash followed for the kill. So that's spectacular for C9, the outcome there.
I think that Vulcan still had the handshake available. So if FBI flashes, you just get handshook right back, and you might not even have to flash in return, which is probably what he's going for. Like, I just don't want to spend it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you know, there's always the what ifs. Maybe I could have got away. Obviously, in this one, FBI is saying he doesn't want to risk that. As Ignar, nice stop on the recall from Vulcan there. I mean, get something back, but now he could be in danger himself. Tactical keeps hopping and skipping forward. The Rend at least gets a target.
This is wild.
XU wants to jump in. Yeah, this is kind of crazy. Tactical doing a good job making sure that Vulcan doesn't get grabbed by the Ishtal's impact. So Vulcan is still stuck in lane down here. XU is still hanging around nearby. Does have his rock ready to throw. Ignar steps forward. FBI eats half his health bar and damage from the turrets. Tactical goes in, and Ignar goes down. Dignitas at least finally gets the kill back on a Vulcan as Tactical tries to stay alive against XU, who gets a double kill, but now he's going to die to the turret. Okay.
It's a brawl.
Yep.
It's a bloodbath in the bot lane.
It's a bar fight in bottom lane.
Blabber's real fed off of this because he's just been farming camps. But let's watch this. So Vulcan has his heal burned in this initial engage by XU after sidestepping the Skarner. And then, crucially, he still has Guardian here. So when they go for this fourth shot, it doesn't actually kill him. He's in range of the Guardian, you can see right there, gets the Guardian shield, is able to actually live this out. Then Tactical, it's just crazy. Why is it? Vulcan's still up there, probably trying to avoid the Jhin damage, but if he stays under the turret, he doesn't get killed by the Flash Skarner, and they can walk that one out. A few mistakes and a few outplays on both sides.
Yeah, that was quite a crazy one. The biggest winner here is Tactical, who is up 700 gold over FBI now, as C9 will also take this chance. They are going for another early first Drake, just 5.5 minutes on the clock, and C9 will secure this one. Easy breezy. That's going to upgrade Blabber's smite there as well. Not super valuable with tenacity and healing shielding power 5.5 minutes into the game. But again, you're stacking the soul pressure. Last game was something that worked heavily in C9's favor, and they're off to a good start with it yet again.
Yeah, pretty great start from the bot lane. And I'm really thinking Blabber's put up in a good situation to impact the other lanes. Like a Fed Vive flying side lanes into Jace makes it really difficult for Jace to play side lanes. And then can maybe snowball the map, which is what I think C9 has to do. They have to snowball this game to win.
And XU's looking at topside here yet again. Will find a control ward, seeing him with that attempt. Thanatos' flash is still about 1/3 of the cooldown remaining before that's ready to go. So they want to try to punish that summoner spell that XU got last time, but Thanatos will not give them the opportunity. And once more, every time we pan down to bottom lane, it's Tactical and Vulcan with total control over this 2 versus 2 head-to-head, as Ignar and FBI going to go back up. See Blabber stealing away the blue buff from XU's side of the map. XU is doing the same thing on top side.
Map, going for a return gank here.
Yeah,
no flash.
Remember, Thanatos still without that summoner spell. He knows there's no way out of this one. XU just playing the patient game, and they even give the kill over to Denethor. Nice work from Dig.
Gonna want to get Denethor fed here. You're not running around bot side, and being able to have a map split there, taking blue for blue, but then being able to get the successful gank is definitely advantage Dignitas here.
Yep, and another advantage here for Dig, when you're playing something like Skarner, just a big spongy ball of health, the Protoplasm Harness is so strong as a first purchase. This thing is cheap as dirt. The active on it is so powerful when it procs to just give you healing that will get you through a lot of situations where you'd otherwise be dead to rights.
Okay. If I can be at my blue, okay?
I don't have wood, but...
I need to get 6 here, and then I'm going to base and come bot.
Yeah,
he's on blue, he's on blue. Okay, we can actually look top one more time then.
Yeah, the ball looks like they're basing.
I'm not 6 yet.
I think better not to, no?
Can you look here? He has no flash.
Okay.
I cancel.
I'll get 6 off 1 minion if you kill one.
Guys, run out of base, okay?
Yeah, we're killing top. Top is dead.
He's far away yet. I'm basing here.
You got it? I'll hit him one more time.
Nice.
I like the calls from XU there, recognizing he's probably at my blue. Then as soon as you hear bottom lane confirm he's at the blue, they make the play on the other side of the map in response. Vulcan tries to get away from the crash down. Tactical, however, does still have to pull him to safety. Dignitas, with the pressure on the C9 duo, taking away one of the tools the Tactical and Vulcan could use to go aggressive.
Blabber has a level advantage, but technically, Tactical's down the ultimate, and XU didn't spend anything, so we might see a scuffle here for these last 2 grubs.
Okay, grubs, C9 picking up 1, Dig picking up 1, Blabber versus XU here with the pit. Nice, using the ulti coming in from Renata. XU stays alive with the Impale, but only for a moment. Cloud9 taking the kill on the enemy jungler. And that means they will earn themselves control over the last grub here as well, going up 2-1 in that count as Loki slithers after Palafox. He's already forced the flash away from the Anivia, and the Twin Fangs just pour damage onto the health bar.
That is a very poor fight for Dignitas and their overall state of the game. XU gets caught out, and then if we're talking about fights that Anivia can and can't take, that's not a zone Anivia wants to fight in. After the jungler's dead, in the river, completely alone, unable to section off the fight, Palafox has to burn his flash. But just watching the start of this one more time, like Tactical and Vulcan can just push FBI out of the fight entirely. And that's a 2v4, actually, if you don't account for the curtain call, which is all hitting into Vulcan. Easy kill onto XU. And then pretty easy for Loki to then run down Palafox afterwards as well. So big advantage there gained by C9.
Yep, C9 loving that one. Little over a minute on the clock until we get to Dragon number 2. As XU's down here in the bottom side, walks right past the control ward, but Ignar also on the potential wraparound play. Tactical has both summoner spells available, ready to go here, does get stunned up. Vulcan doing a good job trying to block that deadly flourish. Tactical stays alive thanks to the bailout, and FBI, the gun's spinning, but C9's winning. Beautiful timing there from Vulcan to keep his AD carry alive, bring him back from the grave. Nicely done. C9's up 2,500.
That's the combo. That's why you play Callista Renata. You pop the bailout onto Tactical. The Rend Spears get to stay there, and then he can save his own life by taking theirs. So watching this, you know C9's trying to play for the outplay. Tactical doesn't step back into Ignar, buys a lot of time, tanks the W. Vulcan blocks Tactical, which buys time, and then really good timing on the bailout. Easy execute for Tactical, and then just the spacing at the very end here. Cheeky little Q at the end as well to get the next kill.
Great positioning there from Tactical.
Nice, guys. Good shit.
I want to go mid? Yeah, I'll go mid.
Good.
Flash.
Great foresight from Vulcan, knowing how long he needed to hold it, timing it exactly where it needed to be with that bailout. Honestly, very well played from the bottom lane duo of Cloud9. Happy to see it. And you know what? That's just going to earn them more control over the bottom half of the Rift. They will continue to run the show when it comes to neutral objectives. They will take Dragon number 2 with no contest. So they've won out 2 out of 3 grubs. They've got both of the early Drakes. There's still no Rift Herald to even speak of for another 4 minutes as Dignitas is looking to make a move up here from the top side. Thanatos is your target. Flash Frost follows the Impale for some chain CC, and Denethor goes in, committing the flash to guarantee they've got the damage to get the kill. Meanwhile, back over in mid lane, FBI will fall to a counterplay coming out from C9.
As long as Thanatos doesn't tilt, the team is in a good state, but he is getting heavily weak-sided this game. The map has been split against them. There were repeat ganks by Skarner early, then 4 people got sent to him, but while that was happening, his team killed the enemy AD carry, they killed bot lane, and they took mid plates. So C9 gets the advantage there, but Thanatos goes down once again.
Thanatos, your job this game, Thanatos is playing Helldivers. He airstrikes the team fight at the beginning, he's done. That's it. Everybody else, they're in the position to carry. Now,
wild.
Denethor's in a little bit of danger. Very nice Renata ulti flies through, hits 4 overall, but Tactical this time is not going to get bailed out. He didn't have the damage to kill off Denethor, so Dignitas gets a big punish. They'll knock down both bottom laners on C9, who are too far forward.
Oh, yeah. They were really too far forward. Where did they think the opponent was going to be? I mean, they're that close to their base. C9 did not respect the tempo there, and Tactical and Vulcan just thought they were going to be superheroes. Let's watch this one more time. I mean, Blabber is taking the blue. He's dealing with Ignar, so he's going to win this smite. But they're flying in for this onto Denethor, and I guess everyone on Dig was on a reset, and it's a little bit fortunate that all 5 deploy bottom lane, but once they do, that's like a 5v3. So it's not even close. They collect the bounty from the Callista and pick up an additional kill onto Vulcan.
I mean, the spot of the map that they're fighting at is really sick if you're not outnumbered 5-2. The hostile takeover hit like 4 targets. If there was anybody else around, that could have been the crazy play that they were dreaming of. But when you're 2v5, I mean, numbers mean a lot in League of Legends.
One of those things like, if their whole team wasn't there, it was a good play. But unfortunately, they were actually all there.
If we weren't walking into an ambush, this would have been sick.
Would have been so surprising to them.
If they weren't ambushing us, our ambush on them would have gone crazy. But unfortunately for C9, they do end up getting a little bit punished there. However, they still do command that 2 Drake lead with a 2,000 gold icing on that cake, as Denethor barely staying alive for now. Does get a good knock away, but the Twin Fangs ultimately find the kill. Dignitas now trying to fight out however they can. Ignar with a flash over the wall to stay alive, but XU won't be able to say the same. Even though he had that protoplasm harness, that's not going to matter. And now Vulcan will tank up the turret damage as Blabber goes on a killing spree. C9, 4,000 gold ahead. Chat, it's looking exactly like week 1 for Dignitas.
It absolutely is. Win 1 game to give Palafox Summer a short summer, and they're doing it again. 4,000 gold. This time, their ambush was correctly not counter-ambushed. It was an even number ambush, and they're able to win this one. Cassio just put up so much damage in that fight. Loki delivering the pain. They didn't even have Tactical or Thanatos there, and managed to pick up all 3 kills in the 3-for-3.
Yeah, this is starting to get pretty dire for the Dignitas boys. The only one that really has a chance to bring them back from the precipice of doom is Denethor. And C9 seems to be thinking the same thing, trying to make a play on that Jace, but now they've got to be careful. Reinforcements showing up from both sides here, as Loki is going to see Ignar also jumping towards the fight. XU backing away now as Vulcan and Tactical are ready to join the mix. XU eating multiple Twin Fangs, again trying to disengage, has to flash for the extra little bit of distance. Hostile takeover. Tax 2. XU and Palafox in danger as the Flame Spitter is cooking the Skarner, and he will burn down. Thanatos gets the kill on that one as the curtain call opens up from FBI. Trying to find some valuable targets here. 4th shot going to get saved, but it only finds Vulcan. Caught on the wrong side of the Crystallize, but there's no damage. Ready to follow it up. Ignar continuing to bluff that he might go forward, but C9 knows there's nothing left in the Dignitas tank, so C9 will walk away 1-0.
Long fight, but again, XU falls. He's now 5 of the 6 deaths for Dignitas in this one. Even with the protoplasm harness, they can kind of just run him down. So potentially fortunate they didn't lose more at the start of this play. You can see Blabber just getting a lot of damage down onto Denethor, and it's just a slow trickle of everyone flying into this fight, but XU can't land anything with his E, and then is kind of stuck in the fight. And now is where C9 just starts running him down. Tactical up on the top side, does a little bit of a 1v1 with the Jhin, trying to find a flank angle that's getting blocked. Finally, though, the hostile takeover catches XU, and the Leandry's burn is what finishes XU off.
Yeah, adios, Mr. Skarner. Thanatos getting a little bit of revenge for all that attention that he was given during the laning phase of the game. But 16 minutes on the clock means Dragon number 3 is live. C9 have controlled the first 2, and XU is going to start off the 3rd, but Dignitas do not want to commit to this.
Yeah, got a little confused. XU's not 5 of the 6 deaths. He's 5 of the 11 deaths. C9 has 11 kills. That changes
still,
the context.
That's still half of them, though.
It's still a lot of deaths.
It's definitely not the best game here from XU in this 3rd one of the series, but Dignitas still having control over the Drake right now. Blabber thinking about using the ball breaker to jump on in, but no, the Drake is already secured by XU. Dignitas got the objective and disengaged with no losses. They'll be happy.
I mean, that was really nice by Palafox. Wall, alt, hold it for 4 seconds. Drake's gone, run away. They're going to lose a few plates mid, but from a 4,000 gold deficit, to not let C9 in, big win.
Yeah, I think that's honestly huge, and that's kind of what you were talking about earlier. The team has to know how to play around the Anivia. If Palafox says we're drawing the line here, this is, if they come up, don't engage them, we're just keeping them away, that's good.
Yeah, the bad example is he throws that up and then Ignar's like, I see an angle.
I will go over the wall.
Flies in from the side. Didn't happen there, all good.
Red Rover, we tear Ignar over. Luckily, he didn't feel the call of the void on that one. So Dignitas will, they'll stop the potential soul threat here, but they do have bigger problems on their plate right now. A 5,000 gold lead. Last game, remember, I mentioned around 19 minutes in. Yeah, it's a 1,500 gold lead for C9, but that doesn't mean a whole lot at 19 minutes. 5K at 17 is significantly more worrying, because everybody then, on average, has at least one more decent-sized component item over their counterpart. XU is going to be forced away from the Herald pit. It's another game with a pretty late Herald take overall, but C9's still just fine with it. They secure it without a real contest from Dignitas. Everybody on C9 except for Thanatos is ahead over 1,000 gold, and that includes Vulcan over Ignar. Denethor's Jace remains the only point of power for Dignitas. So I feel like the recipe for Dig, any fight must start with at least 2 accelerated shock blasts hitting valuable targets, or there's just no way to win.
Yeah, it seems like it, or just a big numbers advantage. But right now, C9 is trying to move around the map, collect as much gold as possible with all the strong people. Like, if Thanatos can neutralize Denethor with how far behind Thanatos has been put in this game, it's actually even more than a 5K gold lead in the 4v4. It will be a 7K gold lead in those 4v4. Nice wall, though, by Palafox.
Good use of the Crystallize to make it so the Herald couldn't get all the way away. Loki does survive, but he had to spend his flash to do it, so at least you'll get the Summoner spell out of the otherwise immobile Cassiopeia. Yes, Loki is pretty hard to kill through Seraph Shield and all of the stats on Mod of Ages, but without having that flash, you at least can see the angle to make a play.
Yeah, and I gotta say that this game isn't a freebie for C9. I think Dignitas denying that soul point can be pretty important, because as far ahead as C9 is, they don't have like great tools to win the game unless they can find fights like this. This could be huge.
Okay, Thanatos is teleported in. Blabber goes for the Vault Breaker. Flash onto Denethor. There's your Fed Jace. Blink and you'll miss it. He's gone. Thanatos taking that kill, as Ignar will be the next to go. The only silver lining here for Dig is that at least it's 19:30 on the clock and not 20 minutes into the game, so C9 cannot immediately go for the Baron right after. But yeah, Dignitas caught unawares on that one, and C9 just get 2 for nothing.
Man, I'm still just, now that I've done the research on bounties, I see how little supports are worth when they're dying. But watching this play happen one more time, the Anivia shows at the top side, teleport flank in from the Rumble as Blabber arrives. Really nice of them to give something back to Thanatos, as Thanatos is actually dead now.
Yeah, Dignitas just gave something back to Thanatos as Loki gets caught by the Impale, but there's no follow-up damage here from Palafox. His egg gets scrambled as Blabber's looking to burst him down. XU with the slam into the wall, and the damage from FBI from downtown. Shut down as the 4th shot rains in. That's 3 dead on C9. Dignitas didn't lose a man. Now they got 5v3, only Vulcan and Tactical alive. Dignitas, they might just be going for the Baron. They're down far enough. You gotta take every chance you get to get back into the game. Palafox zoning their opponents away for now, but it looks like Dignitas aren't gonna start it.
Yeah, don't mind this actually. Baron hits really hard, is worth less than ever, and maybe just take the tempo, get your items, and live to fight another day, because Soul Point is again up in 40 seconds, and the team fight can actually be close now. The gold is close to 3,000 after they collected all those juicy kills and bounties from Blabber and Loki. That was a very important fight for Dignitas in their attempt to crawl back in this game.
Okay, Dig brought it back down to 3K. It was 6,000.
Yeah.
After the initial play from C9 in the top side where they got those 2 unanswered kills, it did hit 6.0 on the gold difference at the top of your screen there. So Dignitas cutting that down to half. Far more manageable situation. C9 starting up the Baron, though. Knowing that this wouldn't be Soul if they get it, they're saying, all right, Dig, if you want to take Drake too, fine, screw it, we'll take Baron.
Kind of risky here. I mean, if Dignitas push them off, that then gives Dignitas inside track on the next Drake, and they just kind of walk there, and C9 has to stop. Now Dignitas has mid-prio. Let's see how well they can control these zones with Palafox's Anivia. If he can just stop them from walking in or get a pick. Oh, he gets hit!
Yeah, that's a lot of damage on Palafox, and he's already dead. Now XU's about to follow. Dignitas, right when it looked like they were in a decent spot, it all goes to hell, and the fire is hot. Dignitas lose 4.
Remember when I said a lot of times the mid laner can know how to play Anivia, but the team needs to play around it? This is one of those cases where you got to play the Anivia better. Yep. He steps straight up. He's so tunneled on the pick to get Vulcan. Vulcan then, former Spring Split, actually Spring Split MVP right here, does land the pick onto Palafox, but Palafox is way in front. You don't need to do this. They can just play in the river, prevent them from walking in. He doesn't have egg either. They get one shot. Then Tactical can just take over the fight on the back end. Blabber can full send it with Loki. They have so much damage once the person who's going to stop them from diving is dead. So now it's back. It's back to 7.
Yeah, this is the slingshot giveth. But the thing is, when you pull that thing back, eventually the rock goes flying the other direction. And now Palafox, the handshake just brings him into his own doom. Denethor, he flashes, he escapes, but with Palafox already dead, C9 once more has the green light. Just like you said, Jat, when the you can't engage champ is dead, guess what you can do? You
Kill
can
them
engage.
All. They all dead.
And XU is going to be a very scorpion-shaped pincushion right about now. Tactical gets the kill on that one. So C9 still with Baron, pushing up even further. Yeah, Vulcan's low. He will not die to that shock blast as Blabber goes all the way in with a cease and desist. Denethor dies, FBI follows, Petrifying Gaze isn't even needed. Now, yeah, you're going to have Palafox alive here in 10 seconds. You're going to have Ignar right beside him, but neither one of them will be able to punish Loki, who with his accelerated empowered recall just goes ahead, heads on back to base. Tactical's going to take the bottom lane tier 2 turret. It's a 10,000 gold lead for C9.
He's snowballed. He's got the full build Callista right there, Static Shiv, Ginsu's, and then the tankiness, Jack Show. So he is flying through these team fights. Blabber just full sending it, and Loki having his best game of the series. That was an insane dive they pulled off at the end there. You can tell they're brimming with confidence. Even after some missteps, they had some of those missteps in the top lane, but they're back on track now.
It's looking like the 9-year streak will continue here for C9.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. You know, Soul Point with an 11,000 gold lead. One could fathom the outcome that C9 walks away victorious here. Dignitas quickly running out of options, and unfortunately, that one yellow bar on the scoreboard, that one advantage that Denethor had has now been erased. Even Thanatos ahead of his counterpart as XU has to continue his retreat here. Yeah, he's got Kanik Rooker and he's got Protoplasm Harness, but he doesn't have much of a chance if C9 Focus fires him as they continue their push forward. QSS purchased for Tactical on the Callista alongside that Jack Show you already mentioned. Just makes him so damn hard to kill. As now C9 going all the way in. Blabber deep into the back line there with the cease and desist as Palafox brings Blabber into a compromised spot, but the rest of C9 is so strong, they will just force their way into the enemy base. The curtain call may have opened up, but it's not finding much of a target here. Fourth shot being saved all the way to the end. Yes, it hits Loki, but it's not going to threaten anything lethal as C9 force their way through the top lane. They'll find that top inhibitor first and back themselves away right after, not losing a single man.
One inhibitor down. Vulcan's had a great Renata game as well, I gotta say. If we think back to the game-swinging fights, it's really been Vulcan landing crucial handshakes or having the perfect timing on his bailout.
I mean, I voted Vulcan player of the game in game number 2 because he got that critical hook onto the Akali right before the Dragon Soul, and I feel like that was the game-winning play. The way that this one is going, if the Nexus popped right now, I would vote Vulcan again. I just feel like his playmaking on these champions that are meant to make plays is so impressive. And he also had a lot of pressure with the Camille in game number 1. He wasn't the one pressing Realm Warp, so I'm not going to blame him for the outcome of that game. I think that Vulcan has had a very impressive series overall. 12,000 gold lead for the team. C9, all they got to do is make sure they wrap this one up clean.
And the crazy thing about Vulcan is he's been doing it for so long. We heard from Leo, our stats guy, that he's pretty close to passing Aphromoo for leader in all-time LCS assists. So that's
crazy.
probably going to happen this split if he keeps it up.
Well, Blabber's immediately leading the charge here. However, he may have gone a little bit too far. Resurrection will come through as the Guardian Angel is required. Everybody on Dignitas just camping the corpse, making sure that Blabber can't get out. And right there, it was shades of game one, kind of just C9 getting overzealous, Blabber flying in there without the proper coordination from the rest of the team. So that's at least going to slam the brakes and the push for now. But by the time Blabber's back alive, Jat, we're only going to have about 45 seconds on the clock until the Baron spawns.
True.
So I feel like we're going to see teams setting up for that. You can see the Scuttle Crab already secured by C9.
I'm in all range, Netos. Yeah, I know. I'm here.
I'm ready to go.
I'm gonna go.
I'm looking.
Skarner.
Oh my god.
Don't be too cocky here, guys. It's kind of dog shit.
I think it's not good.
Can you guys take tower? Take turret a bit. Okay.
Take tower a bit.
Yeah. Carol. I ulted the wrong guy.
Okay.
Sounds good. Sounds good. At least you have a small shutdown this time. Yeah, true.
Don't be too cocky here, guys. It's kind of dog That is...
kind of.
Honestly... You know what? They said it, not me. I'm just going to say I concur with the pros.
I do realize the more we hear from Vulcan, he's like the #1, like really passive-aggressive flame. Like, well, at least it's a small bounty this time. Because last time it was a big bounty.
You didn't give him 1,000 gold.
And remember the 9-year streak of Dignitas not beating C9 in a best of 3. This is why you have to say perhaps it will not continue. Because of things like that from Blabber. Come on, man.
Okay, we've shrank the gold lead from 12K down to 11. It's the basketball poster. He hits a sick 3 to shrink the lead down to 45 or whatever that was. All right, let's see. C9, they're on the Baron. Got it down to about half. Remember, they got Callista. There's no world where XU should be able to steal this away as long as Tactical and Blabber are coordinated. Curtain call opens up. FBI shooting a couple shots over the wall. Baron secured by Tactical and C9. XU is stuck in the pit for now. We'll take a little bit of damage, but Blabber being low with no Guardian Angel, he doesn't want to overcommit onto just a Skarner. The Dragon is going to spawn here in about 10 seconds. That is Mountain Soul. Meanwhile, the Wrecking Crew is doing some home renovations up in the top lane, and Dignitas didn't sign off on it. Those turrets are under a lot of pressure here at the Nexus, and as FBI takes the recall, that means Dignitas are not interested in contesting the Mountain Soul, so that goes over to C9 for free.
He just can't make it. Denethor landed some good poke, but everyone on Dignitas had to reset, so C9 gets to get everything. Baron plus Soul plus a death cap onto Loki. This is sneakily a tank Callista, man. 159 armor, 136 MR with the QSS and the Jack Show. It's going to be increasing throughout the team fight. To the Jack Show passive.
Jack Show is kind of like one of those staple, like, you know, you always go like Ginsu's static on Callista early. You get your 2 like damage items. But then I feel like Jack Show third I actually see so commonly, and it makes this character so obnoxious because she's already so mobile. You can get so much damage. And I think it's also why you have to play so aggressively early, because if you're behind and you're building a tank item to try to do it, it just doesn't feel that great. But from ahead, this can make Tactical very difficult to deal with. C9, they've already got that inhibitor down there in the top side. It's going to respawn in about 10 seconds. But the problem for Dig is as soon as the top lane inhibitor respawns, the mid lane inhibitor is going to die, and then C9 might just walk it up to top side. The Dignitas defense needs to hold strong here. A little bit of damage into Vulcan takes him down to about half HP. Thanatos pressuring the bottom lane here. And as Thanatos' pressure approaches the inhibitor turret, that means that Dignitas can't respond in mid. That inhibitor falls, and C9 looks towards the newly respawned top inhib.
Probably going to be a double inhib here, but you can still see, even with a 12,000 gold lead, it's kind of difficult to push into an Anivia, even if the Anivia isn't that far ahead herself. Getting some decent poke down, but they're going to be getting this inhibitor. We'll see how aggressive they get.
Inhib already gone. Blabber under a little bit of pressure here. First 2 shots already missed. Equalizer dropped on FBI's head means the curtain call is canceled, and the handshake drags Ignar back out of the air mid-crash down. Dignitas having to heal up. Everybody chunked a little bit low. as the minion waves from C9 barreling in through both top and mid lane. Bottom lane also stacking up as C9 will have the resources to take out the last remaining inhibitor turret if that's what they want to do, but the Nexus turrets are already even lower. Tactical going to be focused here early on, but he hops right back over the crystallized wall. First Nexus turret already dead. Second one barely hanging on. Vulcan here on the front line. Vulcan mostly unperturbed as Dignitas continue to scramble, but they're not finding anything. Ignar wanted to make a move, but the Twin Fangs kill him off. XU gets a slam into the turret, ruins onto Loki. XU hanging on for now, but Dignitas' carries are already down. Denethor knocked over, and there's nothing left for FBI and XU. A double kill for Blabber. C9's gonna clean it up nice and easy. 28-11, 16,000 gold lead. C9 takes down Dig for a continuing 9-year streak.
C9 owns Dig, and this was a bloody one. C9 needed to snowball this, and I think they did. We got to see Tactical Callista make its return here to the LCS, and Dignitas pick up their first series win of the summer.
C9 feeling good about this one, except for the first game. You're definitely going to want a lot of that back. You still have some of those funny moments like the Blabber Vi dive here in this one. And what it ultimately comes down to, I think, if you're C9, obviously you're happy to get the win. But when you're going up against the other top teams in the league, like Lion or like FlyQuest, those are the types of mistakes that got to be fixed. But for now, with the C9 2-1, we're tossing back to the lounge.
Woo! That was a mega banger. I was hoping that there would be something in the air that would have a different outcome. That did not happen. It's a C9 Game 3 win, simply like almost as similar as the first split. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you could see some dicey moments, especially with the compositionally what Dig had pulled out. There's a world where they didn't take so many early fights and could have come back. But as it stands right now, C9 with the first win on the board. Welcome, Vulcan.
Welcome.
We heard you were having some mouse issues.
Yes,
what went on with that?
We need to interrogate you for this one.
So it happened a couple times throughout the game where I would just be, thankfully, only running back from base, or like there's no action happening. And I'm just clicking around, you know, doing whatever supports do, which is not much. And then my mouse would like either teleport or snap to the complete opposite side of where I'm clicking. So I would just completely lose control for like a split second. And yeah, thankfully it didn't happen during like a big team fight or anything. So it ended up being okay. But I kept pausing because
to the other side.
Yeah, like I don't want to like press Q on all this and my mouse makes me like hook backwards.
Yeah, I appreciate the non-chrono break moment.
Yeah, so I figured I would just pause, but it kept happening, which is a bit sad because, yeah, but not during any big moments. So W there.
Thank God. Thank God.
Yeah.
We're good.
Did you lose a favorite mouse in the process?
I ended up swapping, but I think it happened again after I switched. So maybe we need to have a favorite PC and switch it out. Or something.
It might.
They'll figure it out. That's above my pay grade.
How's the process been? I know that the split has been kind of crazy with the 7-man roster, and even coaching changes. So I know there's been a lot of like tumultuous environments. But how has it been on your side?
Yeah, I mean it's been a lot of getting adjusted to things, getting people up to speed on how we want to play, getting their point of view on things as well. And it's also like the big thing now is the grub swaps that every team in the world is doing, and there's a lot of different iterations of. No one goes bot, maybe your mid laner goes bot, maybe your top laner goes bot, maybe your ADC's alone, maybe you're diving bot, maybe you're giving, maybe you're fighting. It's like a billion things you can do around it, and it's getting Eddie tactical, kind of more comfortable on making his decision on what he thinks is best during the game, because it's been a lot of blabber calling him what to do, but if it doesn't come from tactical understanding why it's good or where he needs to click, it's never going to be the best possible result. So we're talking with him, trying to get on board and on the same page there. So it's been a lot of it's a process.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as his support, because jungle support, especially for the early game, is like so important right now because of all the swaps, like you said. So what's it like? Like, how much guidance have you been offering him to kind of get him on board?
Honestly, it's blabber. It's just blabber esports. So he's getting him up to speed.
It's all blabber?
Yeah, I'm more like talking about like certain situations in fights, like where I think his mindset is wrong and stuff like that. I think I can spot pretty well usually when I see that someone is like focusing on the wrong thing, and I feel like that's an easier thing to fix than going into the nitty-gritty of, oh, why didn't you do this exact thing and put your spell there and everything. It's like, oh, here you're scared of this thing, but I think you don't need to be. Next time maybe do that. So I do like that kind of stuff with him, and yeah, Blabber is like talking to him about the grubs. He's the grub CEO.
That would make sense. My question is more so, obviously you don't make the calls, but What would you say some of the differences between the lineups that you've been running? Because obviously you've run the same lineup from week 1 to week 2, but I'm sure in scrims you guys have been swapping.
Yeah, I mean, for mid, it's the biggest thing is that Ian is more vocal as a player, obviously, and then Loki is just more talented and he plays a wider, champion pool. Ian is like a specialist where if he gets his champs, he's like really insane and can be better than Loki. Loki is like a bit more variety in his play, and he still plays to a very high level with like everything. So that's kind of the trade-off there. And for ball lane, I think it's kind of a similar thing if Tactical is individually a little bit above Sven at the moment, but Sven brings a lot of experience and he can sometimes say something very valuable in the game. So that's kind of like the stuff we're wearing. Right now we're with the firepower lineup. So we'll see, I think we're on a good trajectory right now and we like the 5 that we have. So we'll see going forward.
Obviously today's win is not as clean as I think you would have wanted to be, but what can you take from this and kind of your week 1 loss to move forward? Because I know you guys have talked a lot about how your regular season record last split was not necessarily reflective of how you guys felt as a team. So what has been the learning process to try to make it so that you are a really formidable team come playoff time?
I think it's mostly about being active in the game and not autopiloting, but AFK maybe, where we're like not really doing plays and we're not going anywhere with intention. I think we've been practicing a lot of like, we're going to this wave, we're fighting them no matter what. If they fight us, we're getting prio, and then we take that push and we move somewhere and we have something in mind to play for, rather than like everyone does their own thing and then try to play the best out of the situation that comes, and if you make a mistake, then unlucky. We try to like have a goal of something we're playing for, and it makes it easier for everyone to kind of know what their job is and then not have oopsies happen, even though today there was a fair few of
that kind of goes to my question, because when you have a 7-man roster, you swap people in and out, at least in scrims. A lot of the times my concern is that at least a resolution that you have with one unit is not going to be the same resolution with a different unit, and maybe you have to relearn the same things or different problems. Has that been something you guys have been sorting through on the backside of practice?
I mean, from this week on, I don't remember if it was from the start of the week. I think it was like 1 day or 2 in, we started doing only this roster for scrims. So for this week, it's been only the 5 guys. But beforehand, I think everyone was kind of just sitting on the reviews anyway, watching scrims. So you don't really have to like catch people up. I think everyone is like still there and still hearing. And also I think it's helpful to watch the game from an outside POV and hearing comms and seeing what people are doing. I think it's always helpful for people. But yeah, we've just been still like in the room and watching and reviewing together. So
okay,
nice.
What has been the best part of adding Tactical into the unit? Because you've worked with Loki before.
Yeah.
But with Tactical, that's going to be a new face.
Probably the TikToks. Yeah, he's like very TikTok brain, and that's probably the best thing.
Actually, I've gotten a lot of his TikToks.
Oh, you have? So you know what I'm saying?
I know exactly.
We're not going to say what kind of TikToks they are.
Oh yeah,
because they're on the line.
God. Knowing Raz's TikTok feed, maybe I don't want to know.
Share some values.
Oh, look at that.
No, that's not good for the people at home. Congratulations, you're player of the game,
thank you.
Vulcan. Do you agree with the assessment of the broadcast?
I agree.
Nice.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thumbs up.
Also, 70%.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say 70% of the
Fans
fan
agree.
vote. I do feel like casters do have a bit of a, because Flowers is like, oh, Vulcan's going to be my player of the game. And I was like, oh, I'm glad I got my Vulcan vote in before Flowers said. But then he can kind of bump up the up the audience for you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Flowers.
That's a thumbs up then.
All right. Thank you so much, Vulcan, for taking time to join us.
Of course.
Congrats on the win
Thank
and
you.
the player of the game. We are going to go to a quick break, and Disguised versus FlyQuest Game 1 will be on the other side of it. See you then.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here?
Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T wireless and home internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T wireless and home internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Nice flash on View.
But I can send it, guys.
Look at View.
I'm looking art.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm looking. I saw him Jin, okay?
Taking jungle, guys.
Guys, keep moving forward. Ross, I'm looking Jin.
No flash corner, no flash corner.
I'm looking Jin.
Yeah, Jin, no flash. I think Lar for the wave.
I'm fine. I never died though.
Dignitas, right when it looked like they were in a decent spot, it all goes to hell and the fire is hot. Dignitas lose 4.
Do that again, Rez.
Yeah. Raz is a champion clucking like a chicken to the LCS theme.
There's always
He's
a theme
so
that can be
on
clutched.
point.
There can always be a theme. I'm not on camera, sadly. But that's when the music starts to fade away.
You can't do it unless you're imitating something. Either way, welcome back to the LCS. We got DSG versus FlyQuest next. Both teams looking to bounce back after a loss last week.
Yes.
But also, if you're just joining us, they need to do the drafts in the team rooms, and then they'll speed run the drafts in the stage.
Yes.
So we're just setting up right now for them to be able to do the drafts in the team rooms.
Exactly. And I mean, you're right about the first part, which is they had not a good week 1.
Yes, sir.
Especially FlyQuest, because we had a full expectation from FlyQuest side that like, hey, you're going up against a inspired-less Lion.
Yeah.
And the last time you faced off against this team with Inspired, it was a FlyQuest dub.
It was. True.
So that's where all the hype was going into the playoffs from FlyQuest side. So surely it was going to be a little bit different, especially after the Soup tournament that you talked about. It was a complete shellacking, unfortunately.
Yeah. And the big thing to me was that one of the things that I think FlyQuest's great strengths is their ability to draft some really interesting picks and compositions. And it felt like, especially in game 1, I thought the Sylas game was like way better.
Yeah.
But game 1, Masu looked pretty uncomfortable on the Ziggs. And I know like part of it was just Lion came in so hot.
Yeah.
Like, Inspire's not here, okay, we are contesting everything. We are being super, super aggressive early. So while I'm curious to see if that continues tomorrow, FlyQuest seemed almost a little bit like on the back foot from that.
Yes. Meanwhile, from DSG side, Serdi had talked about it pretty extensively within the pros episode, how he felt like he was not playing as he usually did on stage, or at least in scrims. He was like, I was getting 15, 20, like big CS leads, but then he was not making the same comms he would. So they want to be able to play at the same level they did in scrims, obviously. That's going to be the focus that DSG has.
For sure. And to go back on the Masu point, he did an interview with Cloud Sidkey after the loss, which was also impressively done in Arabic.
Yes.
Which
that's sick.
I read the subtitles of this interview.
Yeah.
I did not. I could not do that. But he was saying how, even though they're playing mages, he was saying that there's some even crazier things going on in draft.
Oh my.
So I do wonder how much FlyQuest has been cooking on these drafts behind the stage. But then at the same time, like, that just creates even stranger situations in game. And then on stage, they were making those mistakes. So I actually feel like there's a small element of, with Riot announcing that next patch they're going to be buffing 80 carries a little bit. I do wonder these teams that are like not amazing at it, if they just go back to 80 carries now, knowing that it's going to get weaker, stronger later.
Well, I mean, we've already seen LPL and LCK teams just be like, we're playing traditional 80 carries for the most part. I do want to get into this draft just because we see them already picking the Camille support. There was the Ziggs hovered, so I am curious to see if they're just like, you know what, it was an execution thing. This still is really strong. Ziggs, again, my opinion is that he's just good. Like, he's way better than the other mages being played in bot lane. By design, I think there's a reason why bot laners were already being asked to play Ziggs or practice Ziggs, because he can be so good. He plays a lot like an AD carry. So I'm not surprised to see the Camille Ziggs coming out for FlyQuest, and we'll see if they're going to be able to give it another go.
And from DSG side, it's funny because Vi is heavy prioritized around the globe. If you're going against FlyQuest specifically, you're gonna have to ban Nasus to do that. Like, it's the Vi and the Xin Zhao that makes it so difficult to play into. So it makes a lot of sense. One thing I want to make a note of: Kai'Sa's been seeing a lot of play in the LPL specifically, and can get a lot of mage matchups. So you can get heavy 2v2 priority. These fights will be super in your favor. And guess who is very comfortable on Kai'Sa? It's a Jed. It's one of his most comfortable picks. In his debut split, he heavily played it. So if we're going straight back to comfort, I think DSG is doing the right thing.
And another Shyvana pick for Griffin. It's something he was probably the most prolific Shyvana player in the LCS spring split. Can't go with the Shen into the vibe because it got picked away as a support for DSG. So I am also a big fan of the Kai'Sa Shen combo, but looking forward to seeing Griffin Shyvana once again.
And even just adding the Shen into the mix is going to make things very frustrating, I think, for FlyQuest that actively looks for plays topside, just in general around the map. Just the Shen is always going to be a looming threat. So if you want to make a play topside, just know that Shen ulti, make that timer known. Because I think FlyQuest was moving way too fast in the first series that they played this split. So it's going to be something that's going to be a blocker to a lot of FlyQuest playmaking.
Yeah, I actually really like the Kai'Sa Shen rotation from Disguised because of the comfort you already pointed out, Raz, but in addition, just what Shen is able to do. We see Silas removed by FlyQuest, and then the Renekton moved by DSG, which is kind of interesting.
I wonder if DSG is aiming to go for an Mbessa pick, because it works well with the composition that they have. Jace is already banned, which is one of Serdi's best picks. And I mean, you definitely want to find an angle to dive onto Ziggs when you already have a dive comp with Vi, Kai'Sa, Shen. Like, it works really well here. So surprised that's not banned out by FlyQuest.
Yeah, they can still save a counter pick for top lane, which they can push Serdi into that situation where he has to blind pick.
Yeah.
Probably just pick Quads champion here. Although, if you're putting yourself in a situation where you have to counter pick an AD top, you're a little bit less flexible in your ability to counter pick.
True.
Yeah, so we're just gonna go. Yep.
This combo is
tried and true, baby.
She made it through the second round bans. Also, just honestly a quad classic. This is one of his best champions, something he's super known for playing. On the other side, we have the Galio locked in. So again, another just like Galio and Bessa, which I expect to see locked in here for Surdy. Just complete dive with honestly a ton of follow-up and protection with the Shen, with the Galio.
Do we have a FlyQuest Volibear in the room? I'm saying that is a really good matchup.
Or just a Gnar. Gnar's basic, it's unbanned. It's a skill matchup against the Ambessa. It's something that Gakkos was on the losing side of last week, Dokla versus Gakkos.
True. And honestly, no matter what, I just love the composition from FlyQuest. The combo of Shyvana Orianna is just disgusting. The fear that Shyvana has on top of the Ori ball. Aatrox is not bad here. Just saw that last series.
Yep.
Did a lot of good for Denethor in some of those fights. But yeah, there it is. That's going to be an Aatrox lock-in. Honestly, just a lot of just bruisers from the FlyQuest side that I think it will be a little bit difficult to play into some of the playmaking that DSG has. Who do you guys have for this draft?
I mean, I like the DSG side because Sajed is on comfort, and I didn't like Masu's Ziggs. It doesn't go too far beyond that, but that I also see the Galio can be pretty good at stuffing hard engages as well if he can get through the laning phase against Quads Orianna, because I think that's a difficult lane matchups across the board for DSG, but if they get through the early game, I think their team composition scales pretty well.
This Aatrox versus 4 melees is, I think it's a really good Aatrox pick.
Could be really good.
Yeah, but I'm leaning towards the SG side. Completely agree. Great comfort. Also, really solid direction, I think, that the team has in terms of like playing around Kai'Sa and Ambessa dive. So Ziggs is going to have a really tough time.
Yeah, for me, I'm actually really watching these supports as well. I'm really curious to see Cryogen piloting the Camille and see what his roam timers are compared to DSG.
And I want to see how angry FlyQuest is after getting swept by Armeo. They're going to want to take out all that anger onto DSG. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much. Going to be getting this game started here pretty quickly. The first game between DSG and FlyQuest, both teams coming off of a winless week one, didn't even get a game, which was definitely surprising, especially for FlyQuest, going up against Lion, who was without Inspired. They were the favorites coming in. Ended our last split pretty hot and are coming in with a lot higher expectations.
So you're telling me both these teams are hungry, very hungry in summer. Yeah, I mean, FlyQuest.
Some intermittent fasting wins.
FlyQuest, they're definitely unhappy that they didn't start out with a win. But I would also say for DSG, especially that game, they were up 6,000 gold over Shopify, and then they ended up losing too. Those types of ones, when you end up losing those, also just make you really, really, frustrated and looking towards the next series to actually get the wins here. I think for both teams, they're very hungry for these wins and very determined. So I'm excited for this matchup. Always excited for this matchup too, because we do have some like good close relationships between the players that we've went over the last couple times when they were playing. Of course, Sajed and Masu both previously playing under FlyQuest at the same time when Sajed was on Academy team under Masu, and we interviewed him last time, and Masu was like, he's nice about it because Masu's always nice, but he was like, yeah, Sajed's lane phase, it's not the best. We're not worried about it at all. And then he ended up like smashing him in lane also. But, this time around with the entire comp for DSG being like as hard dive as you can possibly go, and Sajed being on his Kai'Sa, some of DSG's best games when they first even joined the LCS were Sajed Kai'Sa. This was the champion that we were popping off for him about because of how well DSG looked when they could get hard dive comps and they could get him on this champion with any amount of, like, even parity in gold. But in those games, I remember him having gold leads as well. So this is definitely a possibility for the understudy to take it back and try and get a dub over Masu, over the guy that was in the starting spot over him. So I want to see if DSG can come out really, really aggressively in game number one.
Yeah, it should be fun to see. I mean, you talked about the big lead that DSG had against Shopify as well, and I think Surdy on his Ambessa was a pretty big part of that. I feel like he's always performed well on that champion. And when you're talking about bot lane matchups, maybe DSG are feeling a little bit more confident after watching Masu play Ziggs last week against Berserker, because he was kind of struggling on that Ziggs. That was an uncharacteristically very bad game from Masu, I felt like, where he really was getting taken advantage of by Berserker in those 1v1s. Really, even across the Sylas game, he was getting solo killed in both games, but the Ziggs one in particular, he really did struggle on. So it will be interesting to see how they play this out. And there is so much dive. I mean, and it's all pretty much point and click, right? You know, Vi ults on your head, the follow-up from Stand United into Taunt, into Public Execution, into Galio, like everything is there.
I literally think this is the hardest dive that you can draft in, like, meta League of Legends right now.
Without trolling.
Like, yeah, exactly. Like, you can kind of change some things, like if you had support Camille instead of support Shen, but those are very similar anyway. Support Shen is also very good for diving.
Yep.
Obviously, a very good dive buddy, and the dodge zone is also a very, very useful tool. So, honestly, yeah, I feel like this is the hardest dive that you can really draft. Every single role is looking for it. So it truly does put it to the test. Like, can you avoid some of the pitfalls for super hard dive comps? Like, if Orianna or Ziggs has Zhonya's and you overcommit into a bunch of AoE, like, you know, the Aatrox, the Ziggs, and the Orianna, and Shyvana, like, they all have very good AoE. So you just have to be a little bit cognizant of that. But they definitely can go very aggressive with it when they have access to their ultimates on the side of DSG.
And it feels like your engages have to be really on point. I think that DSG is likely going to have to, you know, get a lead early-ish on, you know, 1-2 items. It feels like a pretty important part of the game, because I feel like with these mages, when you get to 3 items plus, they're probably both going to have a Zhonya's on both the Orianna as well as the Ziggs. And that just makes it so much harder, because at that point, you can't rely on just cease and desist Vi to get you an engage. That's going to get Zhonya's. You're going to need to have some sort of Q flash. You're going to need to have a taunt flash, something that they can't react to start it off, which gets so much harder. And then all of the AoE, trying to fight past an Aatrox and a Shyvana who are AoEing you against 4 melee, so they have easy target access. That is also really hard and dangerous. So I think they have a lot of very good tools, but FlyQuest, I think, is really going to be confident if the game goes late, if it goes slow. So they're going to be trying to slow down the pace.
Yeah, definitely agree. And they're also going to be, the one thing I would be worried about for FlyQuest a little bit more is if at the point where they lose their outer towers, is it hard for them to play side lanes? Orianna, one of the biggest weaknesses of this champion, even though it's so strong and often first pick in the meta, is going to be in side lanes. If you have to play side lanes versus Vi, Galio, Shen, Ambessa, all these things, then every minion wave is like an objective for your team to try and figure out a way for you to be able to safely push or safely catch. But that is pretty far in the future when the outer towers, you know, fall. We have quite a long time to determine which team's going to get a nice early lead there, and Raz will be watching closely because it's his match of the week.
He'll be watching closely, and we'll be watching closely so we can judge him on his selection here.
And his clucking. He was doing some clucking at the beginning of the analyst deck.
We need a Raz theme song for Match of the Week.
Okay, yeah,
Clucked entirely.
Yeah, clucked by Raz himself.
Clucked by Raz himself.
Get Raz in the recording studio now.
Yeah, exactly. We could drop a beat for him.
Yeah.
He can do the clucking. And we'll see how that goes. There's some trading here early on. Taunt going to be traded in onto Masu, but some nice trading back onto Lions. Thanks to the hook shot coming in there from Cryogen. But we touched on it a little bit. Expectations higher this split for FlyQuest. I talked to ThinkGuard. You know, he was saying he's expecting them to show a higher level of play, and he straight up told me we are making Worlds. You know, I asked him, hey, we had talked at the start of the year. He told me by the end of the year they were going to make Worlds, and I said, hey, is this something you're comfortable with me saying on broadcast? Will you give me a quote? He gave me the quote, and then he straight up typed, we're making Worlds. And so that is the pressure that they are putting on themselves, right? The expectations are now no longer, yeah, we're really trying to develop and get better. It's no, we're going to be top 3. We're going to go to Worlds.
Yeah, even the players, like Griffin was saying the exact same thing. You know, at the beginning, he was like, yeah, it's nice playing because we don't have super high expectations at the beginning. But even he was like, yeah, you know, by the time it rolls around, we're going to be top 3. We're going to be making Worlds. So now the pressure really does ramp up, as you're saying. And also, as well, just because they have found some level of success, right? The quick improvement of this team and the level of success that they have already shown as they go for some heavy trading in bot lane.
Yeah, Cryogen making really nice use of that hail of blades, being able to get in a lot of those autos, gets the Ignite down. Lions is going to be sent back to base, as is Sajed, so things looking pretty good for them across the board, really, here in the lanes thus far. Quad obviously getting Call Me Low. Expected to have the advantage in that 1v1 here early on, and Sajed is playing teleport, so that is worth mentioning. Knowing that it is going to be a bit of a sustained battle, you're playing Kaisi, you're not expecting to dominate, to get push here against the Ziggs and the Camille.
Yeah, definitely. And you have to be pretty careful here on the Shen. Of course, one of the big parts about the Shen into the Camille is getting Spirit's Refuge and blocking those auto attacks. And if you're level 2 and you don't have it yet, then you really have to respect that damage output. So we'll see. Both of the supports, though, offer their roams here. Even level 2, even with the support quest still in effect, they don't care. They're like, whatever, lose a little bit of golden experience, try and affect the map. One mid lane and one top lane, simultaneous ganks.
Yeah, looking, not going to spend that flash to go for a taunt flash here, and not going to be able to find much of anything on Quad. Lions does get level 3, though, as Cryogen looking just to set up a recall and go down towards bot. We can see Kryra maybe looking for something down on that bot side after his Krugs, and both these bot laners didn't get any potions because they didn't have ideal buys, so poke is going to matter a lot more down there, too.
And I like the idea from both supports. You can tell their thought process. You know, on the side of FlyQuest, they're like, hey, we need Aatrox to be big so that we can have this, God of War, this AoE in our team fights. So we're going to have Camille, Cryogen reset and go out to top lane to try and get their advantage there. And on the other side, as we get the flash on bottom, for DSG, Lions is like, hey, we got to get this Orianna flash down. This is the champion we can punish the most. And so he wanted to go mid and try and make that happen, but they're unable to get either of those goals accomplished from the supports, even though it does make sense, the ideas that they had in mind, as the ward on top saw them there, and then the attempt mid as well, not enough pressure.
Yeah, nice attempt there on that flash satchel that Masu was looking for. Cryogen got back down towards bot faster than Lions. He had the flash, so he could have had that follow-up of a hookshot flash, but of course it was responded to there by Sajed, so it is flashed down for both of these AD carries. Masu, because he had the push, also got to have the luxury of holding on to his teleport, which he's going to use now after finishing up that lost chapter, so he's going to be in a really comfortable spot at this point.
Yeah, lost chapter done, great.
Full build.
The job is done for the lane phase. Now it's just infinite bombs as they are going to start up this dragon. They do want to keep stacking here, and Masu is trying to fend them off in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Call Me could get jumped on here. The
Nice
hookshot
timing.
actually interrupting him on his little Justice Punch forward.
Yeah, smart from Cryogen there. He stays on the wall and waits for the Justice Punch flash.
Flash taunt. They're going to try to follow it up here. Quad going to flash away, though, from Kryra. Call Me doesn't have the damage to finish him off, and Call Me's going to get taken down for first blood. Griffin makes him pay. The Q flash was good from Kryra, but they just didn't have enough damage to finish off Quad.
Yeah, Call Me also committing there at the end, too. I don't think, he misjudged his own damage. I don't think there's a world where he's going to have enough, even though you really want to be able to finish off the Orianna. Overcommitting there does go down to 1,000 gold lead right off the bat for FlyQuest with the first blood into, guess what? Griffin's hands, the snowball Shyvana able to get the last hit. So here's another look at it, and we're going to see Cryogen wait. Oh, excuse me, this is right after it. So they go for the flash play, then they go for the interrupt here, and it was a really nice move to try and block the follow-up engage. Then the full commitment here as Galio tries to go for the kill, but...
Yeah, and I mean, something I didn't catch live was Call Me was flashing over the shockwave. So he both avoided the shockwave with his flash and tried to use that aggressively as Quad was throwing down that shockwave. So tried to go in, tried to be able to make that play happen, couldn't quite do it. At the very least, they pulled Griffin off the dragon. So Griffin does get the kill, but no one has taken the dragon just yet.
Yeah, calm it down right afterwards. And we'll see about the next move towards top lane. Again, they really want to be able to get this Aatrox into a good spot. And with Cryogen constantly repeat visits up here, they're going to accomplish that. Flash advantage for Gakkos. See what they're able to do with it.
Yeah, got the ult off of Surdy there as well. Tried to use the public execution to buffer some of the CC that he was expecting to be coming in. And Gakkos did not spend his ult, did not spend his flash, so now Surdy's in a bit of a difficult spot with the wave pushing away from him. Cryogen has waited this whole time. Hookshot flash, ult is popped there by Gakkos, gets one knockup, but Surdy's got a lot of dashes, but not quite enough as the Q3 flash comes down from Gakkos, grabbing him a kill.
I say... the only, positive thing about these supports in their permanent roams is that people have started to hate junglers less. Now, though, Griffin under attack.
Griffin going to be able to go unstoppable there, but here comes the cease and desist to follow it up. Looks like he has got nowhere to go. The double taunt landing onto Quad. They don't have the damage to finish him off, but they do get a kill back onto Griffin and get his ult down.
Yeah, they take him down. This is a couple of combinations of the dive ults we were talking about, but it is actually funny now. Top laners used to hate junglers the most regardless, and now I'm seeing a shift. They actually hate supports even more than they hate junglers.
You know what, buddy? We got a lot of hate to go around.
Yeah, true.
Don't worry.
But, I mean, Cryzen, he's stuck to the plan, right? You know, he stays up there, camp top, never leave, and they eventually got it to connect.
Yep.
It's big for DSG, you know, to get the kind of a counter on the other side and get the kill here off onto Griffin and kind of get Griffin off the map at least for a little bit. Anytime you get Shyvana off the map is nice because she wants to keep up constant farm.
Yeah, and I will say those kind of deaths are the most frustrating ones for me as a top laner, where you see them coming in, you have them warded out, you avoid the gank, then you basically are playing super respectful for a wave or sometimes even more, and he just waits the whole time. Like you can't just sit there and never farm and never walk up. You've got to reset the wave. At some point, you have to expose yourself.
Yeah, the wave was pushing away from him, and I saw it was that one last melee minion. And, you know, Cryzen's recalling in the brush, and he's like, I bet he's going to go try and queue this one last melee minion and, like, try and eat a little bit, try and get a minion as it's pushing away. And he waited.
Slapped his hand away from a cookie jar.
Yeah. He waited just long enough. So we'll check back in, though, because FlyQuest, wait a second.
Public execution used there onto Gatgos, who is getting quite low, but no more damage there to follow it up from Surdy. Didn't force out the World Ender. You know, he is going to have the flash advantage when it comes back up. There will be that brief window as Gatgos did spend his flash to finish off Surdy on that kill. So maybe Surdy can get something there, but feels like mostly just using the ult for pressure, trying to reset the wave, as has been kind of held in this awkward spot for a long time. We can see Kryra's going up there, though, so maybe going to try to look for something.
Yeah, let's see, because Dragon is still available, so worrying about trying to make the cross map. Lions is under attack. The satchel is good.
Yeah, really good satchel. The ulti comes out from Shyvana. Lions flashes, but Griffin flash follows. They're going to be able to get the kill. And Kryra now, seeing that, interrupts the recall here from Gatgos, but he's going to pop the World Ender and just try to fight his way through Kryra. Lands a good knockup, and that is going to be enough to push Kryra back. Well played there by Gatgos to survive on the other side. Surdy trying to get in here. We'll see if he actually finds him. He will, but now Crygen has arrived, and the recall was finished from Vi. So Surdy tries to be the hero here, stopping the recall, trying to get more from that play. Ends up dying as Masu and Crygen show up. They lose out on both sides.
Oh, it is all falling apart for DSG. Surdy had tried to call jungle and I'm like, all right, my turn for some pressure now. Our turn to play strong on the top side of the map. This carry versus carry top lane matchup. It's our time to get some gold. You know, they just made a bot side play, but the bot lane has time to get there. It is the teleport from Masu along with Crygen's early roam, and FlyQuest getting back to the other side while simultaneously taking the dragon is just such a large early game lead for them that the prophesized later, like mid-game state, we are theorizing maybe when like outer towers are down, if DSG can use this super hard dive to start picking people off and making it hard for FlyQuest to tend to their minion waves. Like that doesn't look like it's going to become a reality in this game with the early lead that FlyQuest have already been able to accrue.
Yeah, I mean, Shen is obviously good as both kind of like aggressive pairing, you know, with the Stand United, but also people talk about Shen as a really good denial champion. But Crygen has just gotten so much more done, right? Only does have the 3 assists, but has been constantly pressuring, has been everywhere across the map, and has really made Surdy's life a bit of a nightmare up here on that top side. But now they're going to try to set up a dive here onto Quad. They're going in. The hero's entrance to follow it up. Quad is just getting CC'd 100-0, but Kryra had no way out. Spent the Vault Breaker, didn't want to use the flash, and now in comes Griffin. Calmy going to have to try to back it up, but Lions arrives. Taunt's going to go wide. Jed pushing in the wave. We'll see if they want to set up the redive, but they're not confident they can burst them down on a tower.
And even Griffin re-entering this topside, that used more time of 3 people of DSG. And that time equals damage on towers for Masu and pressure on the other side of the map for FlyQuest. So while DSG do get a kill, go down the checklist. They gave a kill back. The Vi died under tower. They also used half of their arsenal of ultimates with Vi ult, Galio ult being invested on this top side to go for the dive in the first place and just get a 1-for-1. And then they weren't even able to die a mini wave because Griffin was able to fight his way back in there. And they also lost some mid lane at the exact same time. So while it is a DSG play that does get a kill, they went negative in overall gold across the map.
Yeah, they did, and this lead is very, very big right now. 2.3K, was up to 2.6K, but I think the Colt just cashed out there for Sajed. So at least he's got an item done, but I talked about it in the draft. When you get to that point where it's 3-4 items, whenever they're going to be picking up the Zonias, it just gets so much harder to actually find these plays onto Quad and Masu. And all the plays, for the most part, have been in the favor of FlyQuest thus far. They haven't really been able to put on any pressure. FlyQuest also took the early dragon, so there's not really any pressure of soul stacking or anything like that for DSG. And they are definitely on the back foot and going to be having to find some really good engages if they want to fight their way back into this game.
Yeah, and when they do find the engage to pull the trigger, they're going to need to not go 1-for-1 in those scenarios where they're investing a lot, because Griffin is going to be, scaling up here on this Shyvana. When you have an Orianna on your team, not only does it provide some nice CC to follow up with your Shyvana ultimate, but the shield and speed boost are also very useful in enabling these melee carries, whether it's the Shyvana or the Aatrox.
Oh, Masu gonna get ulted on, but he's flashing back out of the tower. The killer instinct comes in. They're trying to take him Masu, and they do take him out. Kryra gets the stand united, but it's gonna be traded back regardless. Cryogen locking him under the tower, able to get one there. So they do get a kill. It is the 1-for-1, but unfortunately Sajed does not walk away with that kill gold.
Yeah, he didn't get the gold, and again, yeah, it's 1-for-1 under the tower as the Vi goes down. At least they also got the flash out of Zig, so maybe they can try some repeat plays here. And they, at least this time around, didn't have to give us as much on the rest of the map. So the kill gold is good, but still really working from behind here, DSG, and they're not able to get a lot of pressure on those outer towers either. So it's constantly FlyQuest kind of gaining territory.
And while this game is still revving up, better fill up your tanks because the LCS Championship is at Gath South Arena in the greater Atlanta area from October 3rd to 4th. Tickets are available now, so go grab them, and Kobe and I'll see you there.
See you there. Let's go. I'm excited for that one. Excited for this one right now, though, because Cryogen just dodges out the taunt from Lion.
Yeah, nicely dodged out. Lions loses half his health, but Kryra still looking to start off the fight, and there's the public execution coming in, and the shutdown actually goes to the Kaisa. Griffin and Quad are still in the area. It looks like they still may want to fight. Zig's trying to get over here on the side, but has no flash, remember. So this is a bit of a difficult approach. You can see Lions trying to wrap around behind him.
Yeah, Galio is kind of hovering up halfway here now too, so they might try and make a Galio play. He yoinks it.
Griffin just walks in and steals it, and then uses the Dragon's Descent to just get out to safety. Didn't actually grab it, but then the taunt comes in onto Masu. Sajed flashes forward, but I don't know what that flash was. He got nothing at all. Griffin, though, going to be cut off in the jungle here, taken down as Kryra gets another kill. Quad picks up the eye. Kryra is running. Sajed is going to fall to Cryogen here. Quad is slowly taking down Kryra as DSG are just losing people everywhere. They try to go for the Herald. They lose that. They try to go for the dive. They lose out multiple kills there as well.
And they're not even done losing stuff. Quad and Gakkos are going for 30.
Surdy in a lot of trouble here. It's going to be tanked up there by Gakko. Surdy flashes away. Call Me arrives with the hero's entrance. Will keep him safe. Going to be able to spot Cryogen, who is just trying to be annoying in the area. You can see pings over onto the Dragon as FlyQuest will just back this one up.
Whew, crazy sequence that we had there with the yoink from Griffin, and then the escape from Masu was actually clutch with his satchel as well. From the Flash Galio play, but let's take another look at it as they start it, and then the complete deletion of the support Camille. is a little bit of catharsis for DSG, and Surdy finally he gets a little bit of revenge. But then Griffin is looking at this the entire time, and he's coming in looking for the yoink here on the eyeball, does get the Q smite, and is able to ult out to the top side. But then he wraps around, and he goes to this other side of the fight where they go off of Masu, and even with the flash play from Galio, and Sajed committing his flash there, which both got nullified for Masu's satchel charge. Now he's okay, now he's dead.
And there we go. If you don't succeed, try again. They go back, they get the kill, and Griffin trying to burst down the dragon will be able to secure it. So second dragon goes their way. Masu does fall again. Quad, though, has the Seekers already. Cryogen going to go in. The Shockwave is there to follow it up. And that is an easy kill, but now Kryra arrives. Call Me is here too. Cryogen slated to fall. The two-man taunt across both these members from FlyQuest, and in comes a Jed. Quad just gets deleted, can't even pop the Seekers. It's a double there for the Galio, and DSG make FlyQuest pay.
They get something off the back of it too, continuing to force plays. Yeah, Gakkos is split pushing on the top side of the map, so he's gonna get most of that tower. But here's a look at the start of how they actually deleted Masu this time. Nice ulti in from Surdy there on the Mbessa, and then they want to snowball this. FlyQuest, though, they take the opportunity to try and burst down the support. They have full vision with that cone. So they pop the plant and they finish off the support Shen here. They do sacrifice more members to do so, though, because of Call Me's Galio being in range. And maybe should have called off the play at just abandoned support for support kill. But they do get chased down, and the extra kills here for DSG, maybe that will be the start of their comeback. That is some much needed money here for DSG. And since Call Me did have a Dark Seal as well, the Galio getting extra benefit of AP off of this, up to 7 stacks, despite the early kind of rough start here for DSG. They're very capable of pulling off explosive team fights with this extremely hard dive composition.
Yeah, they really are. And I mean, Sajed was down over 1,000 gold earlier in the game. He's now up a little bit of gold here. Obviously, the problems are Cryogen massively ahead, and Gakkos 1.4k up, already on 2 items, plus the Merc Treads here. And Aatrox is going to be difficult for them compositionally. This is 4 melee champions trying to fight through a very strong Aatrox. Quad did have the Seekers, maybe made the judgment that he was just going to die anyway, so held on to it.
This tower is fake defense.
Yeah, Surdy knows it. He's just going to run on out as all that crystalline overgrowth. One auto is going to take it down. Surdy, though, staying safe for now.
Okay, so just a collection. Now, are they going to trap them on the outside, though? Teleport being used. Orianna has to run for her life.
Yeah, Quad is going to try to make a run for it. There comes the public execution. Flash is forced. Griffin in the area. Are they going to use the stasis? Not just now. In comes the hero's entrance. There is that stasis. Teleport coming in as well. The taunt onto Quad. He's going to get burst down, but Gakkos arrives. So does Masu. The AoE damage big, and DSG trying to cut it out, trying to deny the resets here from Gakkos, but Gakkos desperately wants one, trying to finish them off. He's going to get the resets, and you hear that sound. You know the fight might be over, but Sajed is fighting as hard as he can, trying to push him back. It's Griffin with a triple, though, as they barely got the reset for Gakkos, and that was all they needed.
The double juggernaut champions here, again, grouping up on this Orianna. So Quad buys a lot of time. He flashes into a deeper position, the full commitment with the Galio ult, with the Shen ult. He buys his time, and then in the large grouping here, 4 members, bomb comes through from Masu to soften them up, and they try and get the chase down. Gakkos flashing there to try and keep them in, does hit the W, and then Masu's damage is enough to start to get some of these resets. Griffin there with the triple kill. He was able to finish off the Shen and tear them up.
They're just trying to rush the Baron here. Teleports are coming in, so they're clearly aware of this right now. Lions has spotted it. FlyQuest pulled back. They're going to try to turn onto Kryra. He's just hit by the Hextech ultimatum. He's ignited. He's turning, though, onto Cryogen, who tries to flash out, but he flashes right into the waiting arms of the Kaisa. And now Call Me going through the Hex Gates here. DSG want to try to get more, but FlyQuest should be able to disengage.
FlyQuest lost their coordination here, really scrambling off of this fight. They called him to peel off of Baron and look for the pick onto enemy jungle, but the Camille is so far ahead.
Quad in trouble. Here comes the cease and desist. Sajed there trying to follow it up, but doesn't have the ulti. And Kryra finds out in the hurry that Sajed cannot follow up. No killer instinct. Gakkos now popping the World Ender, chasing down Lions. He's going to be dead as well. He's got no energy. Even if he had the Shadow Dash, he couldn't use it. FlyQuest make a mistake, but then make up for it with a couple kills here, as Quad didn't even need the Zonias.
I mean, it's hype, right? We've got divers on multiple sides, and both sides, the dive goes very far without the follow-up. And in the end, with the second mistake here, with the enemy jungle going down, there's no way that DSG can steal the Baron, but can they? Nope.
Calmy flashing, decides to try to go back in. I don't know if he has a way out. Stand United comes through. He procs the Storm Raider Surge, is creating a little bit of space here. Surdy still on the side, trying to find an angle. There comes that public execution. The taunt flashes in on the Masu, but they don't have the damage to finish him. Sajed, though, doing a lot here in this fight. Needs to try to get into the back line. Doesn't have the killer instinct available because he hadn't hit any plasma until just then. He's not going to be able to jump in onto Griffin. So at the end of the day, they do get that one kill. They'll rush over and try to grab the dragon for a bounty there. Maybe try to get a double bounty with a mid lane tower. That could be a nice little slingshot of gold.
It's really going to be very nice for them. Chop this gold lead down significantly with these quick back-to-back bounties and with getting the kill onto Quad. Very significant. He was low on mana after the Baron take here for FlyQuest, so they make the call. As they barely get Call Me Out, he is able to get the Shen ult and runs for his life. But here comes the rest of it, and it is the flank from Surdy that is going to open up the timing window. Yeah, Quad does have his Zonias, but he's still right in the middle, and they can Galio for the re-entry here, setting up Sajed to get another kill. This Kai'Sa that we highlighted that was so big for DSG in getting some of their early wins when they first joined the LCS, gets a little bit more money, and he is the only one with the tiniest of gold leads on the side of DSG, kind of trying to lead their comeback, trying to lead their hopes here of winning these fights.
And Masu has elected to go for that Proto Belt instead. So going for the Rocket Belt, doesn't decide to go for the Zonia's third, maybe going to get that later on. Quada's obviously had that for quite some time. And normally, I'm a pretty big hater of Gluttonous Greaves. I just think in Pro, you don't get enough stacks. But Sajed has 7 stacks already. So this is actually paying off for him quite a bit because it has been quite a bloody game. He's been involved in a lot. And when you do get that fully stacked, it is quite impactful here for him. And he is on 3 items, is getting very, very strong. But as you said, he's the only one with the gold lead. And he's going to have to play really well as they're looking for a pick now on to Gakkos. Pops the World Ender, but he is getting CC'd up, and he is getting locked down, knocked down. That's 1K in Surdy's pockets.
This is huge for DSG, fighting back again. Now they've got more room to work with on the map. They get the pick, and you can often turn that into some turret plate money as well. Top side looks vulnerable. They can just rotate over, steal some jungle while in the process. Griffin does want to try and at least defend his red, though, and they're just going to get the push out afterwards. But moments ago, this was a 5,000 gold lead for FlyQuest, and quickly chopped down here by DSG. Despite the Baron pickup you see in the top right corner of your screen, it's negative 1,800.
And that is that swing that you're talking about right there in this tower. A lot of crystalline overgrowth, but no way for Calmy to just walk up and take it. Cryogen may get spotted on the side here as Kryra trying to defend Calmy, allowing him to push this in. You can see Lions moving up there as well. I don't know how you feel about this kind of... I feel like Locket is getting overlooked sometimes in exchange for, you know, Protoplasm. Obviously, it is very good on Shen. It helps with your own survivability, but I feel like when you're playing against Ziggs Orianna, surely Locket has to just be the correct choice.
Locket does sound good. Me speaking from the teammate of the support,
yeah,
I would like it. Of course, the individual, you know, survivability of Protoplasm is crazy for the Shen individually, but especially at this point, you know, it's definitely about the team. It's about the team fights for sure. Since the early success as far as the support battle and the influence on map was heavily won by the Camille anyway. Smite does go down in order to secure this Scuttle Crab Vision. And Griffin is able to secure that before they escape with their lives. You have to be very, very wary of this dive from DSG, getting that close to the Vi. They can easily pull the trigger. Of course, teleports are all ready for all members of FlyQuest. So the Avengers could assemble in order to defend whoever does get picked.
They absolutely could. Masu has another large rod. Obviously, that could just be a death cap if he wants to go full aggressive, or he could work in towards that Zonia's. But a lot of big tools here available right now for DSG. We have Seekers on Sajed, on Calmy, GA, on Kryra, so they have a lot of those extra lives, those immunities up and available. There is still just that one Zonia's for Quad. As Griffin going in for the Death Stance Shojin, very, very tanky on this champion. And generally just more effective to build tanky items instead of the GA, but they're going to be looking here for Calmy. Calmy's going to try to turn around with the teleport. The taunt coming through. There's the Dragon's Descent as Quad gets put low. In comes Surdy. He gets locked up, but in comes the Hero's Entrance. He's just deleted in a hurry, and the two-man shockwave there as Calmy punches back forward, lands a taunt, but no one can follow up. Gatkos gets the reset. Sajed has got to run. Cryogen flashing forward. Sajed flashes out. Lions goes back in, but there's no one there with them. It's going to be another kill going the way of FlyQuest, as Cryer going to be having to be careful here. At the very least, there's no major objective for them to grab, but they're marching on the base.
FlyQuest take the initiative. They decide, we're going to make the pick ourselves. They do it in the top lane, and that might be enough to get inside the base. Could they look for a hard push here? 17 seconds on Surdy, 20 seconds on Calmy.
They are going to be able to grab the inhib. Kryra trying to position to see if there's an angle to
They're already
punish
pinging, pinging for a delayed play. They just want to keep this play extended. Don't let them recall. The pings on the revivals here.
Yeah, they are spotting them again. Calmy's going to be up in 5. Surdy does not have teleport, so he would not be able to join, and I think that's going to make it pretty difficult. With no Stand United, with no teleport on Surdy, it would basically just be Galio TPing in with, you know, Sajed and Kryra in the air trying to make something happen, so they decide, you know what, we can't do it, and it is back to that 5K gold lead as a result. But DSG could just try to rush down this dragon and move themselves to 2 dragons here, and tie up with FlyQuest.
Then pings are going down from FlyQuest on Baron. They're like, okay, fine, you're on Dragon. That thing's going to slow you down too. We immediately started out. Griffin is burning it.
Yeah, they see it. Surdy showed bot though, and Surdy has no teleport, and I think that is really big right now. FlyQuest still sticking on this. Surdy is running, but it's going to be a while before he gets there. Gatkos spotted by Lions on the side, but Lions has to use that Shadow Dash defensively. Griffin spent the Dragon's Ascent just to try to burst down this Baron. Cryogen looking on the side. Kryber going to jump in onto him. Kryber just trying to focus down this support, but the Baron is getting pretty low. They're going to turn on to Griffin. Gatkos pops the World Ender, and it's a Jet incredibly low. Burst low, but does survive. Griffin maybe going to fall. He's burning down. He's shut down there by Calmy, but a couple kills going the other way as well. Both junglers have fallen. Cryogen has fallen. It's one-man advantage here, and Calmy is getting into the backline, trying to make something happen here. Surdy focusing down Gatkos. Masu is incredibly low. There's the Stand United there for Jet on the side as Calmy trying to finish him off, but just does not have the damage. Quad trying to do something, but he's got no mana. Goes into the Zonia's. Masu on 1 HP, surviving for now. Quad falls. The Hero's Entrance coming back down. Gatkos gonna get knocked up. Do they have the taunt? They do not just yet. Jet goes into the Zonia's himself. He's surviving still again. He is not dead, but their base is dying. Masu trying to stop some of the recalls here. Gonna get spotted there on the side by Calmy, and he will be running for it. Calmy looking for him. Goes over the wall, and again, Masu survives with almost no HP. This game is just on a razor's edge.
DSG are fighting back. What a fight for them. They get so much money, and they're going to reset on the map quicker. They got the late kill onto Gatkos. That's still 25 seconds on the revival of the Aatrox, and that fight might have won them the Baron, and it's going to be FlyQuest taking the compensation dragon instead.
Well, this is crazy. They're going to be able to grab the dragon. This will move FlyQuest, though, to Soul Point here. Hextech Soul will be available for them. The Baron did not work out for FlyQuest last time, so we'll see if it does better for DSG. As FlyQuest 1 away from getting that super powerful soul here, but DSG really making him work for it. This fight was chaos.
This is crazy from them. Okay, so Kryra on the top side of the screen immediately beelines into the Baron. He ults onto the Shyvana while the Baron was on him, and then they try and full combo here. So Cryogen is dealt with by Sajed off on the side individually. It means they go +1 on the kills, but FlyQuest still thought, even with the extra person going down on their team, they could go for the chase because Sajed is so low and out of cooldowns. The flank, though, from Calmy is everything. Behind onto Masu, who then has to spend a lot. And Shen ult was onto Sajed instead of onto Calmy, so Shen comes in the safer position by the Kaisa instead of with Calmy, which ended up working out great for them as they're able to chase down Quad right into the Galio ult.
Your W kill, you know? Oh, hell no. So close.
Yeah, probably talking about almost killing Masu at the very end there. Glennis Greaves really, really big for Sajed in that fight as well. Yeah. When he got really low, I mean, Griffin flashed on him, almost one-shot him, but didn't. And then he's hitting the blue buff the whole time, healing back up. And he's now on 10 stacks of that Glennis Greaves, and Lions now has the locket as well. Cryra going to get spotted here, but the team is coming in to try to back him back up, and they are going in on Cryogen. Cryogen is dead in a hurry. Cryra put a little bit low. They're going to try to kite out Gakko's World Ender. Cryra does get interrupted, but they do kite it out. Don't think Griffin is going to want to send it from this angle, so it is just that one kill. And the leads are evaporating for the most part here for FlyQuest. It is Cryogen with a massive lead, and it is Griffin with a very big lead. But that is Griffin's at the end of the day.
Griffin's coming back like they want to still fight this, even though the tower's already gone. And it's pushing Baron here for FlyQuest, so they're just going to catch the wave. Masu alone pushing in the mid lane, going to have to kind of rotate over towards bottom lane instead, away from the rest of the members there of DSG. And FlyQuest try and calm the game down because they're looking 3 minutes into the future, Azael. They are looking for the Dragon Soul.
Yeah, they really are. Masu decided no defense, offense is the way. Survived through that entire last fight. Does have the death cap now, and here they go. Cryra gonna make Masu regret this. As there's a teleport, there's a stand united, there is everything sent, and they do kill off Masu, but there's no big objectives up right now, so it's just gonna be trying to take towers.
And this is what we were just saying. He has to rotate down to the bottom side, but then he pushes out on bottom side, and he doesn't give respect to the move from DSG, who had just taken over the map. Gone through mid lane, go all the way down to bottom lane. It's a great combo from Lions and Cryra to pick off the upgraded Medjai Ziggs, whose stacks drop, and now
Surdy trying to kite it back. Big shockwave. Multi-man fear comes in with their Dragon's Ascent, but they are turning on Griffin, and Griffin is not tanky enough. There's the killer instinct. Cryogen just came back, and Cryogen is dead again. DSG cracking the base open. 3 kills going their way, and they are posturing to try to end the game right now. There is no shockwave. Gakkos has ult. Masu is going to be up here in 6 seconds. Gakkos now pops the World Ender, trying to buy some time. Masu will be given that time to respond. Has the ultimate. And as a result, DSG will back it up. Masu, that wasn't even the center of his ult, just did over half the HP of Sajed. So his offensive build does a ton of damage. And even after that death, he is not going towards the Seeker. He's going towards Void Staff.
Yeah, he sold off the Medjais after he lost all the pages out of his book and put that money towards the Void Staff. Let's get a listen in, though.
10 seconds, okay?
With Galio ult, we dive, I think, by the way.
I don't have ult now.
No, but when you have ult, I just ult in, I think. Okay. My Jane 20, maybe we can fight.
Yeah, we can dive the tier 3.
Atros the mid.
Wala ka kami sa ult, no?
They're looking. Oh, in ult. They're on ult.
Shivan. I'm tanking tower still. I will stop tank, okay? Stop tank.
Yeah, great call there. As soon as you got Galio ult, my GA is coming up in 20 seconds. Let's go for the dive. And that is how you get even more out of the successful play. Really good calling here from DSG. It's another one of these games where DSG can climb back from gold deficits. And I swear, it's a lot of the times it's with Sajed on Kaisa and DSG with a dive comp.
Yeah, I agree. This guy is different on the Kaisa. He is so good. Call Me as well is monster fed, though. He has 10 stacks on his Darksteel. He has a death cap. Like, this is a really, really high damage Galio here. And Sajed now has that Shadow Flame complete as well. So Call Me is going to be a real threat. If he actually gets to land in on them with that Hero's Entrance, get a full combo, any of these AP carries are going to be dead in a hurry here. And FlyQuest now looking at this Soul as maybe more of a bailout than just a win secure here, as they are in the area, but they don't really have any vision whatsoever. And Griffin gonna get jumped on, losing a lot of health quick, has to use the Dragon's Ascent as the Dragons exit. The public execution there from Surdy does not connect. Cryra going forward. Standing United going to be popped. They're trying to burst down Gakkos, but Gakkos kiting them out and has the World Ender, getting Cryra low. Surdy jumping back, eating a lot of poke, though, from the Ziggs. I think they just need to turn on the Dragon here, as Griffin isn't in the area, but they were seeing if they could get something more.
Yeah, I think they've won the Dragon with their burst that they had onto Griffin, but would love to get a chase down kill. It's so high in tension right now. 36 minutes into this game. That is Dragon number 2 for DSG. They're gonna clean this one up as Baron will arrive shortly, and they already have vision control. They've got the setup here for the Baron bait, and the turn is insane off of this team. They don't have the Ambessa ultimate, but they do have the Vi ultimate into Galio ult combo. So with this team, even if you have a couple ultimates down, you still have 2 of the best engages off of turning away from Baron that you can possibly get in the game. And so it's going to put a lot of threat on FlyQuest here. very dangerous for them. And so I do like that they have 3 Scryer's trinkets, but they're going to have to get Gakkos over there to use the third one. Looks like they're just going to make the call, give it up. Gakkos is recalling back to base.
They are walking over now, though, and now they should surely know that they are on the Baron, but it is definitely way too late. As that got a little bit dangerous, as that was down
like a jungler there too. I was feeling that pressure. That bomb timing was good.
I'm not gonna lie, I have lost some smite battles against Ziggs. That ult late game, man, that thing is crazy. And that was a smite. I want to say I saw like 1420 was the last HP I saw, and I feel like Ziggs ult can hit for that.
I was clenching for sure. Let's take a look at it. Going down pretty quickly here too. The timing is really good. Yeah. Oh my God.
1425.
Oh my God. That timing is so perfect, and clutch from Kryra to still get it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so he gets it. Nice combo from him. He has the 1400 smite plus an auto attack here with an E, and able to burst it.
Not even close.
Not even
1425. Got it. Easy peasy. And there is the Magi's now picked up here for Calmy. His last item upgraded, as they are looking really dangerous at this point in the game. Got to find a way to somehow avoid the dive and deal with Sajed, who is tearing through their frontliners at this point. Has been playing really well on the Kai'Sa. And Cryogen is someone who has had a pretty big gold lead throughout this whole game, but it hasn't really meant anything since the early game. He was putting on a lot of pressure early, but hasn't been able to do much in these later fights.
So Masu's Mega Inferno Bomb does 1409 magic damage.
Oh my God.
Are going to have resist, but
Kyra could be in some trouble. Is going to get pulled back in by the chains, gets satcheled out. Might actually lose the GA. He is running for his life. And narrowly avoids the ultimate coming in from Masu. But Sajed, even one bouncing bomb is dealing 30-40% of his HP, so has to constantly try to heal back up off these waves. But Calmy was pushing in through mid, and this tower is getting low. You can see Griffin is answering through bot. They had already lost that tower earlier. Now Surdy pushing up through top. They're trying to pressure all 3 waves. But Masu doing a good job with the wave clear, and his poke is still incredibly threatening.
Certainly is, and the pressure is not going to relent here. Baron-empowered minions, the siege continues, so the base of FlyQuest will continue to crumble. 40 seconds left on the Baron here as well. Calmy going in for a little bit of a chunk.
Yeah, Sajed having to be a bit careful. Barely avoids the Infernal Chains. As Surdy now pushing in through the top, trying to pressure Quad a little bit. Takes a couple tower shots for his trouble. And Cryogen's going in. They're going to try to turn it around onto him. Stand United coming through. Heroes entrance as well. All the counter engage arrives. Here comes the cavalry. It's a shutdown for Griffin. But the rest of the DSG members can't even get involved. Kryra has got to run. Krymi has got to run. He's going to try to turn around with a big taunt, though. Can't quite finish off Cryogen. And they're looking at the base right now as Sajed is pushing forward. He's going to Hexgate back out. They thought they had an angle to maybe finish there, but at the end of the day, Calmy does not get a kill, loses his flash and his life.
Yeah, they made the call. Calmy, re-engage, and teleport from Sajed into the Nexus towers, but the minion wave had just been cleared out, so Sajed didn't have the time upon arrival to try and pressure that end, but they made the call to look for it. Keep your eyes on the mini-map as we're watching this disengage from DSG, trying to get away. It is Griffin that gets the initial shutdown, and then as they're chasing, Sajed and Lions run to the bottom side into the jungle here, and they go, all right, fine, flash taunt for re-engage. He can't kill Cryogen, but teleport has been used by Sajed to try and pressure, and the teleport answer from a manaless Orianna also over to that side. I guess since they killed off the Galio so quickly, Sajed was never really going to have time unless he had already, a super minion on those Nexus towers, then maybe they could threaten more effectively. But still, looking for that play. They did trade teleports with the Orianna as well.
Oh, Lions goes in with the taunt flash, but Masu is there to answer. He flashes out the taunt across multiple members. Sajed has got to get involved here. Dragon's Descent coming forward. There's full sending onto Sajed. 30 in the backline fighting against Squad. Sajed standing, Sajed fighting. He takes down Cryogen, but now he's in the middle of the team. He's looking with a flash forward, but it's not going to get him anything. Trying to heal back up, but he cannot survive.
Can they win?
And it looks like they might just be able to. They're going to try to TP and end through bot. Double teleport coming in there as Calmy is the only one up here, but that is a big wave, and I don't know if he's going to be able to do anything about it.
Yep, they've got Ziggs, the demolitionist. This tower is gone. This base is done, and the game should be won by FlyQuest.
Calmy trying his best to stay alive to try to clear out the wave. Griffin pushing him back. Quad flashes forward, but it's Masu and Gakkos with their eyes on the tower. They knock him down. They take the Nexus, and they take game one. It was a back and forth bloodbath here. 46 kills in just about 42 minutes. But FlyQuest squeak by in game one.
Oh my goodness, team fight after team fight. And it comes down to the very last one, Lounge. Which was your favorite one of those fights?
The last one?
Yeah, there's so many to choose from. FlyQuest are never beating the allegations. They had the second highest combined kills per minute of any team in Split 3. Headed into this game, still ended with above a combined kill per minute in this game.
They're probably pretty upset about this game, but I think when they're in the room, they'll realize that it could have been worse. They could have lost.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I thought they had thrown away their lead before that last fight, Res.
It's funny because your answer to that, the last one, was after every fight, I was like, that's the most insane fight.
Yeah.
That's the craziest fight. This fight, you're right, is the most wildest fight. So this is going to be, of course, the Pagoda play of the game, because it is quite literally what won FlyQuest the game. So just see, it is an ARAM, and funny enough, we had Tactical here for a little bit talking about how often ARAMs do happen when it comes to FlyQuest, and if it's going to be FlyQuest versus DSG, that's going to happen. The play starts with Lions. Lions does try and go for an active play because he sees Masu, but Masu flashes instantly. He doesn't even want to be in the area of this, so immediately that's going to be Griffin going in and punishing. Gakkos, who's had an incredible game thus far, immediately follows up. And so Lions is just going to die here. And Calmy tries to help the play out, and Crowder, who's already near half HP, does the same. But now, here comes the combo. The combo that I was actually quite afraid of coming into this series was, or a game, was Shyvana and Orianna. Shyvana goes wild, Gakkos dives through onto Sajed. Yes, Surdy is trying to buy some space by pushing Masu and Quad away, but it is just the front line that is the demonic force here from FlyQuest. So it was wild.
Crazy.
It was a crazy game.
The fact that the initial engage by Lions failed and then Surdy couldn't get his Ambessa ultimate onto the back line either just meant that they were really desynced, and that's the fight that FlyQuest was able to win. So we have player of the game.
If you guys see a Pagoda-worthy play, of course, please spam that emote in the chat. But player of the game
is Gakkos, guys. It's a close one because it did feel like they had control of the game. They lost control of the game. I think Masu is also a great recipient with how he outplayed in that last fight, flashing away, and then we saw in the replay also dodging the Ambessa ultimate.
It's funny, the casters both put Masu in there. It's the Masu versus Gakkos war.
Yeah, the battle.
We have more people.
I mean, I will say this was, because we've talked a lot going into this game about how comfortable Masu might be more or less on the Ziggs. I think he still looked shaky at times, but I also think this is a very difficult game for him to play just because of what DSG had locked in. And in key moments, we did see that he was surviving for a surprisingly long amount of time.
Yeah, and I know it was a really back and forth game that FlyQuest wins. Raz, there was some stuff that FlyQuest was actually doing in the early game if we're trying to find the positives before the game devolved.
Yes. So this is the most interesting thing. Now, if I can find it, this would be great. That's going to be the tough part.
17:02, I think.
Oh, yeah, you already knew the timing. Okay, that's perfect.
We have a second, but essentially they're just playing the map really well in the early game, which is giving them leads with which they can throw away.
Yes, and so the one I wanted to point out was, of course, no TP on Aatrox. It's going to be a full commitment of DSG side to play towards this dragon. Of course, FlyQuest is the one that starts the dragon, but this is the play in which people are like, okay, wait a minute. DSG has more numbers. It's a full commitment from their side. But while this fight here is a kill in favor of DSG because they win the fight here, I'm just looking at Gakkos' side that literally takes 2 plates up here immediately. Takes the next wave. By the way, denies 2 waves on top of that, and then is able to eat a lot of gold on this side of the map. And so cushions a lot of the deficit that you would have expected from DSG. So even though DSG gets what seems like a really positive play on the opposite side of the map, it's FlyQuest that is a lot more thoughtful on the holistic map, and I think has a better macro than DSG. And so it did turn into a bit of a throw from their side that gave DSG an opportunity. But it's small moments like these that is why you favor FlyQuest in a series like this.
Emily had a short point.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, it was also really important that Gakkos get all that gold, right? Because although they did throw away the lead, then received it, him being able to frontline against DSG's composition was actually a huge reason of why FlyQuest could be able to pull it out.
Yeah, I hope we get another game with more kills.
Hope so.
I don't think we had
More
enough kills.
Drive up the kill count.
Also, don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. A very bloody DSG versus FlyQuest Game 1 will hopefully lead to a bloody Game 2, which is up after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Someone's gonna take your hand, uncertain as you are. You keep on hoping, but that ain't me. You got a sentimental heart that's broken easily. You kept the fire burning, but now it's gone. You said the world stopped turning, but that was wrong. I've been thinking about it and looking round. Now if I go without it, I better start it over now. Thinking about it and looking round. Now if I go without it, I better start it over now. Start it over now. I better start it over now. Start it over now. I better start it over now.
Ew. I don't even know if it's on us. There we go. We're back.
You're supposed to do that and then say welcome back.
Yeah, welcome
Oh,
back.
welcome back. That was
Welcome back.
that was a welcome back in Chickenese. That was in
It was in Chickenese.
Yeah, that was a welcome back. But yeah, welcome back, guys. We are going into game 2. This is, I hope we get as bloody as a game that we got in the last one.
I hope so
as well.
I trust them.
You trust them? That it's
I
gonna
trust
happen.
them to want to kill a lot
Yeah.
of champions.
I am concerned for DSG because it felt like they got all the tools that A, is comfortable for them, and B, was reacting and responding to the composition that FlyQuest had. So it's a little concerning because if you can't win off that one, especially with the throws that I felt like FlyQuest was giving them, then it's a tough one. Tough
And if you're
conversation.
wondering why the teams are in the team rooms, this is hopefully a today-only thing, but there's been difficulty communicating from the coach headsets to the players, which means they can't do the drafts on the stage, so they'll be doing them in this back room, and then they'll be going to stage, restarting Champ Select, hopefully locking in champions very quickly.
Very quickly.
And then letting us get into the game.
So I do wonder what the response is going to be from DSG, because a lot of the fights near the end of it, like when it started to get really chaotic, it was DSG's game to win.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I think obviously this game is really back and forth. Losing a game like this, though, when you were in such a winning position, is really, really tough to regroup afterwards, especially to your point, Raz, they had so much like comfort and cohesion on this composition, right?
Yeah.
Like, and I think one of the biggest differences in the early to mid game was that Sajed did look way more comfortable on the Kaisa than Masu looked on the Ziggs, right? And obviously we can maybe take a look at his build, offer some critiques.
Yeah, he probably had his reasons. He was going Terminus Kaisa early, but it was really difficult for him to auto-attack into the Orion and the Ziggs because of how much range they had on him. I imagine he wanted to be able to kill people that were diving on top of him, and he thought he'd be able to auto-attack them. Yeah. But he mixed in a lot of AP, started becoming like half poke by the end of it, and then just couldn't be that involved in the late game team fights.
One thing that I feel like is a consistent thing for Masu throughout his career in the LCS so far is that he is so good at being focused in really clutch moments later on in the games. And so we've had multiple times where it's like, oh, he's like rock and belting or flashing at the perfect time to be able to like dodge out an engage that happens. I feel like we have covered that numerous times in the past. This was one of those moments where, to be fair, a Shen taunt flash is something you should probably be able to see and react to, but when games get really chaotic, you lose focus. He did not lose focus there, and that was a big part of why they won this game.
Yeah, being able to get the kill onto Lions at the very end of the game. Now we're into the Game 2 draft. We've seen 3 games from FlyQuest so far in Summer Split and 3 mages for Masu.
Yeah.
Of all the players, I feel like he'd be the most likely to default back into 80 carries, but he's been really steady with these mages. Silas is banned though, so we're going to see something different.
Yeah, I mean, I pegged FlyQuest prior to this split as a team that could potentially just go absolutely ham in the new meta, so I'm not surprised. At the very least, again, because I think Ziggs, in my estimation, is just so strong, even when compared to other strong mages that we're seeing in the bot lane. So I do think that's something that bot laners should be learning and should have been learning prior to things opening up a lot more. As we see the insta-lock of Cassiopeia that could be going bot, also could be going mid.
Couple of flex picks.
Yeah, exactly.
It's Quad's best pick. So like, that is something that even though you can flex it, do you want to flex it? I would want to put the champion into the hands of the best player on that champion.
Yeah, I mean, I remember having this conversation about TL with APA and Yawn, right? Where Yawn is also still a strong Ziggs player, but then you literally have the LCS Ziggs specialist on your team. So you want to put it into his hands. As we see DSG going with Syndra Lee Sin, I am curious to see where the Syndra is going as well, since she has also been one of these mages who's been pretty strong in the bot lane.
It feels like a bit of a Call Me classic. He does like his Syndra picks, though we've seen this matchup, I feel like, pretty heavily within the meta, where later on in the game, Syndra scales quite well and creates a lot of pick opportunities versus a short-range Cassiopeia, but in lane, it's pretty difficult to survive the matchup. So want to see how that goes, but we got an Ezreal locked in.
And guess
Ezreal,
what?
we can relax.
The sigh of relief, I think Ezreal has been the strongest AD carry, like even in the mage meta. It's definitely the premier AD carry, because he can take care of himself so well, he's so incredibly mobile, and he offers so much push in lane in tandem with this Bard. That is a really strong lane to have to go up against.
And additionally, I like the Bard into the Syndra to get a lot of mid-game picks.
And I kind of am looking towards a Leona for DSG because it is a pick that I feel like Lions has been really successful with in the past. And yes, difficult to catch on towards Ezreal, but your goal eventually is to find the Cassiopeia, make her life really difficult later on in the game. you will never see an Ezreal want to go for a cleanse. And so even though you have Syndra and technically Leona later on in the game, I think that's not going to be a concern. But we'll have to see as the Gnar gets locked in here, a blind Gnar.
Yep, but immediately the Vayne ban to support that, so want to take out some potential ranged AD
they ban
carry
the Corki as well?
top lane.
There's no Rise in this game to ruin the Corki.
Dude, playing blind Gnar in this meta is just, it's hell.
It's a little riskier than it used to be, for sure.
Especially versus Gatghost that's more than willing to be like, okay, what in the champion pool am I willing to play? He's played a Quinn in the past, he can play the Varus here, like, if he wants to go crazy in that respect. Or he can just go towards something that is tried and true. So I'm interested in what Gatghost has cooking here. Or, you could take that bad boy Cassiopeia top lane.
You could.
That would be a flex, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the more, it's like an OG Cassio top. Remember when she got the mana buff and people were like, oh, the mana buff to Cassio makes her a better top laner actually because she can just spam her Twin Fangs. And one of the matchups that you usually saw her in, it was like just to punish the mini Gnar. So it is a possibility. Once again, I'm just going to say, we should just let Quad play.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was going to return to your very argument, which is that Quad is, such a specialist on Cassiopeia. It's one of his best picks. I said that about Ori before, but Cassio was his first kind of like solo queue climbing champion.
Funny.
And we see the Corki locked in tandem with
They are
Gnar.
triple banning by picking away for their Gnar top. They ban Yasuo, Vayne, and then also give
Don't give him the
Corki.
opportunity.
This lets us guarantee that the Syndra is going mid as well. I'm still, Raz, I'm going to guarantee the Cassio's mid.
Okay.
Yeah, my guarantee.
Your guarantee?
We'll see.
No Cassio top.
Yeah.
No Cassio.
We're getting a Tristana top.
There's no Hoonie in this game. It's not what I remember.
Tristana top is available, guys.
She still is, yeah. Pantheon in for. Oh.
Look, we're just hovering just to troll us. I get it.
We are on live patch. Locke has received some heavy nerfs, so it's been somewhat banned throughout today, but also fallen through a lot of drafts as well.
Ooh, I love Rumble
Yeah,
here.
we could just be going for the Rumble, the classic.
Yeah. And with the Pantheon already locked in, I mean, it's going to be really difficult, I think, for Syndra to be able to play any level of sides. So I think side lanes are going to be really tough for DSG to be able to catch, whereas Pantheon and Bard as a duo is going to be very much like a hellacious duo to really deal with. So good luck, Kryra, being able to and of course in Lions to be able to try and match that.
Yeah, I really, really like what FlyQuest have come up with, both in terms of like the overall holistic draft, but then also in terms of the people who are piloting these champions. I think sometimes I do worry a little bit more about Cryogen on like tank initiators where you are the primary engager, but roaming on Bard I think suits him so well. He'll be strong in lane, he'll be strong out of lane. The Pantheon can pay attention to side lanes. Like, I really like what FlyQuest has here.
I think it's going to be really hard for Syndra to play this game. Calmy's got a lot of things he's got to watch out for. The lane should be okay. That's why you pick the Syndra when you see the Cassiopeia, but then the way the rest of the draft really unfolded, I think FlyQuest just has a lot of options. Although it's another one of those similar situations where there's no real tank, so they do have to play fast and get a pretty big lead.
Yeah, that's why I like the Leona. I expected Leona to be picked earlier in the draft. It was not going to be contested at all, so they were like, okay, we can just drop it into 4-5. Gets picked here, and the threat is going to be Cassio. Cassio has to be really watching her positioning versus Syndra, Leona, all of that. But I want to hear from the casters because they got a guest here.
A special guest.
Yeah, in fact, I'll let him do the intro. Take it away, guys.
Yep, it's the Asby duo joined by Castical here. It's coming in.
The tactical caster. Welcome. Your first time casting. Let's go.
Thank you. Thank you.
You are giving your thoughts on the draft as we were going through it. Let's give the TLDR of your evaluations here to the viewers now. Who do you think won?
I think it's a fly win for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks
not
good.
even close.
Yeah, not even close.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you're DSG, then what do you think they have to actually get done here?
I think their mid jungle has to get really fed, or they have to get at least 2 dragons, which is not reliable this game even, because they don't even win fights guaranteed. And I don't know, it just looks hard to play. You need to play perfect almost.
Yeah, it can be very difficult. Definitely feels like a hard game for Syndra with like Bard ult and Equalizer and Pantheon ult and all these tools coming down on your head. So talk to us a little bit about the 2v2 then, obviously. We got you in here. We need your bot lane expertise. We got Ezreal Bard versus Corki Leona.
I mean, you have Corki Leona. They're kind of short range, but if you get an all-out fight, they're pretty strong. But it feels awkward because I'm pretty sure Ezreal Bard gets Prow here, so and they could just avoid and roam mid, which would be really annoying for Syndra Lee Sin because their win con is to win mid 2v2, so.
Definitely will be difficult then. We'll see if DSG can create any sort of early advantage to find a way in, let's say, in this game.
I mean, is there any level 1 that you would call for? You know, like you can do things about trying to even go for a Raptor contest or split jungle, or even go for cheeses, like call my freaking other laner down here or something. What would you try and call for if you're coach for DSG? You got to take your losing side. Casticle is in their ears.
I mean, looking at it now, like, it seems hard because they're just out of range. So if they do walk in and the enemy team's just there, they're just looking at them like, okay, I'll just eat an Ezreal Q, I guess. But I don't think they can force anything level 1. So we'll just have to see if they play well or if FlyQuest makes any mistakes here.
Okay, so you tell your squad, time to outplay them early, guys. Just outplay them.
Coach Tactical is like, well, sorry, guys.
Guys, that was my bad.
Draft.
Good luck, guys. You guys got that.
We'll see how it goes. I will say FlyQuest has not been super clean or anything so far this split, so I do think there will be opportunities for DSG. It feels like so many teams in general, globally, really ever since First Stand, obviously with LPL winning First Stand, teams have been trying to play faster. Teams have been trying to play more chaotic. Lion was talking about that. TL was talking about that. FlyQuest has always been kind of crazy, at least rumored in scrims, and they're playing kind of that style. So I do think it opens up opportunities. Like even if a comp should be, at this point it's going to be really smooth sailing, people are just kind of fist fighting, and sometimes that does open the door.
I can confirm they are really bloody in the scrims.
How's it been for you coming in for Cloud9? Obviously, you've been in Tier 2 for a while. You've won, what, 3 NACL championships in a row now?
Yes,
right?
yes, 3. I mean, it was a sudden change. I can't believe it, honestly, myself still.
Yeah.
So, I'm excited to be here. Happy to be here. Yeah.
Got the dub today, so that has to feel good.
Yeah, of course. My first one in 2 years now. So.
Yeah. Well, not probably in LCS, right?
Yeah,
but you were winning trophies. You were winning trophies.
He's been racking up wins.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you were stacking dubs in Tier 2.
There we go.
Yeah, I was farming them.
As far as these two bottom laners, there's been a lot of talk, especially about Masu. Where would you rank these guys among the 8 LCS AD carries?
I have not really practiced against the Jed, really, so I don't have a say. But Masu, this guy, he's down to fight. I'll say that much. Like, he doesn't care if he dies.
Is that a you respect it, or you're like, it's troll moments?
It's both. Like, sometimes I'm like, wow, this guy's like really annoying. Sometimes, some other times I'm like, wow, this guy's being like stupidly annoying.
It's always interesting to me, like where people are in the line, because I do think when someone is just playing way too far up and exposing themselves, like that can be a detriment. But sometimes when like an entire team is doing it, it can actually work if they're talented enough, right?
Yeah,
Where it's like your jungler can't be everywhere. And sometimes teams do play too respectful almost, where everyone's like, oh, the jungler could be here. Like everyone's got to be hugging their tower. So I do always find that interesting and kind of like have respect for players who are trying to walk that line, though obviously it can sometimes go too far one way and then you end up looking a little bit silly.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely do respect people who want to play that line. It's always like nice to see because they always want to be better and pushing limits the most. So.
Exactly. So we are going to be getting into game here shortly. If you're just joining us wondering why the draft took so long, there were some issues with comms between the players and the coaches while in the arena here. So they were doing the drafts off stage in the pro room so they could talk to their coaches easily. So they did the draft there, and then they were basically redrafting the same comp once they sit down to play. So that was the delay, but we are now into game here. FlyQuest on match point. Game one. A very bloody, brawly game one here. And DSG looking to try to see if they can force a game 3.
Okay, started in lane with 200 less HP for the Leona.
Is
that good, Tactical?
Yeah, that's how the matchup goes usually. You usually lose HP level 1, so as you can see now.
All right, looks like Crygen and Masu being pretty safe here, walking the long way around. Maybe we can watch some of the 2v2 bot, talk us through kind of like what you expect to see and what you would want to see, from either side.
Yeah, so blue side just doesn't want all-ins, but they're pretty strong early, so they could definitely push for free. I'd say it's going to be pretty hard for red side, like before first 1 or 2 bases, because they just don't have enough damage to like actually all-in or enough HP because they'll get poked out.
How are you feeling about Ezreal in general these days? Because obviously it's the most popular bot lane pick by a lot right now.
Yeah, Mage Champ's very solid. It can play versus mages, and it's pretty good in 80 carries. And not only that, you get Prow, because you're really strong early. Oh my gosh.
These Qs!
It's looking pretty rough for them.
I mean, Crygen got that really good electrocute combo with the other Q, and then he's hitting all these bindings. Okay, so you're supposed to lose HP, but as far as how much, I feel like this is above average.
It's a bit much, I'd say. Looking very scary.
Yeah, Masu's looking pretty healthy. This is going to be tough. They get the early level 2 here, are going to be taking the push. How are you guys talking through lanes like this where, it is going bad? Like, how are you deciding kind of how much to fight, how much to give, how much CS you're okay bleeding?
I think for me personally, I just set a goal before lane starts, like a general idea, like, oh, this lane I just don't want to lose HP. Then we can fight level 3. This lane I want to like maybe push through waves and base, stuff like that. Having a general goal is good, but in lanes like these, you kind of just have to play well and dodge the abilities. So let's see how they keep doing.
And they did have their jungler. Cryo went for the 3-camp recall longsword, jungle opening here. So he's going to be on the bottom side of the map with the extra longsword. Of course, it's pretty hard to get in, especially against the Bard Ezreal that has push and has the Phalight's ward already.
Yeah, you can see Call Me actually had to take a base on 11 CS, I believe it was. He was getting hit by every single Q from Quad. Quad, known for his Cassio for a long time, wasn't really able to get it whatsoever, and now is getting to play it. Obviously, Call Me has a lot more minions there to farm. He's trying to set up a bit of a wave, a bit of a freeze for himself as Lion's going forward. Does get the stun down onto Masu. Won't force the cleanse. Crygen trading out the heal. But it's a bit of a tough lane state now as the wave is pushing away from Sajet and Lions, and they are down on HP. But in comes Kryra, getting a good chunk down onto Quad. Post him basing, which is always going to feel really nice. As Lions going in, there's the cleanse. Lions is incredibly low already, and he's just going to get knocked down. First blood already, and Sajet looking like he's going to die as well. It is a 2v2 double kill for FlyQuest.
Scores, Tactical?
I think you just have to open it at this point. Like, because what red side bot lane had to do was they had to call the jungler and push out because Pantheon was actually padding up and Lisa was padding down, but they weren't able to push out even though jungler would pad down. So this is looking. I mean, they're just going to be really sad for the whole game now.
Yeah, plus jungle shows mid when jungle is ganking mid, and so they also know where jungle exited to. So Masu and Crygen are like, we know you've got nothing else.
Yeah. There's no bluffing or anything, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the wave is still also completely ruined, right? Like, that is the worst part about you get double killed. Now Griffin is down here, and they're trying to reset the wave, and Sajet is going to get the bad news. Flash is out, but there's the flash follow. There's the magical journey, and he is going right back to hell. Knocked down there by Cryogen, and the wave is still horrible. This is a disaster for DSG.
So we actually brought Tactical on for this game to, pronounce which bottom lane has died. And I think the DSG bottom lane is going to do a lot of dying.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one, guys.
Yeah, okay, mental coach Tactical. You're going to have to cheer him up.
I think if I was Corky right now, I'm going to pray their monitors turn off during the game or something at some point.
Does it make you feel better if your jungler is taking their Gromp?
Tiny bit, but
Big guys.
For the time being, it's okay because the punish isn't now. It's when Ezreal gets his item faster. Right. So you still have some hope until then. Maybe they can force Dragon or something and win it and outplay them.
Yeah, the thing is too, it's painful for the rest of the team as Griffin finds that his Gromp has been stolen and he's infuriated. The thing is, it's especially since it's Ezreal Bard lane, now Cryogen also gets a lot of time to go influence the rest of the map. One of the best roamers in the game.
Yeah, Call Me could be in a bit of trouble. Holding on to the Q. Does predict a little bit of sidestep and does not find him. We saw those stats on the side. Sajet is just not a player who's had a lot of success in lane. Generally with DSG, him and Lions have struggled. Masu and Cryogen were one of our stronger bot lane 2v2s last split. I don't know how much LCS you were watching last split, but they were you know, getting a ton of 2v2 kills.
Oh, I did not watch, but that's pretty good to hear, though, that they're good in lane now. Because I remember towards the beginning of FlyQuest, they were known for being weaker laners. So, oh, right here.
Level 6 versus level 4 on the AD carries, and he is about to find out. Nice sidestep on the True Shot Barrage. Barely lives there from that final auto coming in from Masu. But this is painful. Down a level and a half, almost going to be a full 2 levels probably after he cleans up this wave. Masu is just miles and miles ahead. I mean, it's not just the gold, the experience is just going to make it impossible to play.
Yeah, definitely chug your potions. I think the extra early potion click is going to keep you alive there as well. And he, at least Sajed is going to get back for some of the experience for this wave. You know, you got to count the small things.
This Corki buy, man, is so depressing. Yeah. He's got Tier, Ruby Crystal, and a glowing moat against Sheen Tier double longsword. That's tough.
So now we're going to say you don't have to play on the losing side anymore, Tactical. You're free. If you're the bottom lane for FlyQuest, is there something beyond, okay, Cryogen, you just have full freedom now to go harass every lane as he does it again, and Masu just, you know, handle them 2v1? Or is there anything else that you're looking at? Are you already looking at any timers to swap, you know, like up to mid lane or grubs or anything?
I think since they're winning so hard, there's no need to just over-prioritize grubs. I think they should get dragons, because let's say if red side Lee Sin goes to grubs and it shows randomly, then they just dove right away. Because I think getting even more behind than that is like game losing. So I think from blue side, you just want to keep matching if you can. Like, for example, this dragon right here. I really hope Fly fights if they see this.
I'm kind of curious on your take. Obviously, like, in general, the meta is all about roaming for supports. But if you're winning the 2v2 this hard, do you want your Bard roaming, or are you actually looking to just stay 2v2 and punish?
They have a ward in it, so they definitely do see it.
Yeah, Cryogen has spotted Kryra. Lions and Sajed are here. In comes the Pantheon. Going to get stunned up. Kryra put low. They're trying to burst down the jungler. Masu takes him out, steals that red buff. They get the dragon as well, as Lions and Sajed are sent running. Call Me going to get trained down and knocked down there by the Pantheon. It's 5-0, 3K lead. And Gakko's fighting on the top side. Might try to grab another kill for himself here too.
Okay, bottom side too, they're going in again. Masu with the red buff.
Yep, trying to take even more here as Surdy is just slowly getting lower and lower, forced to flash from the Electro Harpoon. Gakko's about to overheat. Is he going to go for it? Oh no, he harpooned and overheated. I think he thought he had enough to be able to actually get the Flame Spitter there, and he could have maybe got the kill. Now, Cryogen in some trouble. Kryra is back here, but they are just losing out in this fight. The Bard ult is going to connect there onto Lee Sin. Masu stepping forward. Taxis to the Grump and does get out.
Yeah, I feel like Masu, when Cryogen would keep on 2v3ing if Masu had any more mana, and they would just continue to chase them through their whole jungle. But Tactical, as you were saying, if FlyQuest see this, and they had a ward in the back of the Dragon Pit, but DSG also pinged that ward. You saw the red ping on it. So DSG knew they were being watched, and they continued on that Dragon with the Pantheon ult coming through.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just saw it as one chance to maybe outplay and for the fight. So they just pulled it and saw what happens. But unfortunately, they got ran. So not much to say for them. But to get back to your point about Bard roaming, I think it's fine for him to roam and hover around mid. But you definitely want to be able to fight bot at all times. So as long as the Bard is hovering between mid and bot, it's okay.
All right, I think we got a comms listening.
It's probably 3K, 2K. They don't see me. Yeah. It's 2K. I'm ulting now. I'm going
behind.
I'm going
look, Syndra is alone.
We are back to live as Cryogen's looking topside. Surdy does not have his flash, but trying to get into Mega, stunned up there. And Masu with the True Shot Barrage has the damage to knock him down. Bad goes to worse as now Surdy's died as well.
Guys, how'd this Ezreal get so fed?
Call Me in trouble, getting pushed back there by Quad. Will be able to run out with his Swifties and does stay alive.
That's why the top laner, you know, is like bottom lane. So where'd this come from? Where'd this problem come from, Tactical?
Oh, does tag him. Call Me though. Scatter is going to be able to stay safe for now. But has no TP, is getting pushed in, and Quad is getting tankier and tankier as time goes on.
Yeah. Is this the biggest deficit that we have had in the LCS this summer?
Might be.
I feel like it is.
We can get a stat check on that. I mean, this is a very one-sided. 4K at 10 minutes is a very tough, and Cryogen looking to see if he can push the Jet off.
Yeah, this is looking rough, chat. This is looking a bit cooked. Ezreal's Triforce, and Corki's on only the Phage and a glowing moat.
You can't forget the moat, you know?
Yeah, it's 250 Gs, not something to neglect.
Especially when you have so little gold, you know? Every penny counts down there.
Yeah,
Jed could be in some trouble, though, as Gekos has Cryogen coming down. They're going to try to see if they can find a play. Kryra in the area, though. They are going to force a flash. There's the Tempered Fate coming down as Gekos is overheated, roasting him up. Masu and Griffin were moving over, but not going to be anything more for the play.
I mean, okay, so mid lane is open for a bit, so they can just, have Ezreal come right back over here. Ezreal on Trinity Force is also going to be dangerous for Syndra. Everywhere Masu has gone, there has been danger for DSG. Started in the bottom lane, then they killed top lane.
Yep.
Now in mid lane too. Calmy's like, I don't really want to have to deal with this either. Thankfully for Calmy, at least he has upgraded Swifty Boots, but top side play.
Here comes the Pantheon ult as Griffin was predicting he was going to step back, but he's going to get stunned up, and Surdy's got nowhere to go. Trying to buy some time. The heal comes through there from Lions, but he goes down anyway, and Sajed gets hit by the Petrifying Gaze, chased down by Quad. The barrier is there, but it is not nearly enough. Cryogen arrives, Lions with the sidestep, but they are just tanking up the tower and knocking him down to 9-0, 5K gold lead, 12 minutes in.
We need to cut the stream for their mental sake, I think. This is so sad to watch. I feel bad for them.
Yeah, this is your first time casting too. I swear it's not always like this, Eddie.
Yeah, I was hoping to talk about more team comp identities and stuff, but this is just like a stomp, so.
Yeah. FlyQuest's identity is being rich.
Yes.
And every player is rich, but especially Masu.
All right, so let's talk about LCS in general a little bit then. So you've obviously been scrumming with C9 for a while at this point.
Mm-hmm.
How are you guys feeling as C9? How are you feeling about your season so far and your chances kind of going forward?
I mean, I think we're feeling pretty good. We just have to get on the teamwork stuff.
Yep.
And I think we've been improving, especially last week. And I've been picking up a lot of habits I lost to help carry the teams. But honestly, my stage games, I've been a little nervous, especially my first one versus TL last week. I was very nervous.
Yeah.
But I was way better this week. I was like a lot less nervous and more able to like do whatever I thought was good. But if I was like in this position in this game as DSG, I'd be like really, really nervous.
Nervous and maybe sad.
Was playing against your old team, did that make it more kind of spooky? Would that make you more nervous playing against your homies? Because I always feel like if you're playing against your friends, you really want to impress, you want to look good.
I mean, a little bit. You know, I always like playing with Core, and I really hate losing to him, honestly.
Yeah.
So doing a little bit more mental battle on that. Oh, here's a play.
Surdy is behind him. Quad does not know until just now. The TP's coming in, though. And DSG just have no damage whatsoever. The Mega Gnar is going to whiff. There's a clear on the wave. They do get the wallop stun onto Gekos. The Petrifying Gaze lands onto Sajed. Surdy is bursting down. The True Shot Barrage will not actually connect on him, so he does survive at the end of the day. It is a wash, but Masu has arrived, and FlyQuest are pushing forward, trying to see if they can find anything more. Looks like that's the end of it.
Honestly, this is a really good result for DSG. They stalled and lost nothing.
I feel like if Surdy just waited on the Mega Gnar, though, on the TP.
Yeah, if he got the timing right, he would have gotten. I don't know if it would have been a kill, but at least a flash.
Yeah, there was an angle there for sure.
Yeah, Cassio with the Ghost Popped is very speedy, pretty hard to get with the edge.
Yeah, I was thinking he would just wait for Gekos because the Rumble arrived, right? You know, if you scoop him in right as he arrives into a wallop, plus the tower damage, maybe could have got him. But definitely is tough. And like you said, you know, hey, going even is definitely a win from this position.
Yes. Honestly, they're going to slowly reach a somewhat playable state soon, because as soon as Corki gets an item, like he got it right here, and Syndra finishes her item, that's like the strongest even matched.
Cryogen could be in a little bit of trouble, but has the magical journey to stay safe.
Yeah, see what they can do once they have these single item power spikes, at least on the carries to be able to do some damage. Maybe with some burst opportunities, but honestly, look at the map. It's so under control here for FlyQuest. I like the rotation to the top side. Cryogen as well as Griffin are moving up there.
Yeah, so Jed valking forward. Masu still maintaining that 2-level lead. It is a full 2 levels as Sajed has just gotten 9 there. So up the same level as these solo laners right now is Masu, who has been getting a ton of solo XP here.
Wow, bot side. Quad knows that he is weak-sided right now while they are doing Rift Herald, so he's positioning very safely. very respectfully, as they don't have vision through their own jungle, waits out the timer here, and now that Bard is coming down to shadow him, now he can move in for the extra experience. It's a cannon wave, so he only lost 1 melee.
Yeah, Calmy having to retreat should probably be okay there with the tower around, but nice sidestep there on the Bard ult. Does get stunned up. In comes Kryra. The Pantheon ult arriving. Calmy trying to run. There's a kickback under the tower. Lions is here as well. Griffin in trouble. Flashes over the wall. Stays alive, but does finally get shut down there by Kryra, who has to flash away from Quad. Quad on the Cassio looking for more, but it looks like it will just be a 1-for-1 at the end of the day.
And during that time, it looks like Masu, the Ezreal, has gone to bully out the Corki, so mid lane's going to be wide open. They did get the 1-for-1, but the towers look like 2-for-0 here for FlyQuest, the pressure taking over.
So DSG, remember, at the end of the year, is going to have to play in the promo tourney, and you actually played against them last year in the promo tourney as well. So how do you think their chances are, looking forward this year?
Well, I think this game is not accurate representation of what they could be, but it really depends on how much better they can get as a team. So.
This played pretty good for them. Kryra was able to get a nice kickback onto the Pantheon. He gets stunned to the tower, and Griffin a little bit frustrated with that.
Yeah, he flashed. I mean, at least Kryra had to flash as well when they get that counter kill on him, and they're still nursing this 6,000 gold lead. A lot of the times, though, okay, mid lane is open, so Griffin is passing through. But
so Jed may be in some trouble. Griffin gets that boost of move speed. Cryogen here as well. Looks like we'll be okay for now. Lions going to have to flash out. Kryra going in. The teleport's going to come in as well. But Lions is already dead, and the teleport's just going to arrive onto the miasma. Surdy has got to run for it. 5 members here from FlyQuest.
I love the call here from FlyQuest, from Griffin. He's got this turbo-fed Ezreal, so he just runs mid lane, uses the E for the speed boost just to make an engage, make a fight happen around Ezreal, and good things are going to happen. When they do that, they also get the objectives afterwards as they're able to, lock up Lion. This support. I mean, this Leona is looking very, very squishy with how far their bottom lane has been behind, and FlyQuest with a nice little pick to progress the game even further.
Yeah, Kryra takes that in, but he is just going to die in a hurry. He was very low on HP, and the desperation starting to show a little bit here from DSG as they just feel like, hey, we got to go for anything.
This is a rough one, chat.
I swear, this feels
so
like the biggest stop we've had in a very long time in LCS.
Yeah.
I'm going to extend the timer even back to last year.
I agree. This one is very one-sided. especially when Tactical's like, all right, guys, DSG has to stop early game or they lose. And then 1 second into the game, they get 2v2 double kill bot. And you're like, well,
yeah, this is looking rough, guys.
It's about that time. It's getting late.
Honestly, if this is a scrim, it's one of those games where you just FF.
Probably instantly after the double kill bot, right?
Yeah, or not. Maybe you could give it a chance after that, but after like a dragon or like maybe 5 more deaths after that, it's like really like you don't see the win con like objectively. It's really hard. Like.
Gonna be tough, and I mean they are on Soul Point now as well, and it's Hextech Soul, so that's always fun.
It's funny because I was going to ask you about, so many teams, they talk about having good communication, and when their AD carry is fed, it's nice to have the AD carry communicate. What do you need so that we can win this game? And except for now the answer from you is probably like, just stay awake.
Yeah, just stay awake.
As long as you're still here and awake.
Mentally, yeah.
I think we'll win.
Surdy trying to hold on the top side here. Just give them some sort of a chance. I think really realistically your only chance is that FlyQuest start to do a little bit of trolling. Get a little bit fast and loose with it, get a little bit overconfident.
Honestly, the only way they control is if they dive and like just horribly mess it up. Like even if someone's getting caught on side, they could make enough time where his team can come. Like they just have to dive and hope their monitors turn off or something, and like.
That sounds like a challenge.
It really is.
I will say, if it's solo queue, sometimes the most dangerous games are the ones where you're up 10-0.
Yeah, it actually is true.
People, I start sweating when I see my team get too far ahead. I'm like, oh, people are not locked in anymore. Like, if I'm up 5 kills, I'm feeling good. If I'm up 10 kills, I am sweating. We're about to lose this game.
Your teammate has a bounty. Danger.
Yep. You see 4 people in a row go in with 1K bounties, just running it down. As Calmy in some trouble, getting stunned under the tower. True Shot Barrage does not quite connect. The Aegis Assault is going to do the damage and finish him off. So Jet in the area, but can't do anything to help out.
Would have been cooler if the Ezreal ult killed him, though. So could have got more style
not
points.
that cool of a kill.
Not
Yeah,
that cool.
He needs more gold than a 2,500 gold lead, you're right?
Yeah, jeez.
Yeah, the leads are everywhere. I mean, I want to see. I'm going to bring up the total gold. I want to see how Cryogen is doing compared to the rest of the team.
I do like the
Cryogen is tied with 30. I was afraid that he might be ahead.
Okay.
That's, your Gnar has more gold than the Bard. That's a dub.
Well, I think your dreams or nightmares can still come true in this game, and there might be a good chance. I would bet on that Cryogen bar moving up on that chart.
All right, what else we got? Let's see if we find some good news here.
Okay.
All right, Cryogen has done more damage than the entire enemy team.
That's a great sign.
Well, individually each one, but if you combine all the damages of DSG, they can do more than the Bard.
Facts. All right. Well, there we go. So that's a plus for DSG so far. As FlyQuest 9,000 gold up here. DSG just trying to find some sort of an angle, but haven't really been able to find anything whatsoever.
I did kind of like the tactical podcast where we can start talking about the league as a whole, unless somebody dies here.
We're going to see a couple people die,
Okay,
I think.
go.
Sajed is going to be the first one as Masu
two.
goes unstoppable. Lions looking like he is next to fall. Lions is going to fall down. There's Gakkos arriving. Flashes forward. Tempered Fate going to get flashed away there by Call Me. Will survive to tell the tale. But it is 2 more kills going to Masu, and it is Baron on the table. Kryber going to land the kickback. There's the scatter, but they have no damage whatsoever. Mikhails lands. The magical journey gets him out to safety. In comes Griffin flashing forward, takes down Call Me, scooping to the wall there by Surdy. But do they have the damage to get the kill? The Aegis Assault says no. True Shot Barrage will go wide onto Kryra as Lions has respawned. Surdy trying to do his best in these situations, trying to get something, but they are just getting beat down by the wallets of FlyQuest.
But they did stop FlyQuest from doing the Baron. So a lot of people died, and FlyQuest got richer, but the Baron is still alive.
That's true. It's perfect. Now Kryra can steal it.
Exactly. We got to clear out some of these wards, though, or they're going to see him coming. Nice. Good job, Lions. Genius. So I do like talking about the league as a whole, though, because it's pretty interesting. Last split, a lot of people were looking at top 4, but ever since MSI, when with the teams returning from MSI and Team Liquid and Lion looking really, really good, how are you seeing the league kind of break out now? Do you feel like it's those top 2 teams and then like a couple of different levels, or do you think it is much closer than that, and it's more like just the top half, bottom half?
Yeah, I definitely think TL and Lion are the top 2 by far. I think I'm hoping
C9's in there?
C9's in there too. But I think Fly is pretty solid as well. I really respect how aggressive they play. And I think Masu feels comfortable on stage to do so as well. So that's good to see always.
What size of a dog would you equate the teams to? We got to introduce you to the dog scale. So Kobe maintains that the big dogs are TL and Lion, and then we got a couple medium dogs.
Yeah, you're in there.
You're a medium dog.
Okay. I'm hoping it'd be Cloud9, Fly.
Yeah.
We got some work to do. Our games weren't the cleanest here, but we see Cryo going on a big flank.
Yep, Lion's probably going to die here. Scatter hits across multiple people there. Surdy charging up the Gnar bar. We'll see if he can find an angle. Kryra is behind him, but I don't think they care. Masu shifts on his face. Going to get kicked back into the team. There's the Tempered Fate landing in onto the Syndra. The Equalizer comes down, and FlyQuest are just charging in. Masu maybe has gone too far. Finally shut down, but it's a 5-for-1 as FlyQuest get a triple onto Quan and are going to take the soul as well.
Yeah, it's the meme. Huge kill, huge shutdown to cut the gold lean down to, checks notes, 11.6 thousand gold and the Dragon. But here's another team fight. How about this, Eddie? Take us through this team fight. Have some fun.
Yeah, I mean, Cryo was looking for a miracle angle, and there's no angle, so he just lost.
And your support is dead instantly. Honestly, at this point, Surdy's trying to go for Quad and set it up, but Quad still had flash anyway, too, and there's no follow-up damage there.
So back to the tier list. So break it out for us.
Dogs.
So we got, and the dogs.
Okay,
What
okay.
kind of-
Allah, he just screamed it.
Okay, go Drake first.
We can't
Go
push-
Drake
I
first.
think we can go both.
All right, so we were saying, are you saying TL and Lion are the same tier? They're number 1 tier.
I don't know which one's better, but they're both really solid.
But they're on the same
and
tier.
consistent, yes.
Okay, so that's tier number 1. What kind of size dog is that? Some big
The
dogs?
biggest of all.
The biggest of
The
all.
biggest
It's
of
like
all,
a
yeah.
mastiff. It's a huge
Yeah,
dog.
yeah,
All right, now
exactly.
what's the next tier? How many teams are in the next tier?
That's got to be you guys, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's got to be just 2 more as well. I mean, I'm looking at Fly. They're definitely looking like that kind of team right now.
They're
So,
looking kind of big right now. Yeah.
and I'm hoping it'd be us. You know, like I think we can get the leads. Just that our games might not be the cleanest.
Okay, so you guys are in there. So that's the second tier.
Are Sentinels in there with you guys or nah?
I think Sentinels is like a half-sized dog down below us.
So you're like a medium plus
Yeah,
dog,
yeah.
and they're just like a medium.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
Perfect.
okay. What about like Shopify? Anyone else in the hunt up there, or just a bunch of Chihuahuas?
I think Shopify could be solid sometimes. I think if they're on their game,
They
could
got
be,
some bite.
I think they could be on the same medium as Sentinels.
Okay, so that's pretty close.
Yep. Shout out to Zazel, my go as well.
Yep, Zazel doing well. Masu going to get engaged on, does not care at all. The Tempered Fate going to connect across 2. Can he find the binding as well? Doesn't even need it, as they're just getting deleted in the base. 3-man scatter buys a little bit of time there from Call Me, as Surdy with a massive Mega Gnar into the wall, stuns up 4, but it doesn't even get them a kill. Quad chasing down Call Me, trying to take him out. Won't quite be able to do it. It's just 2 more kills, though, as FlyQuest have cracked the base here. 27 minutes in. They're looking to maybe just end it.
Yeah, I mean, the first game was close at many points. The second game was really not close at any point, as FlyQuest will finish up with 2 inhibitors already here at 27 minutes, and the gold lead ever increasing. We're over the 15K mark now.
All right, so DSG and Dig, are they on the same tier? Or are they on different tiers?
I think they're on a pretty similar tier.
Okay.
I'd say so, yeah.
The small dog tier?
Yep. Are we missing one, or was that everyone?
I think that was everyone. That was 8, right? Because we said 2. We said 2 and 4 different tiers.
Okay, yeah.
Because we had Lion TL, and then we had you and FlyQuest, and then we said Sentinels and Shopify,
and then
DSG and Dig.
Yes, yeah, okay.
Okay. So it's going to be pretty interesting. I mean, obviously 3 slots for Worlds, that's everyone's goal. And we'll
here,
see if
it's a kill,
Masu's in a little bit of trouble. He is going to be able to shift away. The equalizer there to Peel. Masu down about half HP. In comes the TP from Surdy. Griffin is behind them, and Kryber is in trouble. Surdy about to mega out, but he is just getting knocked down so quickly. Flashing over, trying to get the knockdown. They TP out to safety. As you know what? I respect it. May as well just get out there, protect the KDA a little bit. Tempered Fate going to connect onto Lions. He is dead as well. 26-2. 28 minutes in. This one has never been close.
It certainly has not. All FlyQuest, all game 2.
Yeah, looking like this is all she wrote for this one, as FlyQuest should be able to take the clean sweep here. Call Me and Sajed going to do their best to try to hold the line here as FlyQuest push forward, not afraid whatsoever. Magical Journey over into the base. There's the GA procced, but it's not going to matter. Call Me going to get taken down in the fountain. It's a double for Masu, 11, 1, and 9. Bot lane domination from FlyQuest as they will sweep DSG.
Thank you, Tactical, for a hard day's work here. Of
course.
We're going to have to bring you back for redos. This one doesn't count.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to watch a more closer game next time, too.
Exactly. We're going to give you a redo on that one. Unfortunately, DSG doesn't get a redo on this one.
Yeah, I hope you're sure hoping they did, though.
Yeah, they absolutely are hoping that they did. Game 1 so close. And DSG, in winning positions at a number of different times. So FlyQuest crushed it. Who would be your player of the game?
I think Masu. Masu looked really good.
All right, you heard it from Tactical. Desk, what do you think?
The AD carry bias. Sticking up for the AD carry.
You gotta stop the bias.
That bot lane smashed. It's either Cryogen or Masu.
You'll see who we voted.
I did vote for Cryogen.
In a bit.
Yeah.
But that was a stomp. That was when I thought that FlyQuest was going to be playing angry after losing to Lion. That's what I had in mind. Not the 40-minute banger we saw in game 1. Total mess. This was destructive.
Or maybe the anger was like a set W that was just stacking, and game 1 was it. Bring it in, bring it in. We got a cheer for you, buddy. But what a game.
Yeah, I mean, the second game was a complete stomp.
Yeah, you went coast to coast on that one.
Yeah.
You just didn't lane.
No, I mean, after like they died level, what was it 3? 2?
Yeah.
It was kind of like, I mean, Ezra can just 2v1 them at that point. And I mean, I think my champ's just super OP when I can just move the whole game, like I have so many timers. Yeah.
Yeah, Bard was kind of the proto support for before we ended up seeing all of the Camille's and support just being super out of lane. I did want to talk to you a little bit because you spent so much time playing Enchanters previously, and with the meta opening up so much, what's it been like to trying out like the Camille, like other champs that you might not have had in your repertoire previously?
Honestly, when like support quest first got added and Bloodstown was like super OP, I think I played like 30, 40 games of Camille straight.
Nice.
Like on support. So like this meta isn't completely new to me, but what's a bit different is just like it's a lot more support oriented and like you have to really know how to play the map compared to like the previous 2 splits where it's more like Enchanter meta and I think Monster and I are actually really dominant in that meta, just playing TV2.
Yeah.
But honestly, with this new meta, it's just very different. And playing champs like Camille, you're like you draft very like fragile comps. Yeah.
It sounds like you enjoy it, but my question is like, it is such a knee jerk of a first 2 splits is literally you are tied to your 80 carry nonstop playing Enchanters. You are literally playing Sona.
yeah.
And then you go into this like, yeah, actually never go back bot lane. How has that process been for you?
Honestly, it's been a bit of a learning curve for sure.
Yeah.
Just having to know how to play my role outside of lane. Because when I first got into LCS at the beginning of the year, a lot of our focus was just laning because that was the meta back then. But now, you know, we're shifting a bit of like my focus just onto knowing how to play the map overall. So it's been very fun, but it's pretty challenging.
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations, you win player of the game for this Bard game.
I would hope so, yeah, I would hope so.
What was like 0-26 or something insane? You had so many assists in this one. I do have to ask, you win this game easily, never close. But the other 3 games, you're playing Mage's bot lane. You lose game 1, probably lose a close game against Lion.
Yeah.
Then you win a close game here against DSG with 3 Mages. And then as soon as you're playing like a standard comp, boom, totally free. Is that representative of the practice, or is it more just the stage being a little bit different?
I mean, definitely losing to Lion was like kind of like a wake-up call for us. I think when we went to Korea, we were a bit, like after Korea, we were really like relaxed. But losing to Lion was it was a pretty like big shift in mindset for all of us. I think before we kind of struggled to have very thorough conversations about how to play the game. But after losing to Lion, it was more of like everyone kind of, I mean, we spent like super long during reviews nowadays and just talking about the game overall. I
did want to ask about that because I saw you guys in the hallway, like just walking back after the Lion loss last week. You guys looked really mad. Yeah. Like it seemed like you were about to have some really serious conversations. Is that actually kind of what happened? Do you figure things out after that loss?
Yeah, honestly, I remember like as soon as we lost, our manager legit sent like a message saying like we need to get our stuff together. And everyone kind of realized that like we all need to like step it up and we really need to just focus more. So it was a really good wake-up call, yeah.
Okay, and specifically, you mentioned the trip to Korea. How was that experience in general? Like being, of course, being in the SOUP tournament and then like having to scrim rigorously and then coming over here. How was that for you?
Honestly, I think it was really fun because we got to scrim a lot of like top tier teams, even teams that went to MSI. Yeah. A lot of like Eastern teams we got to scrim. So I'd say we definitely got a lot better, and there was more of like a foundation we had this time around compared to when we first went. Yeah. Because at the beginning of the year, we were kind of like, honestly, we were kind of bad. And you know, we're still working on it. It's really fun just, you know, you're spending like 24 hours a day with your teammates. Yeah. And you know, you naturally just get closer with everyone. So everyone in that way becomes like a lot more like on the same page in and out of game. So yeah.
That's kind of been the thing. I feel like you guys have been the closest team that I've seen in a very long time, since like back in the days in which people formed their own teams. Because like you guys even had like a whole boot camp, like not the boot camp, but like the trip from LA to the road trip.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness.
What is the weirdest thing that happened on that road trip that you can say like on camera?
Oh.
You can say anything you want on camera.
You can say it's up to you what you want to divulge.
I don't know if it's weird, but like we went camping, right? Yeah. And usually when you go camping, you want to set up the tents, you want to cook your own food and everything. Yeah. And you know, I don't want to say names.
Say
but,
names.
Okay.
No, don't do it. Don't. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Go for it. You said okay.
Raz is trying to get
Well,
you in
let's
trouble.
just say, I think we talked about this actually when we were at
was
ASU.
Griffin, wasn't
yeah,
it?
Griffin kind of gave me a bit of a, you know, like of an ick as well, like, because it would be like midnight, and he just like we would just be like cooking and everything, and we would just like, where's Griffin, guys? And then we would just walk down. He's just sitting on the side of the road on his phone because he has no service.
Yeah.
And that's the only place he had service. And then like he was the only person who didn't like set up a tent, and he just stepped in the RV. So I was just like, what's the point of even camping?
He's not committed to the game.
Yeah.
He wasn't committed. He was not with it.
Yeah.
No, he was not liking camping.
Honestly, fair enough.
That's so
Last
funny.
question before we let you go. What are the goals now for FlyQuest going into this split? Is it to go to Worlds? Is it to be #1? Where are you guys at?
I mean, definitely the goal is to make Worlds. I think all of us are very focused on just improving right now, because we still have like a long split ahead of us, like it just started. But definitely we want to win. We want to make Worlds. It's just, I think it'd be a good experience for everyone, especially because we're super new. And yeah, I think hopefully we can make Worlds.
I'm gonna ask a simple question.
Yeah.
Cryogen Bard, Busio Bard, which one's better?
Oh.
That's a hard one. I don't know. I think
That's hard?
I mean, Busio's really good at Bard. Like, he's like really good at Bard. You know.
Damn.
I don't know.
All right.
I think my Bard is
The
like
respect.
pretty fine too, but like, I say he's probably better at Bard.
Damn. All right. I tried to bait you into that one.
I know you did.
I'll say that Bard game was better than the average Busio Bard.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Yeah, I'll give you that one.
There we go.
For sure.
I'll take that.
All right, thank you very much, Cryogen. You can head off if you like. Go join your team.
Yeah, appreciate
Here
you.
are the player
Appreciate
of the
you.
games for today. We
I
had
almost
5
got him.
games of League of Legends. You almost got him.
Almost.
FBI, Blabber, Vulcan, Geckos, and Cryogen, who we were just talking to.
Oh, I love that post from FBI. We need more Dignitas wins. That's the only thing I can take notice of. But yeah, I mean, eventually C9 took the series, and I feel like just seeing C9's growth is interesting. Still need to get an official notice if that's the roster, because they played that exact same roster in week 1 and in week 2. The Loki and
They are the new guys. They
Yeah.
need the stage time.
All
Yeah,
right.
I also liked hearing from Vulcan about what they've been doing, like with Tactical specifically, just because it's him returning to Tier 1, right? And Tactical himself said on Cast about how they've been helping him and how he felt like, you know, week 1 he was really nervous. Week 2 he'd already shaken a lot of that off. So I liked hearing from Vulcan regarding that, because it feels like this is kind of the roster that they're going to be sticking with.
Yeah.
This was the roster they practiced with all week going into this week too. So we'll see if the 7-man sticks out, but right now it's looking like
Currently, we've only
a
seen
little
5.
bit of a 5-man roster.
Yeah, it's a bit of a 5-man roster so far.
I will say, this graphic I was expecting.
The standings, okay, what were you expecting about it?
Yeah.
I was hoping it wouldn't be Dignitas and DSG as the
That's what happens when you lose all your games, Raz.
That does happen when you lose all your
Yeah.
games, but I'm getting too comfortable with the Dignitas and DSG as 7th and 8th, and I don't want to get too comfortable with that. We want to change it up a little bit. It's on them,
There
though.
would be some variety. It's kind of on them.
Okay, that is.
Yeah, it's kind of on them.
It is. That being said, tomorrow's match is going to be Lion versus Shopify Rebellion, and then Team Liquid Alienware and Sentinels. A match that you guys are looking forward to?
We have a little bit of I feel like, so obviously.
A friendly wager?
I'm not necessarily going to lose.
You will
Sentinels lose. However, because you picked Core as your
best
hot
support of
take
the
was going to
year.
be he's going to be the best support, and mine was going to be the best jungle support duo in LCS of Hanbok and Huhi.
That'll be a pretty big decider.
It's going to be a big game for the two of us, and me potentially dunking a bucket of ice over my head.
You get ready.
Look,
Get
they
ready.
wanted a hot take for me because usually I have the most lukewarm take.
Yeah, just take some cold showers to prepare yourself.
God, that sounds awful.
But it's
I
gonna
know you're
happen.
supposed to take cold showers for like your circulation and stuff. No,
It will
couldn't
never
be me.
happen. Yeah.
I don't care that much about my health. Sorry.
I want to be warm.
Yeah, exactly.
At all times. So.
On that note, that's it for us. Whether you're taking cold or warm shower, we'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for Lion versus Shopify Rebellion. We are rating Sneaky, the 80 carry of Azael's C9
Producer said
perfect
scalding
C9
hot.
roster.
I like
so-
Scalding Hot.
Yeah.
Scalding Hot's good.
Scalding hot is good. That is what I do as well. Like if it's not almost burning your skin off, get me out of there. Hi, Sneaky.
Hi, Sneaky. See you guys. See you tomorrow.
I'm looking hard. Yeah, stay. I'm looking. I don't know. Okay. Jungle again. Keep moving forward. Ross, I'm looking Jin. No flash corner. No flash corner. I'm looking Jin.
Yeah, no flash. I think Valor for the win.
I'm fine. I never died though.
Dignitas, right when it looked like they were in a decent spot, it all goes to hell and the fire is hot.
I can hold here. You can pull.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull.
Jin taking full time.
Hey,
We can go forward.
Look forward. This guy.
Leave behind.
Yeah.
Think about it.
We can turn on Lee. Someone mark Lee.
Can you one? Okay. Not
Valor no flash.
He's done.
Look, Syndra.
Yeah.
No flash. Syndra.
Oh sh.
Oh, long
Holy, he just screamed it.
Bot lane domination from FlyQuest as they will sweep DSG.
All dead.
TP here. It's 2v5 right now.
Yeah.
No leak kick. No leak kick.
Leona so far.
Yeah. He's gonna TP it out.
Yeah.
Keep going top.
I might fight Leona here and watch. I might ult see if she.
No flash. No flash.
No flash shoot.
Nice. Okay, I have W. We can go mid.
I guess.
Go mid.
Bang, bang, bang,
Depends mid, right?
Bro, Masu, I love that you suicided, bro. I didn't want to be the only lead death, bro. Holy shit, I thought I was about to have 100% death kill.
I got you, bro. I got your big ass head, bro.